Hey guys, I'm Joy from Belgium, and my story is all about how one little prank can change your life forever. But before we get started, please like and subscribe. Growing up, I was the only child in a family of artists. My parents were always busy with their creative work, leaving me with plenty of time to play the rogue. I was a little red-headed ball of energy, and from a young age, I loved to joke and prank my parents and their friends, whether it was acting like a zombie or playing dead on the floor. By the time I was 6 years old, I was already pulling the fire alarm for fun, cutting my parents' hair in their sleep, and secretly turning up the thermostat. Although I could be a handful, I was able to get out of trouble with my charming smile and big, pleading eyes. Surprisingly, I didn't have any issues at school either. Many of my classmates found me hilarious, and I had a talent for creating a fun atmosphere wherever I went. Of course, not everyone appreciated my sense of humor, especially the teachers, who were often the target of my pranks. But I never went too far, and they always forgave me in the end. Things were going great for me until we went to high school. Suddenly, my jokes started to seem childish and annoying to my classmates, and I became bored and stopped playing pranks. Around that time, a new student named David showed up at our school. He was a football star whose parents had just moved into our neighborhood. With trainers watching over him, clubs hunting for him, and a personal fan club of cheerleaders, David was the quintessential jock with a perfect reputation. I couldn't resist the opportunity to pull a trick on him. I started with some classic gags like shock pens, sticky notes, and even a snake in a can. But David didn't even seem to notice. Then I got more creative and put baby powder in his helmet. But it turned out that his fan club wanted to try it on, and one of the cheerleaders ended up getting covered in powder. Of course, it was funny, but I wanted to get him. So I decided to break out the heavy artillery. I set up slime buckets above the door of the locker room, and when the football team walked in, they all got covered in slime, except freaking David, who was the last to enter. But to my surprise, he started laughing so hard that I couldn't help joining in, along with the whole team. As expected, my prank got me suspended for a few days, and the principal made me clean up the mess I'd made before leaving. Hey, I see you can use a hand. Why are you helping me clean up the slime? Because I'm a decent human being, or maybe I just wanted to talk to you. What about? Why, you don't stop trying to prank me? Did I do something to upset you? Or are you secretly in love with me and just trying to get my attention? Please, as if you're capable of upsetting me. And ew, in your dreams, you just seemed too good to be true. So I felt like getting to you with a prank. You know, like trying to find out what your kryptonite is. Wow, did you just call me Superman? And my kryptonite is pizza. Really? Ugh, so boring. And beautiful redheaded girls who deny thinking about me. Are there cameras here somewhere? Nope, but I wish there were, so I could relive how you blushed at my words over and over again. I'm getting a call. I gotta take this. I didn't hear anything. It's on silent mode. Yes? Hello? Oh my god, my cat needs CPR. Hold on, Whiskers. I'll be right there. I ran off before things could get more awkward. As I sat at home the next day, thoughts of David filled my mind. Was I really falling for a football star? Ugh, so cliche. Suddenly, I got a text from an unknown number. Hey, look outside, smiley face. David's car was parked near my house, and he was waving at me. Don't you have some cool, masculine-y stuff to do? I thought spending time with a pretty girl might be more fun. You know, I still owe you for helping me clean up that slime. Let's go grab some pizza. Be careful, Joy. I might just fall in love with you after this. I rolled my eyes, but my stomach fluttered. Maybe this cliche wasn't so bad after all. We spent the entire day together, and he opened up as a romantic and attentive guy who had a lot in common with me. Like me, he was hyperactive, which is why his parents enrolled him in football at a young age. Soon, David asked me out on a date, and shortly, we were together. As we walked down the school hallways, I noticed the jealous glares from his cheerleader fan club. The girls tried to spread stupid rumors about me or even prank me, but I just laughed it off. Soon, the cheerleaders even began to imitate me, dyeing their hair red in an attempt to capture his attention. But David only had eyes for me, and he made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. But 3 months into the relationship, I started wondering if David was keeping something from me. I knew he was very busy with his training, but a few times I found out that his football buddies had gone home while he'd disappeared somewhere else. I didn't believe it was about another girl, but something was off, and I started to be cautious. One day, a Tinder notification popped up on his phone. I couldn't read the message, but it made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to confront him about it directly because I knew he would brush it off as nothing, and I would believe him. So I decided to create a fake Tinder account and play a prank on him. If he had nothing to hide, we would both have a good laugh and move on. I posed on Tinder as a young artist with a red ponytail and soon matched with David. We exchanged messages, and he suggested a date. At that moment, I realized he might actually be cheating on me. It was no longer a joke. Okay, let's find out who you really are, David. David. I wore makeup, a wig, violet contact lenses, and clothes to look like my fake Tinder profile. We met at the cafe, and he was in his best mood. To avoid revealing my real voice, I pretended to be less talkative. He led the conversation, but sometimes he would stop speaking, gaze admirably into my eyes, and touching my hand. And I was getting angrier by the second. It was time to tell him he'd been caught. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with curly carrot hair rushed to our table, and David turned white. What the heck, David? You said it was a one-time thing.
Georgia, listen to me. It's not what it looks like.
Then what is it, David? You're with another girl while you're still with me? Before her, it was Francesca from the flower shop. Or are you seeing her too? How could you do this to me?
Please, give me a chance to explain.
As she stormed out of the cafe, David ran after her. My mind was racing as I tried to process everything. David was a womanizer obsessed with redheads? Me? Fake Tinder artist? Georgia? Francesca? Were there more? I needed more answers, and I decided to track down Francesca. It didn't take long before I found her, surrounded by gorgeous flowers that paled in comparison to her beauty. She was a knockout. By any chance, are you David's girlfriend? Yes. Is everything okay? To tell you the truth, Georgia asked me to check if he's still with you. Poor girl, I feel sorry for her. She's David's ex, and she's obsessed with him even now. She can't seem to accept that he's moved on and he's in love with me only. David was an amazing liar, and I felt angry at myself for falling for his stupid lies. I wished there was something like the cheating police and I could call to have him arrested, but it was only me, and I had to do something. So I chose the one thing I was best at. I was gonna prank David. While we were hanging out the next day, I spied his phone password, and when he went off for training, I posted on his Facebook from his phone. Hey bae, if you're seeing this, get ready for a surprise tonight. Winky face heart, 7 p.m. at the fountain. At 7, the meeting point was crowded with red-haired girls, and I was just as shocked to see the number. I saw some familiar faces, like Georgia and Francesca, who hadn't seen each other yet. Finally, David arrived. The army of girls rushed to him, and then suddenly stopped to look at each other. David stared at them all in horror, realizing he'd been exposed. He panicked and just jumped back into his car, driving away like a maniac. This was you, wasn't it, Georgia? You arranged all of this so I'd break up with him. You're such a crazy ex-girlfriend. What are you talking about? We haven't broken up yet. What nonsense. I'm his girlfriend. They all started fighting like crazy, and I escaped. I felt victorious about exposing the truth, but also heavy-hearted because of David's deceit. The day after was a really big football match. David performed horribly, and our team lost the game.
The other team was trash-talking so much today, just got to me and I felt distracted. Also, I think I'm coming down with a stomach bug, and I just didn't sleep much last night.
David, please, stop lying. I know why your head wasn't in the game today. It's because your cheating got exposed yesterday. Yeah, I'm the one who called all the redheads there. I described my investigation, and he broke down in tears.
Joy, please don't give up on me. I care about all my girls, and I never meant to hurt you. Love just happens, you know? But you're the only one who truly knows the real me, and I feel closer to you than anyone else. Please, let's work this out.
David, you should work this out with a therapist, not me. But firstly, they all deserve the truth and an apology. You'll feel better once you're honest. And as for us, it's too late. I can't trust you anymore. Soon, the whole school seemed to know. The cheerleaders were giving me smug grins, and David's football team looked angry at me for making him perform badly at the big match. Suddenly, I found myself at the center of unwanted attention and began searching for a way to escape it and process everything that had happened. Fortunately, Georgia set up an online club for girls who were hurt by David. We all shared our stories and found out that David had been dating multiple red-haired girls for years, even proposing to some of them. I shared my story too, and it felt good to let it out. The girls even encouraged me to share it on the MSA channel, but I needed some offline support too. So I reached out to Georgia and Francesca. We kept meeting regularly, and slowly we became good friends. We all went public with our story in a magazine article, and it gained a lot of attention. David was getting plenty of negativity, so he publicly apologized and said he'd get therapy for his issues. Well, clearly it didn't work, because years later, when he'd become a famous footballer and married a beautiful singer, she exposed his cheating publicly, divorced him, and left him almost penniless. Finally, David got what he really deserved. Yeah. Also, you can tell that I had a talent for acting, which I went on to pursue at a prestigious school. You see, Georgia had an older brother, Chase, who had the same curly red hair as her. When I first met him, he pulled a classic prank on us, switching the sugar and salt in our tea. Francesca spat it out and looked mad, but I couldn't help laughing. You better watch out, or you'll wake up the pranking dragon in me. Challenge accepted. From that day on, Chase always found a way to be around us, and we had a blast playing pranks on each other. One day at the premiere of my first feature film, Chase said he had to talk to me about something important.
I'm so proud of you, and you fill up my life with joy, Joy. I'm in love with you.
Chase, wow, I think I feel the same way. I'm in love with you too.
Oh my God, Joy, what? I was just joking.
What? Yeah, me too. Duh.
Okay, I'm kidding now. The first one wasn't a joke. I do love you.
I'm gonna kill you. In Grimm's version of the fairy tale, apparently my sister and I weren't even worth naming. But at least we were rightly described as beautiful. In Disney's version, our names are mentioned, but can you recall them? No. I bet all you can remember are two pug-nosed sisters with terrible hair, the nasolabial fold of a 70-year-old, annoying voices, and very big feet. The thing is, we really weren't ugly, especially me. Honestly, I was kind of a looker from the right angle. No, move to the left. That side is prettier. Like, sure, I could have benefited from a nose job if it was a thing back then, but I've got great hair, a banging body, and deep eyes that look like dark pools you could drown in. Or so I've been told. No, the problem wasn't us. The problem was her. Because next to her, anyone would look like a gnarly potato. You know how one day you feel you're looking really good? The skin is skinning, the hair is hairing, the outfit's outfitting. And then you see some celebrity on Instagram and feel like you two can't even be creatures from the same planet? Yeah, that's what the Cinderella effect was. Making everyone around her look like E.T. And you know what the biggest joke is? She was never a victim or forced to be our maid. She was very OCD. So scrubbing everything like a maniac all the time is entirely on her. No one asked her to do that. I guess she didn't love being a nobody because slowly, very slowly, she started spinning her story. And before we knew it, we were the villains. She was the poor, mistreated servant girl, and I was the bitter hag trying to steal her man. But he was my man first. My name is Drizella, and I'm here from the dead to tell you the true story of how Cinderella pulled off one of the greatest cons in history. She got the name, the ball, the prince, the animated pigeons, the merch, the eternal adoration. And it's built on lies, all of it. Well, except for the part about me having really big feet. Like, I was told most of my life to shop from the men's section of the shoe store. I bet that's half the reason I've ended up being a villain in every version. Because how dare I imagine myself as a worthy princess with my US size 11 feet? I digress. I must stay on track. And even though my version of events is no charming fairy tale, I must begin the story the right way. Once upon a time, there was a man with a family, a fortune, and a functioning household. So naturally, he had a midlife crisis and ran for the hills.
Gone to figure myself out. Don't wait for me. And tell your mother, it's not me, it's her.
I hope you figure out you suck big time. Yeah, I wasn't shocked. Because honestly, we'd be idiots if we hadn't seen this coming.
I crave adventure. This provincial family life is suffocating my soul. Someday, I'll leave to seek my higher purpose. Marriage and fatherhood can't be it. I have to find myself, and I really don't think I can do it, while married to you specifically.
But Mother was still blindsided, shocked, bamboozled. Why had he left? Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or young enough, or hadn't plucked her eyebrows properly since 1823? Maybe her elbows were too pointy. Maybe her eyes lacked emotional depth. I tried to explain that it was more about him being a spineless lizard running away from adult responsibility, but she just kept sinking in the depths of her despair and the couch. And without a husband around, she went into full damsel in distress mode.
Oh, how I crave pickles. If only I had a man with strong arms to open this jar for me.
Never mind that she had servants to open all the jars in the world and 2 perfectly decent daughters. Okay, fine. She had 1 decent daughter, because the other one was Anastasia. Let's just say that we didn't know back then that excessive glue sniffing causes brain damage. And that kid always had her head stuck in a pot of glue. Anastasia, focus! With father gone and mother officially losing her mind, you and I have to run this household. Mother has plenty of money, but we need to start budgeting.
Why? Mother is always telling me to stop budgeting when I'm around horses because it makes them nervous. Like, hello, lady, I'm the nervous one here. I'm the one who got kicked by a horse in the head.
No, she's telling you to stop fidgeting. Those are 2 completely unrelated things.
Are you sure? They sound a little related.
They're not! Look, budgeting just means that we need to keep track of our expenses. For instance, how much do we spend on candles per week?
Oh, candles? At least 11.
11 what?
Candles.
I meant money.
What about it?
How much money do we spend on candles?
We spend money on them?
No, Anastasia. They just grow on trees and we pluck them like fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Candles are free. What's the next item on your fidgeting list?
Yep. This was my partner in responsibility. Her loyalty was unwavering, as was her misunderstanding of absolutely everything. She had a heart of gold and the usefulness of a fork in a soup bowl. Okay. I'll stop roasting my poor sister now. Despite all her flaws, she was my rock. Heavy, useless, and mostly in the way. Bazinga! But we soon had a much bigger problem at hand. Mother was dying for attention from men, and word of her wealth and desperation spread fast, sending every gold-digging bachelor within 100 miles our way. And I figured out how to get rid of them fast. Of course, my sister slowed me down. Okay, Anastasia, are we ready for afternoon tea?
Absolutely. I ordered those fancy pastries Mother loves, fresh lilacs, lemon curd.
No, Anastasia, not the actual tea. The plan. Are we ready for the plan?
Oh, the plan. Right. Let me just quickly cancel the musicians.
You ordered musicians? This isn't an actual date. It's an ambush. Do you remember the strategy or not?
Not really, but I'll think of something on the spot. You know I'm very quick on my.
Did you just forget the word feet?
Quick on my feet? No, that doesn't make sense. You know I run slower than a duck. I have yet to beat a duck in a race.
Oh my God. Focus on the tea.
Fine. I'll spill tea on his thighs.
No, that's not what we... Actually, you know what? You do that. Leave the rest to me.
Great. And afterwards, we can eat the pastries?
Yes, we can eat the pastries.
And the lemon curd?
Yes, fine. The lemon curd, too. I had discovered that the fastest method to drive off unwanted suitors was to casually mention Dad, and then watch Mother spiral into all 5 stages of grief. Well, 4. Acceptance was off the table. Mother, you look lovely today. Isn't this the dress you were wearing the day Father left?
No, that was the lavender one.
Oh, yes. The one Father said made you look washed out.
He said what?
Madam, you look absolutely radiant today. I cannot understand why any man would leave you.
Of course he didn't leave me. He just relocated temporarily. I'm sure at this very moment he's thinking about how much he misses me, and he's making his way back home.
Oh, I didn't think this was something temporary.
You're right. I'm such a fool. Because honestly, what is there to miss? Just the woman who gave him the best years of her life. I held this family together. I cooked. I cleaned.
When? You ironed a napkin once.
And I'm the one who holds anything together.
But if he'd just communicated properly, I could have changed. I could have sent my daughters to finishing school and gone with him to find himself and slept under the stars. I could have been free-spirited and spontaneous. Do you think if he knew this, he'd come back?
I really can't say, madam.
Oh, There's no point thinking about it. He's gone now. But you're here to mend the pieces of my broken heart, right? You have good, strong shoulders to cry on. I'm going to cry on them so much.
It's getting kind of late for my horse's dinner. This has been lovely.
Are you running away from me too?
No, I mean, yes, but it's not you, it's me. Oh!
He was leaving anyway, genius. Tea is expensive.
You're all crazy.
As he ran off and Mother sobbed into the tablecloth, we high-fived. I thought I was so smart, chasing off Mom's suitors and taking charge of the household. But then I made the biggest mistake of my life. Yeah, bigger than letting Anastasia give me a haircut once. I hired a gardener.
Ma'am, thank you for the position. If it pleases you, my daughter Ella will also be staying with me in the servants' quarters. I'm sure she can make herself useful to you.
A girl my age emerged from behind him, and I will never forget the first time I saw her. Her hair was like honey catching sunlight, her skin like porcelain, and her patched-up linen dress looked better than any silk I owned. Her eyes were the kind of blue that would make painters cry into their palettes trying to replicate it. Every feature on her face was in perfect harmony. And then she smiled. We didn't know it yet, but the entire trajectory of our lives was rewritten at that moment.
Oh my, just look at you, child, like something out of a dream. You're perfect.
You're too kind, ma'am. I'm so grateful to you for letting me stay.
She's glowing. Should people glow? Do you use some kind of special shampoo made from unicorn tears and fairy dust?
You're funny. I like you.
Did you hear that, Gisela? She likes me.
As Mother led her father away to show him their living quarters, and, I don't know, Anastasia went after a butterfly, Cinderella stayed back and looked directly at me.
Drizella, isn't it?
Yes. And you're Ella?
Yes, but my late mother nicknamed me Cinderella because I'd always sleep by the fireplace and get covered in ashes. You know how nicknames stick. You don't have one?
No, but you can call me Miss.
You hired my father, Miss. That means you changed my life, and I'll be sure to return the favor.
I felt a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. As she walked away, I just knew I disliked her intensely. Part of me thought it was because I was jealous, and yeah, of course I was. But I just had a feeling that beneath that flawless facade was someone calculating and dangerous. And oh, how I wish I wasn't right for once. At first, she just helped. She polished the silver, dusted the bookshelves, organized the pantry, but then she started having ideas for everything. She rearranged the furniture, suggested new colors for the curtains, and started embroidering tablecloths and crocheting bedspreads.
It's like watching angels knit.
Even I couldn't deny her taste was impeccable. And soon, Mother wanted her opinion on everything. And then, she was suddenly instructing all the maids, the butlers, and even the cook. The cook! That toad never listened to anything I said. The house sparkled, the cutlery gleamed, the food actually had flavor, and I could see my reflection in the floors now. How could I complain about that? But I couldn't help being bothered by how she had Mother and Anastasia wrapped around her little finger. She would make them face masks and hair oils, play the piano for them like she was Mozart's daughter, and sing like a nightingale. And then there was the dancing. There was a celebration, as always, at the end of the harvest season. And as the servants gathered to dance, Cinderella joined them. She didn't dance like a girl raised in servant quarters. She danced like the air was conspiring to hold her up, like the music was written just for her, like she'd spent her whole life rehearsing her steps to perfection. Everyone was mesmerized.
She's so graceful. Not like my girls.
That was the first time I heard her say it. Not like my girls. But it wasn't the last. Soon, Mother was drawing comparisons between her and us all the time, telling us how we could try to be more like her. And I swear, I would have given up and accepted her perfection and superiority if it wasn't for the bird incident.
Come here, Gisela, look! A robin's nest right outside Ella's window. Isn't it sweet? It's gonna have babies soon.
Yes, lovely. But I bet it won't be so sweet when they're all screeching at dawn. The two of them continued to look utterly enchanted, and I lost interest soon and left. But the next morning, I ran outside to Anastasia screaming. I found her standing under the tree, and the nest lay on the ground, completely destroyed. The eggs and the robin were gone. Anastasia cried half the day, wondering if it was the work of an evil squirrel, or an evil raccoon, or an evil eagle. Later that evening, Cinderella walked into the living room, holding something behind her back.
Mother, I made you a gift.
Mother? Since when did she... Then I saw the gift, and my blood ran cold. It was a delicate comb, woven with tiny blue-gray feathers twisted through gold thread.
Oh, my dear. It's exquisite.
Mother kissed her on the cheek. Anastasia clapped, while I just stared, stunned. This couldn't just be my imagination running away with me, right? Still feeling uneasy, I was going up to my room for the night when I found Cinderella polishing the stairs banister vigorously. Still cleaning? You really love it, don't you?
Oh yes, it really helps me think. And all the work makes me sleep soundly at night.
You should be sleeping well tonight anyway. You know, without all that chirping right outside your window.
Yes, such a noisy little thing that robin was.
I wonder what happened to it. And we both know it wasn't an evil squirrel. Cinderella straightened and met my gaze, smiling.
Please, Drizella, do I look like the kind of girl who murders birds?
No, but looks can be very deceiving.
People only see what they want to see. Luckily for me, they always want to see an angel.
Without a shadow of a doubt then, I knew this girl was a psychopath. I just stayed away from her as much as possible. I was also glad that Mother was spending less time with her since she'd recently found gardening and spent hours outside taking interest in dirt and compost. I was happy she had a healthy hobby, until I walked into the living room one afternoon to find her and Cinderella's father sipping tea and holding hands. What's going on here?
What does it look like?
I'm hoping he's about to flip your palm over and read your future because no other explanation will make much sense.
Drizella, I know it's been hard on you since your father left and you miss him.
Nope, not even a little, not even at all. Speak for yourself.
Honey, a woman needs a man in her life. His companionship, his strong hands, his opinions. What I'm trying to say is, Mr. Rivers and I, we're...
No. If your next words are in love, I'm throwing myself out the window.
Will you just let me finish?
Fine.
In love.
Great. Fantastic. Open the window with your strong hands, Mr. Rivers, so I can throw myself out.
Why would you be so upset, Drizella?
And then, to always make things worse, Cinderella walked in.
It's a beautiful thing for two lonely widowers to find love again.
My father isn't dead.
We don't know that.
Oh my God. Had she found a way to get rid of him too? No, she was just saying things to irk me. Cinderella put her hand on my arm.
We're like family already. This just feels like it was meant to be.
I really thought I might gouge Cinderella's blue eyes out with a fork. So I stormed off, grabbed a horse, and rode furiously, not even sure where I was headed. I just had to get away. I remembered an old estate on the hill that had burned down decades ago. It had never been rebuilt, but the library had survived. I'd sneaked in there a few times before, and I definitely needed abandoned ruins to rage in right now. I pushed open the creaky library door, grabbed a book randomly from the shelves, and plopped myself onto the couch next to a pile of dusty blankets. But then, the pile moved. I turned around, terrified, to see a boy emerge from under the blankets.
Oh, wow, it's just one girl. I thought an army of banshees had descended upon me.
Are you a ghost?
No, but that scream should have woken all dead people within a 5-mile radius. Ow! What was that for?
If it had passed through you, it would have meant you're a ghost. I was just checking.
Did you miss the part where I specifically said no to that question?
Why would I expect a ghost to tell the truth?
Then why even ask?
Okay, fair point. What are you doing here, blending into the furniture?
Exactly that. I just wanted to disappear for a while. What about yourself? This isn't the most obvious hangout spot for a girl like you.
A girl like me?
Well, you don't look homeless in your silk gown.
You're not exactly some local goat farmer yourself.
How dare you? I'll have you know I milked a goat. Once. It ran away crying, but still. My name's Henry.
Henry what?
Just Henry. First name Just.
Okay then. Just Henry. Countess Dracula.
Charmed to make your acquaintance. Now, is there any chance we could both disappear here together for a while? We don't have to talk about what we're running away from.
I like the sound of that. And somehow, after that, Henry and I started meeting at the old estate. Not often, maybe once every week. We didn't ask why the other was there. We didn't even ask real names. Of course, a part of me was growing curious, but not knowing also felt weirdly nice. Like we were two fugitives, hiding out here and talking about books, ideas, the world, anything but ourselves. But one afternoon, as I rode back home after meeting him, I came upon a scene of chaos. Mother was wailing like someone had died, Anastasia was blocking out the sound with pastries, and Cinderella was on the floor at Mother's feet, a picture of despair. It turned out that Mr. Rivers was a greasy rat who had run off with Mother's jewels, and he'd left Cinderella behind. Man, I would have given him the jewels myself if he'd just taken her.
He took advantage of me. He played with my heart and threw dirt in my eyes. I will never forgive him. I will tear out every flower he planted with my bare hands.
For a moment, I felt hope. Surely Mother would toss Cinderella out after this. She would be a constant reminder of his betrayal.
Please don't send me away. Please don't send me away. This is the only place I've ever felt safe. I will do whatever you ask of me. Please, I love you. I love our home, Mother.
Ugh.
Oh, my poor, precious child. How could I hate you? You're betrayed and abandoned just like me. Of course you will stay here, and we will heal together.
Anastasia and I were abandoned too, and Mother never paid attention to our healing. As Cinderella sobbed into Mother's lap, she shot me a sideways glance that clearly said, "Checkmate." Mr. Rivers' betrayal just cemented Cinderella's place in our home more firmly. Now she wasn't just beautiful, she was tragic too. She needed love and care, and everyone from the servants to the house cat wanted to give it to her. Mother now referred to her as my precious girl, while Anastasia and I were quietly downgraded to the other two. And I just found being around Cinderella unbearable. It's not like I was even needed around the house anymore. So I started slipping away more often to Henry. One afternoon, we decided to explore the woods near the estate. And barely 20 minutes in, there was a loud snap, a startled yelp, and I turned around to see Henry dangling upside down from a tree in a hunter's trap. I couldn't help laughing as he flailed around, trying to reach up and unhook himself.
A little help before I pass out, maybe?
I was just waiting for you to ask. I started tugging at the trap rope, but Henry kept giving me instructions nonstop.
You're doing it wrong. Step to your left, pull tighter, then twist. No, not like that. Oh, you'll break it.
Do you think I'm a helpless little girl who can't possibly figure out a rope trap for herself?
Have you ever seen a rope trap before in your life?
Of course not, because all I do is embroider cushions and sigh dramatically.
I bet you don't even know how to embroider.
You're right. I hate it. My threads get so tangled up that I want to poke someone in the eye with my needle.
Violent and unladylike. You're a real catch.
I yanked hard at the rope, and his face swung towards mine. Suddenly, we were too close, and his lashes were longer than any boy's had a right to be.
Ooh, your eyes are really pretty.
Flattery isn't gonna make me help you faster.
No, really. They're dark and deep, like pools one could drown in.
That's just the blood rushing to your head. I quickly moved to brace the rope again, when suddenly I noticed his shirt had slipped to reveal his belt, which had a silver crest. The royal crest. Wait, are you from the palace?
Define from.
Define it before I drop you straight on your head.
Technically, yes.
Are you the court jester? The guy who polishes the king's shoes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna need better answers before I help you. I pushed him hard and sent him swinging like a pendulum.
Oh, come on, Lady Dracula, just let me down.
That's when I heard boots thundering through the woods. And before I could react, a pair of soldiers in armor grabbed me roughly by the arms. Another two swooped in, expertly cutting Henry down and catching him before he face-planted into the dirt.
Endangering the crown prince is a punishable offense, girl.
Endangering the who now?
Stand down, and she's harmless, unless she has a needle and thread in her hands.
I just gaped at him. You're the crown prince?
Yes, first name, Crown, second name, Prince.
You told me just Henry.
Well, I am just Henry sometimes. You never asked follow-up questions. You will say nothing of this to anyone, men. Same as you. Keep quiet about my visits here. Is that understood?
Yes, Your Highness.
Your Highness? Your Highness?
You look like you're both spiraling and want to murder me.
No, that's just my normal expression.
Now, since we're being honest and going for full disclosure...
You're a liar who got forced into telling the truth.
How about you tell me your real name, too?
Drizella.
That's pretty. Dracula suits you better.
Lots of names are coming to my mind for you, but I shall refrain from using them since I know who you are now. Good day, Your Highness.
Hey, don't let this change things between us.
But I kept walking without turning to reply. How could it not change things between us? The boy I'd been sneaking off to meet, regularly insulted, hit a couple of times, and maybe, possibly, definitely liked, was the freaking crown prince. I didn't go back to the estate for days, still finding the truth about him too overwhelming. But eventually, I cracked. So I rode back to the old estate one afternoon, and my heart skipped a beat to find him already there, throwing pebbles into a broken fountain.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. I was beginning to think you died. Or got married.
Sorry to disappoint you, but still alive and unwed.
You know, I was this close to going around town and knocking on random doors to inquire after a girl with violent tendencies and great hair.
I just rolled my eyes, but inside, I was smiling stupidly. We just sat in silence for a while.
I come here sometimes because it's all just too much. The title, the expectations, the spotlight. I don't even get along with my father mostly. I know I'm gonna sound like an ungrateful brat, but sometimes I just don't want to be the prince.
I come here for quite the opposite reason, I suppose. I feel invisible in my own house, completely replaced by my stepsister. My pride wouldn't let me say the gardener's daughter. She's perfect. Everyone admires and adores her. It's not hard to see why.
Come on, no one's perfect.
Oh no, she really is. I'm sure this sounds like some petty sister jealousy, and it doesn't compare to your royal problems. But honestly, they don't sound so bad. No one expects anything from me. Well, except maybe being more ladylike so I can marry some stuffy lord one day. But you could do so much with your life, Henry. And people expect things from you because you're important. Because you matter. Henry reached across the space between us and slipped his fingers through mine.
You matter to me.
As my heart tripped over itself, he leaned in and kissed me. It was clumsy at first. Our noses bumped, my hair got stuck in his stupid jacket, and we started laughing. But it was so sweet and real. And for a while, I forgot Cinderella, I forgot he was royalty, I forgot about everything. It was just me and Henry. I floated through the next few weeks like some lovesick idiot. Of course, like any self-respecting lady, I didn't show it.
You're grinning like you've got a clothes hanger stuck in your mouth. What is so funny about my art?
I wasn't grinning. And what art?
The one you're staring at, my masterpiece. I made this cat sculpture from old socks and glue.
Ah, that art. The one cleverly disguised as garbage. It's the loveliest duck I've ever seen.
Cat. It's a cat.
Yes, that's what I said. It was the happiest I'd ever felt in my entire stupid life, which naturally meant the universe had to kick me in the teeth soon. One afternoon at the estate, Henry sat me down with a serious look I didn't like one bit.
I have to leave for a while.
What, running away to join the circus?
No. Father's sending me across the sea for an official royal delegation. It could be months, even a year, maybe.
I forgot how to breathe for a few seconds.
Drizella, you made me realize that I need to take my position and privilege more seriously instead of whining about it. So, yeah, I'm really trying.
I'm really proud of you, Henry, and I just know you're gonna be brilliant. But a small, selfish part of me wanted to scream, "Don't go, just stay." We promised to write regularly, no matter what, and for a while, his letters were the only thing keeping me sane. Of course, I always picked them up from the post office. I didn't want to draw anyone's attention to our correspondence.
Dearest Countess Dracula, you will be thrilled to know that the local delicacy here is fermented fish eyeballs. Guess who had to eat 3? Smiling all the while. I cannot sleep at night because I keep imagining those eyeballs swimming around my gut, winking at each other. Send help.
Dearest one-time goat milker, they cry too easily. Of course, it wasn't ideal, but every letter kept him close. And for now, it was enough. But then, the letters stopped coming. At first, I told myself it was all fine. There could be a million reasons for delays. But when 2 months passed by with no word, I started to feel a bit crazy.
Still nothing for you, same as earlier this afternoon. You want me to save you a trip and scream no at you from across the street every morning? You might consider picking up a hobby. How about embroidery?
I wasn't getting any letters, but I didn't stop sending them. Pages filled with jokes, questions, news, bad drawings. But weeks and weeks went by, and still, there was no reply. By now, my heart was filled with dread. What if something had happened to him? But if that was the case, the news would be everywhere. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella,
Hi, I'm Ava from Ohio. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. School was always a breeze for me. I aced all my classes, math, English, science, you name it, all A's. But grades were never my main concern because I had a bigger dream, to become an Olympic gymnast. My gymnastics coach Jenny saw potential in me. I was her star student, and she was confident I'd bring home a gold medal someday. Jenny was more than a coach to me. She was like a second mom. She'd invite me over for dinner after practices, and I found myself going over quite often. You see, my own mom wasn't a bad person, but we didn't always get along perfectly. She was often moody and quick to anger, which made my 3 older brothers keep their distance as much as possible. I knew she wasn't a bad person. She was just a bit challenging at times, and hanging out with Jenny just felt easier. One night, after a really hard practice, Jenny saw I was feeling down, so she took me to her place, picked out some inspiring sports movies, and got my favorite snacks ready. Ava, when you're out there, you're not just doing gymnastics, you're showing everyone what it means to love what you do. That's why you're amazing. We laughed, cried a bit watching the movies, and talked about our dreams, but Jenny had one flaw. Her daughter, Becca, a year older than me, often behaved like she was 5 years younger than me. She was impulsive and wild. Becca would dress weirdly and act irrationally, and she never respected Jenny. During dinner one time, she showed up wearing the brightest neon colors and chewing gum. You know, Mom, I always thought I looked like you, but today I looked in the mirror and I suddenly realized that I was pretty, like model pretty. So there's no way I look like you because, Mom, let's face it, you're ugly. Well, I'd love for my daughter to be prettier than me. Any real mom would love that. Real mom? Yeah, right. You're a hypocrite who's too busy kissing her trainee's butt for some extra money. No, she's nice to me because I'm good with her and treat her well. So why don't you go home and be good with your own mom? This is not normal. You have your family, spend time with them. Try it. That's enough. It's okay, Jenny. I'm leaving anyway. Are you joining us for breakfast? Then maybe Mom might make breakfast for a change. Otherwise, she's hurrying off every morning for your training sessions. And with that, she left for some late party. Jenny apologized to me and I said it was fine. I kissed her cheek and left. But after that day, Jenny suddenly changed. She became distant and colder towards me. Then, unexpectedly, she said she couldn't be my coach anymore. With the Olympic trials just a month away, I couldn't understand why. Why, Coach? Why are you quitting on me now? You're amazing, really. It's just, is it because of Becca? I promise, I'll stop hanging out at your place. She wouldn't spill what was really going on. She just kept crying and saying she was sorry and then shut down her gym. Next thing I knew, she'd even moved from her current place. I was crushed. I stayed in my room for days, feeling really down. I thought I was done with gymnastics. Without Jenny, it seemed pointless. I swore I'd never practice again. My brothers did their best to make me feel better. They even tried reaching out to Jenny, but no luck there. Then one day, Mom came into my room and said something that really hit me hard. You're my favorite, and it hurts me to see you this sad. I know it's tough, but your talent and determination make me so proud to be your mom. Maybe you could try to start training again? What Mom said really affected me. Even though she had always let me do what I wanted, I never really knew she appreciated my talent so much. I decided to push away the hurt I felt at being let down by Jenny and focus on the love I had for my real mom. And her encouragement made it feel right to pick up gymnastics again. But little did I know, training for the Olympics on my own would be a lot harder than I'd imagined, especially when I found out that Olivia, the richest and most popular girl in school, was a gymnast too, and she was going to do anything to get me to give up. She'd turn up in the gym whenever I was practicing and kept ruining my focus with her dumb comments. Next, my equipment started disappearing from my locker. I knew it was Olivia trying to sabotage me, so I started hiding it in the school boiler room. Olivia had a boyfriend named Derek. He was a nice guy, not like Olivia at all. He wasn't rich or from her social circle, and I thought Olivia was only with him because he was attractive and seemed perfect. They often fought in public. Olivia would yell at him, calling him terrible names. When he finally said he wanted to break up, she'd start crying and begging for forgiveness, making a scene until he stayed. Even though she was richer and more powerful, she acted as if he was the boss in their relationship, which was odd because she was usually so tough and bossy. One day, while I was practicing my routine in the school gymnasium, Derek saw me do 2 full rotations in a pike position during basketball practice.
Whoa, Ava, that was amazing. How'd you learn to do that?
I told him I was naturally good at most sports, and we were having a good time talking when Olivia walked into the gym. And when she saw the 2 of us together, she got jealous. Nice shirt, Ava. Where did you get it from? The Lost and Found?
Whoa, babe, that wasn't very nice.
Are you joking, Derek? It looks awful.
I don't think it's awful at all. Why are you always like this?
As the 2 of them started fighting, I walked out of the gym to avoid their drama. Then, later that day, Derek caught up with me and said he and Olivia had broken up.
Ava, would you like to have dinner with me sometime?
Are you asking me out?
Yeah, is that okay?
Isn't it too soon? You just broke up with Olivia.
I've broken up with her 100 times before, Ava. Our relationship's been over for a long time, but if you don't feel comfortable with this, I understand.
I guess losing my coach and training alone had made me feel quite low lately, and Derek seemed like a nice guy, so I said yes. That was a huge mistake. At first, Derek was great. He was fun and seemed to care a lot, and I appreciated his love and support. But after a few days, Derek started to act like I owed him everything. He got super clingy and always wanted me to hang out with him. I can't today. I have practice.
I don't get it. I left Olivia for you because I thought you were nicer, but you're just an arrogant snob.
Suddenly, I could see through him. He was just trying to mess with my head. Maybe even Olivia had put him up to it to throw me off my training. I see what you're up to, Derek, but why? Are you just playing games like you did with Olivia? Or are you caught up in Olivia's games?
Do you really see what I'm up to? Here's a clue. Coach Jenny.
What does Coach Jenny have to do with you?
Let me spell it out for you. Becca, Jenny's daughter.
What? Why would you be involved with that psycho?
Don't call her that, okay? I don't like that.
Oh, wow. So there is someone who sent you to ruin my life, but it's not Olivia. It's Becca?
Oh, Olivia's nobody. Her tough act is just a facade. She's the weakest person I've met. I had the best time with her. She'd buy me whatever food I wanted. Yes, she's crazy and would call me names whenever I drove her mad, but she'd regret it instantly like a scared toddler.
Okay, listen. I'm bored of this drama already. It's over, we're over. I go back to my training, and you go back to your girl. Olivia if you're hungry, or Becca if you're thirsty.
You might actually want to head home and see what's going on there.
What do you mean by that?
After what we did to Jenny, you think we'd stop? It's your turn, babe.
What do you mean? What did you do to Jenny?
Man, you're annoying. I'm out of here. Just go home.
With that, he stormed off. I felt a mix of confusion and worry. What had they done to Jenny? And what was happening at my house? Driven by fear, I rushed home. And upon arriving, I was shocked to see smoke billowing from the house. I ran to my neighbors, who immediately called 911. The police and firefighters arrived on the scene in minutes. Fortunately, nobody was home, so there were no injuries. And because I got there when I did, the house didn't suffer much damage. I shared Derek's comments with the police, but they got back to me later saying he denied having said anything of the sort, and they had no proof to take any action against him. Also, when they'd tracked Jenny's address down and gone to her place, her daughter had answered the door, saying she was completely fine. Becca can't be trusted. Can you please give me the address so I can make sure?
That's private information, ma'am. We can't disclose it. You are not related to Miss Jenny in any way, and if her daughter says she is okay, we have no reason to believe otherwise.
After the fire incident, I felt upset and lost and unable to focus on anything. Finally, I decided to meet up with Olivia and told her everything, who was apparently also fed up with Derek for being a manipulative jerk. I know we're not friends, but sometimes you have to join forces with an enemy to take down a common one. Do you have any clue what Derek meant? He once introduced me to his cousin named Becca, which was obviously a lie. He talked about her having a rough time with her mom and said he was helping her. I actually have Becca's number. Can you reach out to her? Get her to meet me, please? I have to find out if Jenny is okay. I might do that, or maybe even more. My dad can hire someone to track down Jenny for you, and in exchange, you want me to back out of the competition so you have a better shot at winning, huh? Exactly. Deal. But for now, can you arrange a meeting with her? Just tell her you want to meet her. Don't mention me, of course. The night before the big meetup with Becca, I couldn't shake off the unease. I was about to trade my dreams for some peace of mind. All the sweat and tears I'd shed in the gym would go to waste. But I also needed to know if Jenny was okay. So I ended up pouring my heart out to my mom. I didn't expect much, honestly. But Mom, in her own surprising way, gave me the clarity I desperately needed. Ava, sometimes the hardest choices reveal our true priorities. It's not just about winning or losing, it's about what you're willing to fight for. Remember, your value isn't measured by a medal, but by the courage to follow your heart, even when it leads down a difficult path. Her words resonated with me. I was going to meet Becca tomorrow. When I arrived at the cafe, Olivia was waiting for me at the entrance. Her look had a hint of sympathy. Becca isn't alone. Jenny is here too, and I think there's something wrong here. It's like Becca treats Jenny as a slave. She brought her to this meeting to hold her bags and stuff. I was stunned for a few moments. The thought of seeing Jenny made me emotional. Olivia stayed with me for a couple of minutes outside until I calmed down. Then I went inside.
Ava, you can't be here.
Tears welled up in my eyes. Why? What's going on? Ugh, here come the tears. Let's hold hands and cry. What are you even doing here, Ava?
Ava, you know I care about you, but Becca, she's...
What, Mom? Say it, Jenny. This is your chance.
Becca, you've been unstable. She threatened me, Ava. It was getting out of hand. One day, she tried to do what she and Derek did to your house while locking me in the bathroom. She said she'd let me out, only if I promised to close my gym and stop training you.
I'd do anything to ruin you and Ava. Derek and I have more plans. Derek is the only one who loves me and worships me.
I always loved you, but I couldn't make you happy.
Oh, shut up. Suddenly, Becca lunged at her mom. Right then, police officers surrounded us and restrained Becca.
Becca, you're going to need to come with us. We've heard enough, and it sounds serious. So you and Derek might be facing juvenile detention.
Olivia and I had called the police beforehand in case Becca made any confessions, and they heard everything. Thanks, Olivia. Giving up the competition felt worth it. Actually, I think you should compete. May the best girl win. Why help me now, Olivia? I realized winning only means something if I compete with the best, and that's you, Ava. I guess this is me trying to do the right thing for once. So this is about respect? Yeah, respect. And maybe a bit of trying to be better myself. I'm sorry for everything, Ava. She winked and walked away. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I hugged Jenny again, although I could feel how hurt she was over Becca. Looks like we're back to the hard training, just like old times. And Becca? She'll always be my daughter. I'll do my best to help her, even if she pushes me away. 2 weeks later, standing on the stage, I won first place. Surrounded by my proud mom, Jenny's joy, my brother's support, and even Olivia's half smile, I felt on top of the world. True victory comes from within, beyond any medal.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I grew up in a mansion with my rich aunt Judith, who ran a successful luxury jewelry brand. After having her daughter Riri, she couldn't have any more children, so she adopted me as a baby. My aunt loved to spoil me, but deep down I always wondered if it was because she truly cared or because she felt sorry for me. When I was 5, I won a singing competition, and she gifted me a massive dollhouse. I was happy the entire day, until my cousin Riri ruined it. She was 3 years older than me, taller, prettier, and meaner. She had everything, but somehow my very existence offended her.
Seriously? She gets a castle for singing a stupid song? Meanwhile, I asked for a bathtub filled with melted chocolate, and you said no.
Riri, first you wanted a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments, then a tiara for your dog, and now a chocolate bathtub? And I told you, she's special. Be smart like her and ask for something reasonable.
First of all, a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments is actually a brilliant idea, especially at my age. It helps me build confidence, which is what you need to be successful. But of course you wouldn't see that, just like you somehow think a song from your little charity case is castle-worthy.
The words stung, but I pretended they didn't. My aunt always told me to ignore her, but it was hard when she made it her life's mission to make me feel small. I used to always ask about my mom. I only had one picture of her holding me, and I kept it with me everywhere I went, folded, worn, and almost falling apart. When I got older, things only got worse. By 5th grade, I had stopped growing. At 4'11", I was the shortest kid in school, and people noticed, not in a good way. Sometimes it made me so frustrated that I avoided everyone and spent time alone. My aunt would check on me, but I didn't want to burden her any more than I already did. It was enough that she had Riri as a crazy daughter.
You're like my daughter, Isabel. You can tell me anything.
Like. She said, like her daughter. I knew she meant well, but somehow that one little word stuck with me. One time, our school took us to an amusement park. I was sitting alone when the new girl Daphne walked up to me. She was tall, confident, and way too friendly for my liking.
Why are you just sitting here like a statue? Come on, it's a field trip. Act like it.
Thanks for the motivational speech. Now get to the point.
Jeez, someone's cranky. I'm just asking if you want to go on a ride with me. I don't feel like going alone.
We got in line, and I was nervous but excited until the ride attendant stopped us.
Sorry, kid, you don't meet the height requirement. Maybe get your mommy to ride with you.
I wanted to disappear.
She's with me. I'm her older sister, and I'll make sure she's safe.
The attendant gave us a look, then shrugged and let us in. Seriously? This is your brilliant plan?
You're welcome, short stack.
From that day on, Daphne and I grew closer. We became BFFs, and it was amazing having her around, especially with Riri constantly making my life miserable. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, I got accepted into an elite summer camp for free because of my high grades. My aunt was so proud, she bought me a new car.
Why would you buy her a car she can't even drive? And even if she could, she'd never reach the steering wheel.
Aunt bought me the car for the driver to pick me up in it. Not my fault you're only good at failing and bullying.
How dare you! I'll catch you and sit on you.
Riri charged at me, but I spun away effortlessly, landing in a perfect stance on the other side of the room.
Oh dear, how many talents do you have?
Aunt Judith immediately enrolled me in a gymnastics team, and soon I became the best one there. And with every perfect landing, every gold medal, I hoped maybe this would make her love me even more.
Your mom also used to be a gymnast.
Hearing that made me feel closer to her. And from that moment, I loved gymnastics even more. But all this gymnastic thing only made Riri even more jealous. Instead of improving herself, Riri just got worse. She started sneaking out, wasting money on useless things, and hanging out with shallow friends. One night, Aunt Judith got a phone call from the police station. They had arrested Riri after she and her friends vandalized the principal's house and threw eggs at all the neighborhood cars. Aunt had to pay a hefty fine and cover the damages to get Riri out of trouble.
Oh, why can't you be a normal child?
Oh, you mean like Isabel? The perfect little angel who never talks back, never does anything wrong? Why don't you just adopt her and finally get rid of me?
Hey, don't talk to Auntie like that. She loves you. You just refuse to act like a daughter.
Shut up! No one's talking to you. This is between me and my mother, you charity case!
That's enough, Riri. I have given you enough chances, and you've always disappointed me.
And what about you? You got her home and forgot about me. I'm done being a second fiddle in my own house. I'm going to that fancy boarding school in France. Go ahead, let Isabel call you Mommy instead.
Aunt and Riri had a huge fight, and after a few days, Riri left for boarding school in France. I knew Aunt loved me, but I also knew no matter what, she would always love Riri more. And that was okay. Riri was her real daughter after all. Aunt tried to hide her sadness, but it was clear. She wasn't happy that Riri left. I guess this is what they mean when they say a parent's love is unconditional, even when their child doesn't deserve it. At least I had Daphne around, but things at her house weren't great. Her dad was unemployed, yet he'd go missing for days and then come back like nothing happened. Her mom worked 2 jobs just to make ends meet.
You know what annoys me? Not just that my dad is a useless human being, but also a liar. He keeps bragging about having another family. We know it's all nonsense, but it still hurts. I just wish Mom would finally stand up to him and leave him for good. She's incredible and doesn't need him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that's all you've got? You're terrible at this, you know that?
Hey, I've told you 100 times already, and here I am saying it for the 101st time. Just come live with me. Aunt Judith already agreed. She likes you and thinks you're a good kid.
She'd think anyone is a good kid compared to the airhead she gave birth to.
One day, when I was in 9th grade, my aunt told me she had to go on a business trip for an entire month. I tried to convince her to stay, but she wouldn't change her mind.
Isabel, this is a huge opportunity for me. I can't miss it. Besides, you're a responsible kid. You can have Daphne stay over, and I'm sure you two will have the best time.
That night, I slept next to Aunt Judith because I knew I was going to miss her a lot. A few days later, Daphne came to stay with me. One afternoon, while we were chilling in the living room, someone knocked on the door. I opened it and saw a beggar standing there. She had a scarf wrapped around her and wore oversized sunglasses. But something about her felt weirdly familiar.
Oh, dear. God gave you a big mansion, not because you necessarily work harder than everyone else, but because luck was given to you. Keep passing on His goodness, and He will give you more. A few coins is all I ask to feed my children.
Yeah, sure. Wait here.
Would you be a dear and let me in? I've been walking since morning, just a moment of rest, and that's all I ask. I won't forget this favor. I'll keep you in my prayers, always.
I didn't see the harm, so I let her in. Halfway up the stairs, I suddenly remembered I'd left my purse downstairs. I turned back, and there she was, standing by the entryway, grabbing a crystal diamond decoration off the side table and shoving it into her bag. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing my shout, Daphne rushed out from the living room and grabbed the woman's wrist, stopping her mid-motion. I ran down and yanked off her sunglasses and scarf.
Mom? I can explain. I didn't know this was your friend's house. I swear.
But still! Mom, you're a thief! How could you do this?
I'm not a thief. I ask rich people for help. And sometimes I take a little. So what? They won't even notice.
Oh my god! Is this your side job? Or is this the whole job? Begging and stealing?
How else am I supposed to feed you? Pay for your bills? You think that useless, worthless father of yours is gonna do it?
They started arguing, Daphne freaking out, her mom making excuses like it wasn't a big deal. Enough! They both turned to me. Just go. I'll talk to my aunt and see how we can help. Daphne's mom scoffed, grabbed her bag, and stormed out.
You don't have to do anything for us. I'll leave for now.
Then she was gone. That night she sent me a message. Things at home are chaotic. I'll talk to you in a few days. I didn't see her for days. I understood her though. I would never have judged her. I didn't want to pressure her, so I gave her space. At least I still had my aunt, and I was FaceTiming her almost every night. But one night, no matter how many times I called, she didn't answer. I remembered her assistant's number, so I called. She told me they had been searching for my aunt since that morning when she left on her private jet for a short domestic flight. They had lost all contact with the crew and suspected that something had gone wrong. My heart dropped. I kept praying for her safety, but a familiar fear crept in. The same hollow, aching feeling I barely remembered from when my mom was gone. Except this time, I was old enough to understand the weight of it. The next day, I heard the doorbell ring.
Miss me, cousin?
Riri had just moved back into the mansion like before. But what about your school?
It's my last year, and I wasn't feeling like finishing it. Also, I heard about Mom, so I came to be by your side, cousin.
How did you hear about Aunt Judith?
In case you forgot, I am her daughter. We talk. And her assistant told me the same thing she told you, so I immediately booked a flight and came here. Oh, by the way, I brought a guest. I hope he doesn't bother you. But if he does, well, I don't care. This is my mansion. This is my home.
Just then, her guest stepped inside, and I couldn't help but notice how familiar he looked. Is he your boyfriend?
On trial. I haven't made up my mind yet. He's my classmate, but he's a cutie, right? On a scale of 10, solid 9, yeah?
I looked closer at him. My stomach dropped. The resemblance was unreal. He looked just like Daphne. His name was Nathan. Riri kept insisting that he and I were strictly forbidden from interacting with each other.
Never talk to him.
What if he is, I don't know, coughing and about to die?
If he's dying, you call me. Riri, an emergency! But if he's just coughing and clearly just needs a glass of water, then you call me, Riri, an emergency! See the difference? First one is Riri. Second one is Riri. Got it? Or do I need to write it down for you?
What's it like going through life without a single working brain cell?
Say that again.
Let me simplify it for you. You are stew. Before I could finish, Riri lunged at me. I started kicking her, but she knocked me down and sat on top of me, pinning me in place.
God, I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Jeez, when did you get this fat? No wonder you wanted a bathtub full of chocolate. You were planning to drink it. I shouted for the maids and shoved Riri so hard that she stumbled back, knocking over her boyfriend, who apparently had been about to pull her off me. He winced in pain, then she smacked his neck.
Man up! Instead of defending me, you just stood there like an idiot watching.
No, he didn't just stand there. He tried to help me. He was pulling you off.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He already likes me. Nathan opened his mouth to speak.
Shh! Is that your mouth moving? You don't talk, you don't breathe, you don't blink unless I give you permission.
Then she grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. What is she hiding this time? For the next few days, Riri treated Nathan like her personal assistant. He carried her bags, brought her breakfast, and basically followed her around like a lost puppy. I tried to corner him multiple times, but he always ignored me. Until one day he was struggling to balance a ridiculous tower of whipped cream, marshmallows, and a giant stack of pancakes in one hand, while clutching a bunch of papers in the other. He nearly lost his footing. I quickly stepped in, grabbing some of the toppling food just in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nathan. I'm here if you need anything.
And I'm here if you need a punch in the face, cousin.
As Nathan walked away, a piece of paper slipped from his hand and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up. It was a card with his face on it, the words written in big fancy letters. Happy 18, dear. Wait, 18? How could he be in Riri's class if he was already an adult? The place felt suffocating, so I decided to visit Daphne for a change. But as I got closer to the door, I heard shouting and screams. I rang the bell and Daphne opened it without a care in the world.
Oh, cool. Perfect timing. Come, enjoy the show.
Inside, her mom was swinging a kitchen spoon wildly, while her dad sat on the couch, calmly playing on Daphne's iPad, the one she had won in her school's science competition.
You spent my last $20 on a lottery ticket? I was supposed to buy dinner!
It's called investing. You don't get rich without taking risks. And when I do, I'm moving in with my other family.
She swung the spoon at his head, but he ducked just in time. The spoon smacked the lamp instead.
She's always aiming for the head, but his survival instincts are getting too good.
Why don't you go steal some money, woman? Make yourself useful.
I'm gonna steal your kidney in your sleep.
All right, it's getting too graphic. Let's go to the park.
As we walked out, I couldn't help but think about how messed up everything was. Not just Daphne's family, but mine too. And all I wanted was to be hugged, whether by my aunt or my mom. Just someone who felt like home. Days turned into weeks, and I kept trying to contact Aunt Judith, but there was still no sign of her. With each passing day, the silence grew heavier, and hopelessness started to sink in. A few days later, Riri decided to throw a party, despite my constant arguing. Your mom is still missing. How could you even think about throwing a party?
I would throw a party or even run for the presidency if I wanted. That's none of your business, Shorty.
I knew there was no point in arguing with her, so I decided to use this to my advantage. Maybe I could get Daphne to come and meet Nathan. Plus, we could wear costumes. 1, to embarrass Riri, and 2, to get Daphne involved in helping me figure out who Nathan really was without Riri finding out. On the night of the party, Daphne and I walked in dressed as Riri's biggest failed dreams. I wore a bathtub costume, covered head to toe in fake dripping chocolate. On the front, a golden nameplate read, Riri's Royal Spa, where luxury meets chocolate. Daphne, on the other hand, had a giant cardboard mirror strapped to her chest that read, You are beautiful, Riri, every time she pressed a button. The room went silent for a moment. Then, boom, everyone burst out laughing. Riri stormed toward us, eyes flaring.
Isabel, what do you think you're doing? I know this is you from your height. You look like an elf-sized jacuzzi.
Then she turned to Daphne and smacked the button on Daphne's mirror.
Okay, this can stay. Mates! Catch that infant-sized hot tub and throw her away!
Next thing I knew, I was sitting in my room watching the party from the window when I spotted Daphne moving toward Nathan. She stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly froze. Her whole body tensed. Then without hesitation, she whipped around and bolted toward me.
Not so fast.
Before Daphne could make it out, Riri grabbed her by the arm.
We're making a line. Everyone gets a turn to press your button. I want to reinforce the saying that I'm very beautiful until it becomes an absolute truth.
By the time Daphne finally broke free, half an hour had passed. She burst into my room, gasping like she had just run a marathon.
He just looks like a lost brother.
Then maybe he is? Didn't your father always say he had another family? We spent the next hour throwing out every possibility, debating whether this was just a coincidence or something bigger. You know, I always thought Riri was just jealous and angry at me. But when Aunt went missing, I really believed, just for a second, that maybe she'd understand what it's like to live without a mom.
And then?
And then she threw a party. We were so caught up in conversation that we lost track of time until we heard voices downstairs. We rushed over and peeked from an angle where they couldn't see us. The party was over, and for the first time, Riri and Nathan were arguing.
How could you spill juice on the most important guest tonight? She's a modeling agent, and I invited her to impress her.
I'm sorry, Riri. I didn't mean to.
Oh, great! And what exactly will your sorry fix now? She's never going to pick me.
She was never going to pick you anyway.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
No. Say that again, you worthless idiot piece of dirt.
Before she could finish, Nathan suddenly shoved her, like even he didn't realize he was going to. She stumbled back, looking stunned.
How dare you!
She lunged at him, running, but tripped on the carpet and passed out. We ran down to her and called 911. Nathan looked shaken, his hands trembling.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I have no. I'm sorry.
We reached the hospital and Riri was immediately taken into the ICU. Nathan and I were waiting outside when this gum-chewing redhead nurse walked over. How is she?
She's stable.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, I didn't think you'd take the news so well. You're tough for such a tiny person.
What do you mean? You said she's stable.
Yes, like not getting any worse.
So she's getting better?
Oh no, not at all. Relax. I just mean she's not worse. She's exactly the same, unmoving, frozen in time like a statue.
God, can we just go in and see her?
Yeah, sure. Especially since it'll be the last time.
What?
The last time she's out cold.
Stop talking riddles and tell me if she's gonna be okay.
Well, I'm afraid I've tried everything I could.
Let her continue.
And now the best doctor in the hospital is in the room looking after your sister, so yeah, she'll be okay.
I wanted to rip off the nurse's head, but thankfully Riri woke up and we all rushed inside.
Someone pushed me. Someone wanted to kill me.
Whoa, no one was trying to push her. The annoying nurse was fussing over her, clearly impressed by the wealth and wasting no time kissing up to her.
Well, looking at her injury, it does seem like someone really wanted to hurt her. The shock in her eyes, This is classic post-traumatic stress. She's clearly in distress. The human mind reacts unpredictably to such violent events.
Oh, so now you're a therapist too?
Someone wanted me dead. Catch them!
Riri slowly raised her arm and pointed straight at Nathan. Before I could even think, I stepped in front of him. I did it.
Obviously! Who else would be that pathetic?
Well, that's a surprise confession, and a short one.
Nathan looked relieved, but I also caught him glancing at Daphne, his eyes scanning her carefully. The nurse called the police and they questioned me, but in the end, they just gave me a warning and left. For the next few days, I just avoided Riri and her boyfriend, but things with my aunt were not getting any better. I wanted to do something, so I kept visiting the police station, but they told me there was nothing else to do and that all search attempts had stopped. Then I had enough. I decided to attract media attention and start doing interviews. People began noticing my aunt's case, and some even joined me in peaceful protests. Daphne was right there by my side. But Riri, she never tried to help or even fake being concerned. She continued partying and wasting money left and right. One day, after finishing my TV interview, I went upstairs to lie down when I ran into Nathan on the way. He kept his head down, only glancing up when he got closer.
Psst! I never got the chance to thank you the other day. Why did you cover for me?
I just had a feeling I should. Who even are you?
I just can't say yet.
Are you related to Daphne? He paused, nodded once, then walked away without another word. I thought about contacting Daphne and telling her, but I decided to wait a bit longer. Maybe she would tell her mom, and her mom was always unpredictable. I figured it was time to get back to practicing gymnastics. I had stopped ever since Aunt Judith went missing, and now felt like the right time for a distraction. Sometimes healing comes from doing what you love, especially when I imagined my mom watching me, proud and smiling. I pushed myself a little too hard in practice and ended up hurting my leg. The doctor told me I needed to rest and avoid many activities for the next few weeks. Perfect. Just what I needed. Staying at home was boring, especially having to hear and see Riri's dumb fights.
Did you forget about my nail appointment? Nathan, you've been too distracted lately. I need sharp people around me, fast thinkers, geniuses. If I wanted stupidity, I'd talk to a goldfish or Isabel. So I'm doing you a favor. You're grounded until you learn how to think smarter. Don't ever leave the house.
With Riri always out partying, Nathan finally had the chance to talk to me alone. The idiot had literally given us the perfect opportunity after forbidding us from even looking at each other. How does someone get stupider this fast?
My name isn't Nathan. It's Alan. I was in Riri's class, and that's how I found out that she was from this town. So I figured if I got close to her, it would give me an excuse to come here without looking suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
Because I come from a really rich family. My mom's side, at least. My dad, though, he's a nobody. A total loser. And you already know who that is.
Daphne's dad?
Yes. I'm Daphne's stepbrother. My mom comes from a really rich background, but she fell in love with the wrong person and had me. Her father, my grandfather, never truly believed that my father existed and always saw me as a stain on the family. He never truly accepted me as his grandson and gave all his inheritance to my cousins instead. The ones with respectable fathers.
Wait, so your grandfather doesn't even know your dad is alive?
No. My mom tried her best to convince him, but without knowing where my dad was, we had no way to prove anything to my grandfather. Mom left a few years ago, and after that, there was no one left to help me uncover the truth. So I had to take matters into my own hands and search for him myself. It was only recently that I got a lead. My dad was in this town, but I couldn't come here alone. My cousins have always seen me as a threat, and if they found out that I was looking for my dad, they'd do everything in their power to stop me. If they found him first, they'd make sure I never did. I couldn't just show up without raising suspicions, so I needed a cover. That's where Riri came in. A rich, spoiled girl who wouldn't question why I was suddenly hanging around. All I had to do was play along, pretend to be interested in her, and make it seem like I was just another rich kid chasing wealth, at least as far as my cousins were concerned. Riri, on the other hand, thinks I'm some desperate, dumb, poor kid trying to break into her world. And honestly, that worked in my favor. So I posed as her boyfriend and came here. But it's been a painful journey.
But I found out you're 18. How are you even in Riri's class?
Well, I had to retake my senior year. All the drama with my family messed me up, and I failed the first time.
I told Nathan I'd talk to Daphne, explain everything, and that we would help his dad confess he's the father. I promised to do everything I could to help him out. When Daphne and Nathan finally met, it was awkward. But eventually things worked out, and her father agreed to go with Nathan to his grandfather and confess that he was his father, on one condition.
I might do it, but maybe you need to pay me $10,000.
All right.
I meant $20,000.
All right.
Daphne's dad started coughing, clutching his chest like a dying man.
Actually, $40,000.
All right.
Daphne's dad suddenly collapsed onto the couch, wheezing like he was on his deathbed.
I see the light. What I meant to say was
$50,000, and it's over. Daphne's dad immediately sat up, miraculously healed.
Pleasure doing business with you, son.
Nathan handed over the money, and just like that, the deal was sealed. Nathan also suggested helping us find Aunt Judith.
I have a feeling Riri is hiding something.
What do you mean? I know she's stupid, but not this evil. We should search her room. That night, we waited for Riri to go out, and the three of us snuck into her room. We searched everywhere, but found nothing.
What do you think you're doing?
We spun around to see Riri standing at the door, calmly licking Nutella off a spoon.
If you're looking for something to help you find Mom, don't bother. I already did. I hired expert investigators and they found her. Turns out she lost her memory on some island. I've been paying for her treatment. Don't worry, she's in one of the best hospitals. I just didn't feel like seeing her anytime soon.
Are you serious? We've been searching for her for months. The entire town has been helping us. Why didn't you say anything and save us all the effort and the stress? What is wrong with you?
And you were all very cute about it, very passionate. Gold star for effort. Calm down, she's fine. I'll give you the hospital's contact and you can deal with it from now on. I'm done. She never loved me. The only time she ever called was when I was in trouble.
Which is almost every day? She loved you unconditionally.
Shut up, Isabel. And by the way, Nathan, I know you're not poor. I'm not that dumb, but I did enjoy making you my personal servant.
And with that, she grabbed the bag she had already packed and walked out. A few days later, Aunt Judith was finally back with us. Her memory was still recovering, but after some hugs and tears, the first thing she did was pull out a worn-out picture from her pocket. It was of her, Riri, and me.
I remember you. You're Isabel, my daughter, right? Where's your older sister, Riri?
Hi guys, my name is Melanie, but call me Mel. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I used to live with my older brother Mark and my parents, who usually kept super busy with their work. With them gone for hours, Mark'd be responsible for the house and me. But that didn't come easy for him because I was a mess. As a kid, I was really wild and clumsy. I'd run around the house causing trouble, and he'd had to chase after me to keep me in check. No more chocolates, Mel. They ain't good for your teeth. But they're falling out anyways, brother, so let me have my fun. Even the kids at school would make fun of me for being weird and clumsy. But it all changed as I stepped into adolescence and the gorgeous genes in the family started to kick in. By the time I was 15, the same boys who'd teased me in my childhood now started asking me out. These are for you. Happy birthday, beautiful. Same to you. Little did they know I was still the same weird me on the inside. And Mark's protectiveness was all the more reason why I'd never gone on a single date. No doubt I loved him to bits. But he'd influence all the things I did at home and school, and it'd drive me crazy. Why did you throw away my party invitations? Why did you delete my Insta account? Why'd you sign me up for a geography class? Because that'll help you in your future. You should be thankful you have a brother like me, Mel. Or else, how are you gonna survive in this world? Happily. Saying that, I stormed out of his room, but later that night he came to me. Are you still mad at me, Mel? Okay, listen, I've always wanted the best for you since you were a kid. Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore, and you gotta stop controlling my life. Fine, you're gonna have it that ways anyways, because I'm moving out for college next week. What? I didn't know how to react because I was both happy and sad about him leaving. But after Mark left, I had this feeling that I could take complete control over my life, especially when Mom and Dad were moving to a new city for their work and I was shifting with them. Our new house was like a giant mansion, and my room had these big windows and a tall mirror that took up most of the north wall. But more than anything, I was excited about getting a fresh start at school because Mark wasn't here to hijack my life. So, on the very first day, I wore a gorgeous new dress to school. But just as I was making my way through the hallways, I stumbled and bumped into a girl who was holding giant paint buckets in her hands, and all of them came flying onto my dress. Holy jeez! I ended up on the floor, but the girl reached out her hand towards me. "Are you okay?" I took it and quickly got off my butt, but I couldn't believe my eyes. She had gorgeous blonde hair and the sweetest smile. It was like I had an instant crush. "I'm so sorry about the paint. Oh gosh, I ruined your dress. Come with me." She grabbed my hand and took me to the changing room, and there she handed me a fresh pair of clothes. "Try this. It's not that great, but it'll help you make a good impression on your first day." How did you know it was my first day? A word gets around here fast, especially about cute girls. Okay, thank you. If that was a compliment, I mean. Was it? Oh, never mind. I'm just blabbering. "Wow, you're adorable." Saying that, she went away. But indeed, I did make an impression, because that dress was all torn from behind. And all the kids were laughing at me as I walked the hallways, except for the one girl that helped me out. Can't believe Jenny would prank you like this. But then again, she is Jenny. What do you mean? And who are you? Well, I'm Lauren, and I'm definitely not like her, but she is evil. She's got these weird family issues with a mute mom and a mute stepdad who's a complete jerk, and she's turning out to be just like them. Yeah, I could tell that by now. Lauren stuck by my side for the rest of the day, and we bonded pretty well. She was fun and notorious, just like me, and had this YouTube channel where she'd make entertaining vlogs. She even introduced me to this music club that she was a part of, and I was loving her so much that I wanted to be just like her now. Within a week, it was like we were besties, with no one to ruin our adventures. Or at least that's what I thought. Because there was someone whom I felt kept a constant eye on us and followed us everywhere at school. Jenny. One time I was in the swimming class, but just as I popped out of the water, I was shocked to see Jenny right in front of me. Jeez! You scared me. What the heck? You should stay away from Lauren. She's not nice, and she's just spoiling you. Really? Who are you? My mom? And why do you care? Especially after what you did to me on the very first day. That wasn't me. I don't believe you. Just leave me alone. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. But this is the last time I'm warning you about Lauren. Don't be stupid. I don't like stupid people. Excuse me? With that, she took my towel and left. What a psycho! But luckily, after that day, I didn't see much of Jenny, and I got busy with my music club rehearsals. The school had its very own band, with Lauren as the lead singer, and I wanted to audition to be a part of it too. So I practiced really hard and nailed my auditions. And as a treat, Lauren took me out to dinner. You were great today. I'm sure you're gonna get selected. So, what can I get you? Jenny? I didn't know you worked here. That's okay. She ain't Jennifer Lopez, that we should be remembering small details about you. Lauren? After that, she took my order and went away, and Lauren turned towards me. You don't have to be so nice to her. I told you, she's a psycho. Yeah, I get that. But what you said also wasn't nice, man. She keeps following you everywhere, and the other day I saw her chasing away some guys who were coming to talk to you. God knows what she's up to. Suddenly, Jenny came back with our order, but she seemed off. That's your order, and here's something those guys sent for you. I don't like their vibe. If you want, I can make them leave. Make them leave? Are you nuts? Send them over to us, they're cute. But they seem bad. No one asked for your opinion. Now get out of here! And before I could even say anything, Lauren called them over, and Jenny walked away angrily. I also felt awkward because I was still a noob when it came to dating and chatting with guys. So I rushed towards the restroom, but one of the guys followed me there. God, you're pretty. It's like I'm drawn to you. To the washroom? I need to pee. Go away. But he came closer and tried to kiss me. What are you doing, jerk? Get away! I slapped him hard in the face, but just then Jenny came from behind and dumped an entire tray of food over his head. You moron! How dare you touch her? I'm gonna kill you! She kicked him behind his knee and climbed onto his shoulders and started pulling his hair. Suddenly, there were loud screams across the restaurant, and the managers came running. They fired Jenny on the spot for misbehaving with her customers, and I had to butt in. No, she didn't do anything wrong. She was just trying to help. Shh, let her be. I told you she was nuts. Let's just go from here. Lauren pulled me out of there, and we both went home. But later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Jenny. She tried to help me, but got fired. I was feeling terrible. But then suddenly, I heard a loud thud in my room. I got up and checked, and saw the big mirror in my room was open, and it had a secret room behind it. Holy freaks! I grabbed the side lamp and was ready for action, but then the unthinkable happened. Jenny, did you follow me all the way home? God, she was really a psycho. I started backing away because I was frightened. Melanie? Tell me what you're doing here or I'm gonna call the cops.
No, don't do that. Don't call anyone. I'll tell you everything. This was my home. Before my mom married my stepdad, we used to live here happily.
I looked around and saw toys and Jenny's pictures with her family all over the walls. She wasn't lying about this.
But then my dad left and Mom married that jerk, and he sold everything because of his gambling habits. Mom's head over heels for him, so we won't leave him. And today, when they learned that I got fired from the restaurant, they got mad at me and I just ran away.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Jenny. I had no idea. I thought you were stalking me.
What? Why'd you think that?
Because Lauren told me you kept following me and that you'd chase away all the guys who tried to come near me.
I'm not a stalker, Mel. I didn't know you lived here. And I did all that because I was just trying to protect you after what happened on your first day of school. But if that's what you think of me, then fine. I'm gonna leave.
It made me feel bad that she was just trying to be protective, and that reminded me of my brother. Jenny, it's all right. You don't have to leave. If you want, you can stay with me.
No, Mel. You think of me as someone bad.
You're not bad. The guy who tried to kiss me was bad, and I want to thank you for saving me from him. And I'm sorry that you got fired because of me, so please stay. Her face lit up, and she came and hugged me, and for some reason, my heart started racing. This was crazy. The next 2 days, it was the weekend. Mom and Dad weren't home, and Jenny stayed with me. And surprisingly, it was fun. We shared so many interests together, including MSA being our favorite YouTube channel, and she baked me the most delicious cookies in the world. Later at night, I was even having trouble working on my homework when she came and helped me.
Come on, Mel. I know you have it in you.
I'm not really on the smart side.
But you can be on the hard-working side. Come on, it's just to pass a few grades.
Okay, I'll try harder. But instead of that, I ended up sleeping like a log. And when I woke up, I saw she was sleeping right next to me. And for some reason, I couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face.
Hey, what are you looking at?
Oh, I was just...
I fell in love with you from the very first moment, Mel. And that's why I was super protective about you. Though I may have shooed away some stupid boys out of jealousy, too.
Gosh, she was so adorable. And I liked her all the more for this. Then she got up and played some music and pulled me in for a dance. We danced and played games all night long, and I was super excited to go and break this news to Lauren the next day. But instead, she gave me a shock.
Watch this. I'm gonna upload this video on my channel. Psycho Witch Gone Nuts.
What? No, you know that's not true. Jenny's a good person, Lauren. She tried to help me.
Who cares? We'll get millions of views if we post crazy videos like this. And she's a loner. Nobody cares about her.
I do.
What?
I told her everything, but instead of being happy about me, she looked grossed out.
Ew!
I can't believe you'd go for someone like her.
She ain't even rich like us anymore.
How does that matter, Lauren? I like her, and she likes me, and you should drop that low-leveled thinking of yours.
Low level? OMG, how dare you? Do you have any idea whom you're talking to? I'm the queen of this school, and you're nothing without me. If it wasn't for the misfired prank I tried to pull on Jenny, I'd have never even talked to you.
What do you mean? You were the one who tore her clothes?
Yeah.
I did it to get more subscribers for my channel. But then I saw you wearing those clothes and the kids making fun of you. I felt bad, so I thought I could be nice to you for a while. But it looks like I pitied the wrong person. Saying that, she pushed me. But I couldn't let her do this to Jenny, so I snatched her phone and smashed it into pieces. You witch! Suddenly she jumped onto me and we both broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart. I'm not gonna spare you now. I rule this place. I'm a diva with thousands of subscribers watching me and following me. And that little music band you wanna get into? I run it. I know everything you do, and I've always admired you for it. So much that I always wanted to be just like you, but not anymore. 'Cause now I know that you're a bad person, and you use people to get famous, and I'd never want to be like you. She's right. Lauren is just so evil. Yeah, she's not even that good of a singer. They have her in the band because of her popularity. She's so egotistical. Suddenly, the color on Lauren's face faded, listening to all the comments and seeing the cameras around her. And then we were taken to the principal's office, where we waited for a few hours until I saw my brother walk out of there. Mark, what are you doing here? I came to give you guys a surprise visit, but Mom and Dad weren't home and I got a call from your school. And seems like you couldn't stay out of trouble without me, huh? I didn't do anything wrong. I know, and I'm proud of that. Mom and Dad told me how well you've been doing on your own. I ran and hugged him, and he told me I was being put into detention for a week, while Lauren was being expelled from school because of several complaints against her for pranking and ill-treating kids. I felt bad for her, but then I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Are you okay? I heard what happened, and I got so worried. Why did you fight with her? 'Cause you would have done the same for me.
A young Chinese couple moved to the U.S. with their baby, and for 4 years, they were struggling to make ends meet. So, when the woman found out she was pregnant again, she was really upset. Another child? Even one is too much. Just then, her husband burst in and said he'd found an investor for his business. Oh, honey, our luck is about to turn. And it did. Within a few months, the man's business was booming. They moved to a lovely house where they welcomed their second child, who was me. Hi, my name is Gia, which means extraordinary. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents could spend hours gazing at me. They thought I was perfection itself, and they gave me everything. I literally grew up with a silver spoon in my mouth. All was perfect, except for one problem. My older sister, Fen, she was weird. All she did was glare at me, or pinch me awake at night and make some strange faces at me. But this one time, she put me in a pram and pushed me down our sloping driveway. As my pram rolled straight onto the main road, Mom came running out of nowhere and stopped it, just in time. On my first birthday, my parents threw a huge party for the entire neighborhood. As everyone gathered around the table, Fen suddenly jumped onto it. I've never had a birthday party. I've never even had a cake. Why does she get everything? Is that girl your daughter? You never mentioned any other kid than Gia. Fen screamed, and then she went all Godzilla on my cake. She was banned from the party, and my parents arranged for another cake within minutes. As I got older, I started realizing that my parents were really unfair to Fen. When I was 5, I got all the presents I wanted for Christmas, but she looked really mad at hers. Why would you give me these ugly socks? And a geography book? What's wrong with the book? If you opened one sometimes, your grades would be better. Why are you guys always like this with me, and never with Gia? Because Gia is perfect. She's just easier to love. I felt terrible as Fen's eyes welled up, and she stormed off. She wouldn't even join us for the Christmas party, so I took food up to her room. Hey, Fen, I brought you all your favorite. She viciously slapped the plate out of my hand. Don't even bother, witch. Nothing you could ever do would make me hate you less. Well, turns out I could give her a reason to hate me more. The next day, I was flipping through Gia's geography book when Mom said, "Oh, honey, you won't understand that. You're too little." "Yes, I do, Mom. And I just learned the names of all 50 states. Want to hear them?" I rattled off the entire list, and everyone stared at me. "You little genius! You just keep amazing me. This has to be some kind of world record, right?" My parents called every newspaper in town to come interview their wonder kid. and I was suddenly famous. Mom and Dad were showing me off everywhere. But even worse, they enrolled me in a fancy private school. Not the public one where Fen was. As I was going in our limo on my first day, we drove past Fen walking to her school, and I felt sad. Why can't she go to my school, Mom? Because she's dumb, sweetheart, and your school is so expensive. Why should we waste money on her? You're the one with the big, bright future, so you're worth it. Fen and I just kept growing further apart. Once in 5th grade, my parents were helping me prepare for the National Spelling Bee when Fen walked in and we gasped. She dyed her hair bright pink and was wearing the most amazing makeup. But my parents went bonkers. What did you do to your hair? It was the one nice thing you inherited from me. And I never put on makeup till I was a married woman. Everyone here wears makeup, Mom, and people tell me I'm really good at it. Maybe I could be a makeup artist one day. Wow, we came all the way from China and struggled to give you an education so you can be some clown artist? Why can't you be more like Gia? You're an embarrassment to me and all our ancestors. She left angrily. Guys, you need to stop this. She hates me because of you. Oh, baby, who cares what she thinks? I care. I went after Fen and told her she looked beautiful. I expected her to be mean as always, but she kind of smiled at me. Thanks, kiddo. You've always been nicer to me than the rest of them. Was I hearing some kind words from Fen? In this rare moment, I asked her if she'd like to come see me at the spelling bee, and she said yes. I was nervous at the event because it was being shown on TV, but I aced all the rounds and I won. Just then, I heard Fen screaming, "She's a cheater! She won by cheating!" She was shouting that my parents had been helping me by spelling out the words. My parents were furious, but when the camera footage was pulled out, we saw that they were mouthing the words, but I wasn't looking at them. I spelled the words myself, but the judges disqualified me immediately. The minute we got outside, I attacked Fen. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? You were born, and you took everything I deserved. My parents pulled us apart and told Fen she was grounded for eternity. Totally worth it. Fen, we can't go on like this. We're sisters. Wouldn't you rather have a fresh start instead of hating me forever? No, I'd rather hate you forever. It's just easier to hate you. As she stormed off, I decided I was done with her, and we hardly ever spoke after that. In the 8th grade, Dad announced one day that a friend's daughter, Sophia, would be coming from France to stay with us for some months. When she walked into our house, we were all awestruck by her beauty and style. She could also speak 5 languages and was a math wizard. Wow, you're the perfect friend for Gia. You're like the big sister we wish she had. Even though Sophia was 3 years older, we had a lot in common, and we got close. One day, we heard some voices from Fen's room, and we peeked inside. She was in front of her phone recording a makeup tutorial for TikTok. The minute she spotted us, she looked mad. Why are you jerks spying on me? Buzz off, and don't breathe a word of this to Mom and Dad, or else. We immediately checked out Fen's TikTok account, and to our shock, she had 1 million subscribers. She was really talented. Later at dinner, Fen came downstairs with a new hairstyle, and Mom just couldn't control herself. Is this what you do all day? Playing with your hair? What's going to become of you? Oh, I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Chang. Fen is practically a TikTok star. What on earth is a TikTok star? And then Sophia showed them Fen's account on her phone. I could just see Dad turning purple. I'm supposed to tell my relatives in China that my daughter is some internet idiot? We've been way too easygoing with you, Fen, and that was a mistake. He stormed off to her room, took Fen's phone, and flung it at the wall. Then he broke the tripod in half. What are you doing? Are you crazy, Dad? Stop it! Fen burst into angry tears and ran out of the house. When my parents stormed off, I turned to Sophia. Why did you do that? I didn't know they'd react this way. I was only trying to help poor Fen because they're always putting her down. I thought they'd be proud of her. Well, Sophia had no idea how crazy our parents really were. She tried apologizing, but Fen wouldn't even open the door for her. Weeks passed, and I was busy studying with Sophia for an important exam. The day before the exam, though, my parents had to go out of town. We'll be back tomorrow morning, darling. Good luck. The next morning when I woke up, It was super late. I'd set the alarm for 7, and now it was 11. The exam was over by now. My parents would be devastated. I ran downstairs when suddenly I stopped short. Fen was sitting in the living room with our parents and a very elegant woman. Your daughter has a supermodel's face, and people already love her. We want to collaborate with our makeup brand. When my parents saw the check she handed, their eyes almost popped out. As Fen signed the deal and the woman left, I saw something extraordinary. My parents started hugging Fen. "Oh, darling, I had no idea you were so talented." I was still super upset about my exam, and I burst in. "Mom? Dad? I missed my exam and..." "What exam?" "Oh, for that high school? Who cares? Didn't you just hear Fen's amazing news? Come, darling, let's go for a fancy brunch." What the freaking fish just happened? And suddenly, I was living Fen's life. My parents couldn't stop showing her off, and I was invisible. One day, they told me Fen would be using the limo, and I could take the bus to school. It's time you learned to be a grown-up anyway. One day, we weren't here, and you just slept through your exam. So irresponsible. Wow, who were these people? Sophia was my only ally here now. Mom and Dad threw a huge party to celebrate Fen's first modeling campaign. In the middle of it, the owner of the makeup brand burst in, and she marched up furiously to Fen. "You stupid girl, how dare you post something like this about my brand? What are you talking about? This!" It was a post on Fen's Instagram with some makeup and the caption, "These products are tested on rabbits who are kept in terrible conditions. Boycott this cruel brand." Fen protested that she'd never posted this, but the woman wouldn't listen and threatened to sue her. As she stormed off, Fen suddenly pounced on me. "You did this, didn't you? You couldn't stand that I was getting the limelight for once. Get off me, you psycho! It wasn't me!" My parents tried to calm Fen down, while they shouted at me for ruining her career and grounded me. This was crazy. Later that night, I was going down to the kitchen when I heard Sophia's voice from Fen's room. "You just turned 18, and you can leave these terrible people. Gia hates you, and your parents were awful to you before you became famous and rich. Forget them and come with me to France. You'll be even bigger there." And then suddenly, it all clicked. It was Sophia creating all this chaos. "Sophia, it's you! You made me miss my exam, and you posted that on Fen's Instagram." Sophia suddenly looked really evil. "Yeah, I did all that. But can't you see? I've only exposed the truth about your greedy parents. They've always treated Fen like dirt, till they thought she was worth something, and now they're treating you the same way. Well, you can stay here, Gia, and maybe you'll be their favorite daughter again. But Fen is going with me, because I actually love her, and I'll treat her like a queen." Fen and I were both stunned. "Sophia, you're crazy. You almost ruined my career to make me go with you? I don't love you, and I'm not going anywhere with you." Sophia started screaming and throwing things around like a complete psycho. Our parents came running in at the noise, and when we told them everything she'd done, they sent her packing to France on the earliest flight. But the whole fiasco was a wake-up call for me and Fen. Sophia might be crazy, but she was completely right about our parents. "Mom, Dad, you can't treat us like we only deserve your love if we're worth something. And you never let us have a normal relationship. This has to stop. I'm not even waiting for you to change anymore. I'm moving out. Gia, would you like to come with me? And maybe we could have a fresh start." I instantly said yes, and no matter how much our parents begged, we decided it was best for us to move away from them. Maybe we'd forgive them one day, but it was too soon for that.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. So an average teenager living with her parents. My childhood was amazing. The three of us lived well enough, with my father working in the fields and my mother taking care of the household. But my blissful life didn't last. The drought arrived, like every year in the rural town I lived in. The wallets of the small community dried up as well. Over those 3 months of drought, people went less to the store to buy food because they could not afford it. Teachers used their small amounts of money to buy snacks for those kids who went hungry. But soon, their wallets dried up as well. But my parents always made sure I believed everything was okay. What I did not know is that my father during that time would sneak out at night when I was sound asleep to work the night shift as a postman and come back just in time to sleep 1 hour before going to his day job. And my mother would wash people's clothing for money until her hands cracked and her knuckles bled. They did everything to make sure my lunches weren't scarce, and I didn't suspect a single thing. They were scared to introduce me to poverty. Every year, I watched my mom do something very interesting. Every once in a while, she and my father would take the money they saved up, and after buying a big load of vegetables, my mother would cook enormous amounts of delicious hot tomato soup, her specialty. She would open the doors to our house and feed everyone that came by. Families with many kids, kids alone, old folks, everyone. The community came alive and happy on those days, as everyone would huddle up in our front yard and talk as they enjoyed my mom's doing. She was the most generous soul around. And not only did she never let me starve, but she never let anyone starve as well. Years went by and I grew older. Soon enough, I began to realize that things were not what they seemed, that my princess fairy tale was over, and I needed to be confronted in the real world. My parents eventually grew older, and by the time I was in high school, I was babysitting my neighbors' kids, and my lunches soon grew scarce as well. Things got worse and worse. My mom got sick, incredibly sick. Money was not prevalent enough to afford her treatment. We didn't even have enough to pay more than rent and food for the month. She passed away before I left for college, leaving me and my father to figure life out by ourselves. My father was miserable. He missed her every single day. I always believed his heart was broken. Now I needed to stand on my own 2 feet. I ended up going to college. I had studied hard during my school years and had gotten a scholarship for a college near my small town. It was not Harvard, but it was good enough to give me a second chance. My father was put into a retirement home, so I was on my own with no money, with a void in my heart that I was not able to fix. I studied and worked in order to afford the basic needs. I had 2 jobs, one at a fast food restaurant, and I was also a babysitter. My days went by between books, kids, and flipping burgers, and that is how I went by. I really missed my fantasy childhood, having homemade lunches and living life with my only worry being what princess dress to wear during the day. I was tired. It was a Saturday afternoon, but not a regular one. It was my mother's birthday, and for once, I really looked forward to going home and getting a good lunch. Every year, I would save up enough to buy myself a special lunch on her birthday, almost as if it was a sort of gift. It was usually one of the only full meals I had that week, as everything I could afford to cook at home was rice and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I walked home, dragging my feet under the sun. I looked around me. Kids were playing in the playground, laughing and screaming in their little fantasy world. Looking after them, tired parents falling asleep on park benches. I was looking forward to my meal. I had to study all night, and I hadn't eaten anything the night before. I just wanted to sit down and eat, and finally get a rest from my crazy life. I tried to keep my energy as I walked home, but my march was becoming slower. As I passed the gas station, I noticed something I hadn't seen in a while. A girl was sitting on the curb, with her head to her knees. Beside her, what looked like her only possessions laid in supermarket bags. Her hair was messy, and so were her clothes, and she looked exhausted and cold. I quickly noticed the sign she had next to her feet. I need money. I'm homeless. She reminded me of my old hometown. I would see people like her every passing season, people who had lost all their hope and had no one to help them. For a brief moment, our eyes met. I shook my head and fixed my gaze forward. Now is not the time for distractions. I have work to do and can't do it on an empty stomach. My home was close, and so I rushed there before I had time to think of something else. I sat down and opened my lunch. The warmth reminded me of home. For a moment, I was that little girl again, with no worries of the world. I began to eat, each swallow harder than the last. I miss you, Mom, I whispered, as tears filled my eyes. I stared at the warm food I just couldn't eat. Before I knew it, I was rushing back out in the heat. The girl was still there. I approached her and placed a hand on her knees. She looked at me. How long have you been without food? I asked. She counted with her fingers. 2, she said. Her face was sunken in. My parents abandoned me a month ago. I have been struggling to find somewhere to live, and I ended up on the streets, she explained. Memories came back to me like a flood, moving out of my hometown and struggling, never to the point of being homeless, but fighting to afford rent every month and avoid eviction, and checking prices at the supermarket to buy products at their cheapest price. I nodded. I understood her. I looked at my food bag. I was hungry, starving even. I had looked forward to the special restaurant-cooked meal that I had worked so much for, and also for the memories that it resembled. However, I remembered my mom, how she made sure no one ever starved, no matter what the situation was. Here, I can share my lunch with you, I offered, sitting down next to her. Her eyes sparkled in seconds. Are you sure? She asked. I nodded with a smile. Studying could wait. I sat down next to her and took out the small containers. In one of them, creamy pasta with shrimp. In the other one, a decadent piece of chocolate cake. As she ate her first meal in 2 days, she shared with me her life story. I couldn't help but notice how much she was enjoying it. She was taking every bite as if it was the last one, and as much as I wanted to enjoy it as well, I knew what was the right thing to do. You know, you can have the whole meal, I said. Her eyes widened. No, I can't accept that. It's too much, she said, closing the containers. I grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, which were glossy. Have it. You need it more than I do. As I left, she grabbed my hand. Thank you. I will pay you back one day, she said, and I smiled back. I was happy as I went back home. Yes, maybe now I didn't have lunch for myself, and let me tell you, the outcome was not easy. Skipping such a meal, especially since I had avoided breakfast that day and dinner the night before in order to enjoy my special meals to the maximum, had not worked in my favor. I spent the next day relishing on the consequences of not eating, which included almost fainting at work, a grumbling stomach, and extreme tiredness. But helping that girl and making her less miserable left me satisfied better than any meal could. I knew my mother, especially on her birthday, would have been proud. Time went by. Faster than I thought. I worked and studied day in and day out, saving up money little by little with my hard work. I always made sure to help others, and that helped my happiness grow with time. I tried to continue my mother's legacy. Soon enough, I graduated college. My life was starting to make sense. I found the love of my life and got married. We had one daughter, and she was the light of our eyes, the blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. My father passed away soon after my daughter was born, but he died happy. I hadn't become any close to a millionaire, but my life was comfortable enough, and just like my childhood, we lived in a small town, in a small neighborhood, in a cozy house that was perfect enough for the 3 of us. Then, my daughter became sick. All our savings went so fast. I would never let my family suffer like I did. Never again. With this determination, I went for job after job. No jobs wanted to take me in. I walked into the job agency and my name was soon called. A woman behind a desk asked me questions about my studies, my background, and my goals. After a whole deal of talking, she looked at me with a non-promising face. Your curriculum is amazing, she said. However, and unfortunately, we can't find any jobs that fit your profile. I am so sorry. Her words were a blow to the back. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. My plan was failing. I was, for once, very scared. I was scared that I would not be able to give my daughter her fairy tale life just like my parents had given me. I refused to show my daughter the face of poverty. Suddenly, someone put a hand on my shoulder. I looked up, and a woman, close to my age, was looking down at me. She wore a black, beautiful dress and the most expensive jewelry I had ever seen. She smiled brightly. I think I can arrange something for her, she said. The lady behind the desk nodded and quickly left, and this mysterious woman sat in her place. Her eyes looked familiar. The sparkle was something I had seen before, but could not remember where. I want to know about you, she started. Tell me, who are you? She asked. I looked at her with curious eyes. This woman was mysterious. She had appeared right at the moment when I thought everything was lost. Could I even trust this woman? However, something told me that I needed to tell. So I sat up straight and began telling her my story. She listened intently to every single bit, from my childhood to my college years to my adult life. I told her about my parents, about my mother, and about how I wanted to be as generous and open-hearted as she once was. About my daughter, how I wanted her to live in a fantasy world. She nodded and smiled every step of the story without interruptions. She then asked me questions, the typical formal questions of any job interview. I answered truthfully. This is when I thought I was going to lose my chance. When I was done, she looked at me. She started. I knew you wouldn't ever change, she said with a bright smile. I raised an eyebrow in confusion, but before I could ask, she continued, I want to discuss working with you. She finally said those words that sounded like heaven to my ears. I would like to analyze giving you a position at the job agency. You are determined and ambitious, someone the agency definitely needs. I sighed in relief and smiled. I started crying. Everything was going to be fine. Thank you, I cried out with a huge smile. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to pay you back, I said. You don't have to, she answered. After all, I told you I would pay you back one day. I looked at her with confusion. But we have never met before. What do you have to pay me for? She took my hand. A few years ago, I was homeless, abandoned, and hungry. You found me sitting at the curb of a gas station and gave me the only lunch you had instead of keeping it to yourself. You were my only glimpse of hope when I was abandoned by my own parents. You saved me. I was eternally grateful. My mind went blank. Images of that event were very vivid. She was the reason I wanted to be like my mother, always. She had been a girl like me. She knew what struggle looked like, what hunger looked like. Let's discuss the rest of it over dinner. What do you think? I accepted her invitation. I started small and worked my way up. Played it safe, never letting my ambitions get the better of me. Then, as my daughter recovered and we were stable, I began getting more involved, taking bigger risks, bringing her with me so I could teach her what I learned. She made herself at home and helped me in whatever ways she could. I know my mom would be proud. We organized big charity dinners and raised money to help during the drought. After some years, the job agency even decided to make a big donation to a homeless shelter that took care of everyone in my small community during the drought. I gave a big, enormous check to the owner of the shelter in an official announcement that made it on television. Everything around me began to make sense. Finally, I was back at my old home. But I was not that little girl anymore. I could make a difference. And that's what I did.
Hi, I'm Isla from Turkey. The night I was born, Dad held me close and said tearfully,
God, she's so beautiful. I will name her Isla, my moonlight.
Just then, the doctor came in with a grim face and told my parents that they couldn't have any more children. Dad immediately dumped me in Mom's arms.
You mean this is all I get? I won't have any sons, ever? This is the darkest moment of my life.
Growing up, Mom adored me, but I knew Dad thought I was a burden. The nicest thing he ever said to me was,
You're just a stupid girl, but thank God you're pretty.
Dad owned a small tea shop in the city. Once when I was 10, he came down with the flu, and he was being such a big baby.
No one knows my suffering. If only I had a son to run my tea shop, but no, I got a dumb daughter.
He buried his head in his blanket and started to cry. Mom and I just rolled our eyes and went to the shop that day, and I thought we were doing great. Sometime later, a foreign-looking woman sat down at a table. When I asked her what she'd like, she said with a tired smile, Why don't you surprise me? I skipped off and brewed my favorite mixture of lemon and saffron. I make it for Mom when she's tired. It'll make you feel better too. And you don't have to pay for this. The woman's eyes flew open as she tasted it. My God, this is really special. And so are you. Thank you for this tea of kindness. She tried to pay me, but I refused. And she left. But a few days later, Dad came home from the shop and threw a newspaper at me.
What is this stupid tea of kindness that everyone's been asking me about?
It turns out the woman was some big journalist, and she'd written an article about the amazing tea at our shop. And now suddenly, tourists and locals were coming over asking for it. I'll teach you how to make it, Dad. If you say please. All I got was a flying shoe, but I did teach him, and he even let me help out more often. Once in the 8th grade, I was serving customers on a really sunny day when suddenly my back and arms started to itch horribly. I dropped my tray and started scratching like crazy as people stared at me, and I just ran home. Mom, what's happening to me? My skin was all red and peeling off. Mom quickly took me to the doctor, and he said I had a condition called desquamation. My skin started flaking when it was too irritated by something. There wasn't a cure, but he gave us some expensive cream to soothe my skin.
Don't tell your dad about this, okay? I'll get the money for the cream somehow.
A week later, Mom came home with some great news. She'd gotten a janitor's job in a fancy high school, and even better, I could go there for free. But it was so much fancier than I'd imagined. The minute I entered the classroom, I knew I was being scanned from head to toe, and everyone was judging my clothes and shoes. And turns out, no one even wanted to sit with me at lunch because I didn't look a certain way. But I didn't care. I had a chance to study at a great school, and I wasn't wasting it. One day, I went into the bathroom, and I found some girls from my class there. And the meanest one, Zara, was screaming at Mom. You moron! You spilled all that dirty water on my shoes. I get that you're a janitor because you're stupid, but are you blind too? I pushed her up against the wall. No one talks to my mom like that. Do you hear me? Mom? Finally, it makes sense why someone like you is in this school. She pushed me back and pounced on me. As Mom ran forward to pull us apart, she slipped on the wet floor and fell really hard. Oh my God, Mom! The school staff rushed her to the hospital, and after hours of waiting, we found out that Mom had injured her back and she couldn't walk. I was devastated. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been fighting with Zara, none of this would have happened. The principal said I could still attend school at half the fee, but I couldn't afford that either. One evening, as I was working at the shop, I came across the journalist I'd met years ago. Wow, look how lovely you've grown up to be. But sweetheart, why do you look so sad? I broke down and told her everything. After I was done, she said, I have an offer that might solve some of your problems. You could become a model. I could connect you to all the right people, and it pays really well. Me? A model? The woman told me to think about it, and I did. It could mean I'd still be able to go to school and even save money to get Mom better treatment. I decided to bring it up at dinner that night. Dad, I'm taking up a modeling job, and he suddenly spat out his food.
Modeling? Where did you even get such a stupid idea?
What's wrong with it?
It's for morons who don't have any brains, and it's disgraceful.
Well, I do have brains, so I'm not gonna be stupid enough to waste this chance. I can make our lives better, especially Mom's.
I said no!
I already said yes! And with that, I angrily smashed my plate on the floor. Dad looked shocked, and I stormed off. I called up the woman and said I was taking the job. I put my cream all over my skin before going to the shoot. I couldn't let anyone know about my condition, or I'd never get the job. Everyone on set welcomed me warmly, and I was surprised that I was kind of a natural at this. 2 weeks later, I was on the front cover of a teen magazine, and Mom was delighted when I showed it to her. But of course, Dad still wasn't talking to me, and I found the magazine torn up in the trash later. But I'd been paid good money. I was able to buy some new clothes for Mom and myself, and I was back in school. And suddenly, it was a different place. People who acted like I hadn't existed before were smiling at me like we were best friends. And at lunch, I had a lot of company. A boy even asked me for my autograph. Of course, none of this was sitting too well with one person, Zara. I could see smoke coming out of her ears from a mile away. Soon after, we had a fundraiser modeling contest in school, and I was excited to participate. But as I was getting ready, I suddenly saw Zara come and sit in the chair next to me. What are you looking at? One magazine cover and you think you're the princess of this school? How hard can modeling be anyway, if you can do it? Turns out, pretty hard for her. Zara was so bad at it. She walked like a monkey and kept waving her arms like a freaking robot. And then suddenly she tripped on her dress and landed flat on her face. I ran forward to help her, but she just pushed me away. Get away, you witch! You'll pay for this! How was it even my fault? She was crazy. But a few days later, I was shocked to find her at a shoot, and I was told we'd be working together. Why are you even here, Zara? You're really bad at this. Oh, I know. But when you're really rich, you don't have to be good at anything. You just throw money at stuff and get what you want. And let me tell you, it's amazing. This girl. Also, she was so awkward, the shoot took us 6 hours. Later, as the makeup artist was removing foundation from my arms, I suddenly felt my skin sting terribly. OMG, your skin's coming off. What did I do? Oh, it's just allergies. It'll be okay. I quickly took the cream out of my bag and put it on, and then left as fast as I could. Thank God no one else was around. A few days later in the library, I was reading when someone pushed a note towards me. I looked up to see a cute, nerdy guy everyone knew as a math genius care to be my date at the spring dance. I didn't even know him, but just then I spotted Zara frowning at me like a creep. So I wrote yes and gave it back with a smile. I'd go out with a monkey if it annoyed her. But luckily, it turned out Omar was a sweet guy, and I was having a good time with him. Once he was over to help me with a math assignment, and suddenly he lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then my door flew open, and it was Dad. He leaped at Omar, who shrieked, and jumped out of the window faster than lightning. Dad, we were just studying.
Do you think I'm a fool? I knew you'd be out of control once you became a model. You're grounded for a month. No school, no modeling.
I slammed the door behind him. I had a really important show the next day, and he knew it. I had no choice but to sneak out with Omar's help. Backstage, he kissed me on the cheek and wished me luck. As I peeked out at the runway, I saw that the lights looked really intense. I quickly put some cream on my arms and legs before walking out. Suddenly, I felt crazy itching all over, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I tried to ignore it and go on, but it felt like the longest walk of my life. And then, I couldn't bear it any longer. I went wild, scratching myself and screaming as I looked at my skin, and I could feel hundreds of eyes on me. Then, I passed out. I woke up hours later in the hospital to Dad's worried face.
Oh God, Isla, are you okay?
The doctor came in holding my cream and asking me if I'd applied it before the show.
We tested it, and it had some unusual chemicals which made your condition 10 times worse.
What? But I'd been using this cream for ages. That's the first time Dad heard about my condition, and he was shocked I'd kept it a secret from him. I guess I didn't want to make you even more disappointed, Dad. He was just silent and took me home. The next day, I woke up to find that my video of going bonkers on the ramp had gone viral. I could just see my modeling career going down the drain. I didn't even go to school. I decided to go to the tea shop that evening, and I got the shock of my life. I spotted Zara on a table with Omar. Oh, hi, Isla. Back to being a waitress? Well, my brother and I will have some of your special tea, please. Brother? Yeah, brother. And I may have found out about your condition, and I may have asked him to mix something in with your cream. What? Are you guys absolutely insane? Why would you do that? Because someone needs to show you your place. Let me tell you something I discovered. Our dads are brothers. Yeah, we're cousins. Ugh, yuck. Cousins? You're making that up. I wish. But there's a big difference between us. I'm the daughter of a millionaire businessman, and you need to remember that you're the daughter of a loser tea seller and a crippled janitor. I was about to leap forward and attack her, but suddenly some of our customers jumped in.
Hey, we love this place and the owners. You can't treat them like trash.
They all started shouting and booing, and Zara and Omar fled from there. Dad had witnessed the whole scene, and I asked him about these secret cousins.
I've never seen them before myself. My brother and I haven't spoken in 20 years. He cheated me out of all my wealth and left me penniless. I had to start from scratch with this tea shop. That's family for you.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for him. I took his hand. But that's not your family anymore. Mom is, and I am. And for the first time, Dad actually smiled at me. I thought my modeling days were numbered, but none of my agents cared about what had happened at the show. They said I was one of the best models they'd worked with, and I'd never let my condition hold me back before. So why should it matter now? Hi everyone, my name is Misha and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I was born into a super rich family where my parents always treated me like a princess. But it all changed when 2 years later, my little sister Dia was born. And then suddenly, the earth started revolving around her.
Oh, honey, doesn't she look like an angel? Oh no, she's definitely a goddess. Since her birth, our wealth has doubled.
My little sister was indeed really pretty and a natural genius, while I was dyslexic and could hardly read even at the age of 7.
But, John... You should just give up, Misha. No matter what language you study, it's all gonna read stupid to you.
And while she'd bully me for being different, Mom and Dad would just adore her for her little achievements.
I've run out of career goals for her. She can be anything in this world. My daughter is perfect.
Mom, do you even know she hit a kid at school today? How's that any good?
She fought against a bully. You should be proud of her.
Proud? She was the bully. I just hated her at times, and I wished she would just vanish somewhere. But then, our lives took a terrible turn. On Dia's 6th birthday, Mom and Dad took us to see the Grand Kumbh Mela, a festival where almost 15 million people gather once every 12 years. It was super crowded, so my parents asked me to hold Dia's hand. But the moment they went ahead for the prayer, she started acting like a brat.
Let me go. I don't want to hold hands with you. I'm a big girl now, and you can't even read. If we get lost, I'll be the one saving you.
Shut up, this is no joke. Stay next to me. But she kept complaining and then bit my hand. Ouch! I suddenly let her go and she ran into the crowd. I ran after her, but she was nowhere to be seen. And I started to freak out. Some security people rescued me, but we just couldn't find Dia. Mom fainted as soon as she heard this news. For months, my parents kept looking for Dia and put out several rewards for whoever found her. But that just ended up with frauds coming from random girls dressed like Dia to receive the reward money, and Dad would have kicked them out. And seeing Mom spiral into depression, I couldn't help thinking it was my fault. I had let go of Dia's hand, and thinking about it broke my heart.
Oh, honey, you shouldn't cry like this. We're gonna find your sister, okay?
But what if we don't? I won't be able to forgive myself, Dad.
It's not your fault, love.
Mom, you don't blame me?
Of course not. It could have happened to anyone. And all we can do now is love and support each other and not give up hope.
Mom hugged me tight and I felt better than I had in ages. I started working hard on myself in my studies and my parents cheered me on, but they never stopped looking for Dia. Years passed, and one day when I topped my 10th grade exams, I went home with gifts for everyone. But when I got there, I was stunned to see my parents crying and hugging a girl.
Oh, honey, look! It's Dia! Dia's back! This boy found your sister.
I was still in shock as my parents showed me her DNA test, which was a match.
We checked her birthmark, and she remembers things from her childhood days. She's really your sister, Misha.
I missed you so much, Misha. I missed you too, Dia. Look at you, you're so grown up now. She then told us that after getting lost, she'd been rescued by a monk who'd raised her all these years. I'd been living in a monastery, and then this guy came here as a tourist a week ago and told me I looked a lot like a girl a family had been searching for. So he brought me here. Dad offered the guy Neil a handsome reward, but he turned it down.
I'm grateful, sir, but what I really need is a job. I have a sick mom to look after, so it would be great if I had a regular salary. My family and I can never truly pay you for everything you've done for us, son. You can take both the money and the job.
The guy's face lit up and Dad hired him as my driver. The same night, I was super excited to hang out with Dia, but the moment I entered her room, she threw a nasty fit. Ugh, can't I get any sleep now? I'm tired of answering everyone's questions all day. Just get out. And there I knew she was my sister for sure. Who else could be so bratty towards me? I was heading back to my room when I spotted Neil outside.
Ugh.
Gotcha.
Oh, that was scary, miss.
What are you doing? Need some help?
No, yes. I can drive cars, but this one's so complicated with all the automatic settings. I just can't
move.
What?
Just do as I say. I moved into the driver's seat and showed him how everything worked, and he looked impressed.
If you're so good at this, I'm sure you can drive well too.
Shh, it's a secret. Until I turn 18. After that, we started talking, and he was the funniest guy ever. My cheeks hurt from laughing so much. Soon, Neil became the friend I never knew I needed. He drove me around everywhere, and in between, he'd pick me up meals too. OMG, I was craving this burger so bad. Gosh, this tastes like heaven.
Only the best and greasiest for you.
But my peace around the house was being hijacked by my sister again. Mom had promised to perform certain rituals if Dia returned home safely, but Dia had the most ridiculous wishes of her own. The monk I lived with told me to wear gold all over my body, Mom. My skin feels so dry. I want to bathe in milk from now on, Mom. I don't think I can go to school so soon. How about you send me on vacation somewhere first? Why is your list of demands getting so absurd? And you need to go to school, Dia. Unlike you, I haven't been able to live in luxury for the last 8 years of my life. And now you have issues if I want to live a bit? A bit? We'll go broke if you keep making Mom and Dad spend this way. Even after all these years, you haven't grown up at all. That's enough, Misha. Mom came in and scolded me, but I was so pissed that I just stormed off to the rooftop. And surprisingly, Neil was there too. What are you doing here?
I was just getting some fresh air. It's been quite tough lately.
What do you mean? Neil told me he spent all the reward money on his mom's treatment, but now the doctors were asking for more.
I don't know how to ask your dad. He's already paying me for the job and…
I can lend it to you.
What?
Yeah, you can take the money and pay me back later. That's the least I can do for you.
You're an angel, Misha. I don't know how I'll ever be able to thank you. Anyway, why are you here? You look bothered too.
I ended up telling him everything going on with Dia.
She's been away from her family and friends for so long, and it's an adjustment phase. Or maybe she's acting out. Just give her some time. And you need to take some stress off too. Come with me.
We drove to a beautiful beach and spent the entire night there talking and laughing, and it was then that I knew I'd started having feelings for Neil. I dozed off in the car on our way home, but when I woke up, I found myself in Neil's arms as he was carrying me to my room. As he put me in my bed, I felt in a dream-like state, and I pulled him in for a kiss. Ew! I saw Dia standing at the door. She ran to my parents, screaming that Neil and I were madly in love.
Do you have no shame, Misha? He's a servant and you kissed him? I dreamt of marrying you to some billionaire and you're settling for a driver?
Dad, Neil's a good guy. Yes, he must be, but not good enough for you. We can't fire him because of what he did for us. But stay away from him, okay? He is way below your league. Their words pierced my heart, but I wasn't going to give up on the person I loved so easily. I went to Neil's room later that night with some money and told him we could run away.
What? No, Misha, we can't do that. They're your parents, and you know how miserable they were after losing Dia. They'd be heartbroken to see you gone.
He calmed me down and told me we were going to find a way to convince my parents someday. Fine, I believe you, but you can keep this money for your mom's treatment since you need more. The next day, Neil was assigned as Dia's driver, and she kept sending me pictures of how she was bossing him around, which made me angry. And later that night, that witch came to my room. Seeing how pathetic you guys are feeling without each other, I've decided to do you a favor. You know how much Mom and Dad adore me and can't refuse anything I ask, so I was thinking I can convince them to let you two date.
Really? You're gonna…
No, not yet. Well, there's nothing in it for me. So how about you give me something I want?
What do you want?
Soon it's my birthday, and Mom told me she's gonna distribute all the ancestral jewelry between us two. Just tell her that you don't want any, and she can give everything to me.
What? That's ridiculous. Those are family heirlooms and…
Well, if you want heirlooms more than your one true love, then so be it. No, wait, I'll do it. I'll give it to you. It's a deal. The next day, it was Sunday, and Neil mostly spent it with his mom in the hospital, so I went to see them both. Excuse me, can you tell me which room Mrs. Bertha is in?
Oh, honey, she passed away 2 years back.
What the heck? I immediately called Neil and asked him to come meet me. Did you lie to me? About your mom? The hospital staff said she'd passed away 2 years ago.
I'm so sorry, Misha. I didn't mean to lie, but I needed the money to pay off my debts.
What?
My dad borrowed a lot of money for my mom's treatment, but after she passed away, he left me all by myself. Now the moneylenders are after me, and if I don't pay them back, God knows what they'll do to me. He broke down in tears and I hugged him. Hey, it's all right. You didn't have to hide the truth from me, Neil. And don't worry, I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. The next few days, Neil was really busy with all the preparations for Dia's grand birthday party. I couldn't speak to him in front of Mom and Dad, so I sneaked up to see him on the rooftop. Looks like someone's super busy. Misha, I missed you so much.
I missed you too, Neil. We sat down and talked for a while. You know, this time my parents are super excited for Dia's birthday, but for the last 8 years, it was the saddest day for them. They'd instructed the servants to decorate the house with lights in her memory, hoping she'd return one day. And now she's finally with us, thanks to you, Neil. I love you so much. Suddenly, his eyes became teary, and I told him about my deal with Dia to cheer him up.
What? You're willing to give up something so precious for me?
You're more precious to me than all the jewels, and she's gonna help us.
No. I can't do this anymore, Misha. I just can't fool you anymore. I'm such a horrible person, and you shouldn't give up anything for me.
What do you mean?
I lied to you and your family. That girl, she's not your sister. She's a con artist I picked up from the street to work with me.
What are you saying, Neil?
It's true, but I can explain.
You jerk! How dare you! I told you not to tell anyone anything!
I'm sick of being your puppet. I brought her here to fool your family, Misha, but then she started to blackmail me, and I had to ask you for money for her. I can't do this anymore.
This girl wasn't my sister, and the guy I loved was a fraud? I felt devastated and rushed to tell my parents the truth.
How could you do this to us? How could you play with a mother's feelings?
Dad called the cops and had them both arrested, and it just broke Mom down.
That's it. No more rewards, no more searching. My heart can't take it anymore. We should accept the fact that our daughter is gone. For good.
After that, Mom fell super sick and we had to send her to therapy. We also stopped looking for Dia, and I moved to the US for university. When I came back after 4 years, I started working for Dad's company, and within the next 2 years, he made me the CEO. On the day of the handover celebration, I was in my office when a guy broke in with security chasing him.
What's going on? Who is this guy? It's me, Misha.
Neil? I asked the guards to take him away, but then he said the most shocking thing.
Dia is here with me, your real sister, and I swear I'm not lying this time. It's really her. Trust me, Misha.
I didn't trust him one bit, but given there was the smallest chance that it might be my real sister, I decided to see her. He introduced me to a girl who did look like Dia and didn't remember much about our childhood together, except that she was our family. Of course, I got a DNA test done, this time under my observation. And to my shock, the test results proved she was my real sister. I immediately called my parents and they came running.
Oh, honey, I can't believe it's you.
Mom, Dad, I thought I'd never find you guys. I missed you all so much. I missed you too, Misha. But as everyone was busy hugging, I noticed Neil was leaving and I followed him outside. Stop, where are you going?
I just wanted to make up for what I'd done to you and your family, Misha. But I still can't look you in the eye.
You spent all these years looking for my sister?
I had to. I couldn't live with myself otherwise.
Then why did you con us in the first place, Neil?
To get revenge for my family, but it was so wrong.
Revenge? What do you mean?
My mom was your and Dia's nanny, and she loved you both so much and often told me stories about you guys. That's how I was able to tell the fake girl some things about your childhood. But after Dia got lost, Mom was fired. The cops took her in for an investigation, thinking Dia's disappearance might be a kidnapping. She had a hard time dealing with those false accusations and got super sick. I couldn't help blaming your family.
And that's why you decided to take revenge.
I'm really sorry for everything, Misha. Living with your family and getting to know you, I realized what a terrible thing I'd done. You were so good to me and I fell for you. And then I couldn't think of hurting you.
That's enough, Neil.
Trust me, I really love you, and I thought finding your sister was the only thing that could make you forgive me. But I know it won't be easy, so I won't stay and bother you.
He started walking away, but something in my heart felt heavy. Wait, stop! I forgive you, Neil. You've been through enough yourself. I can't forget what you did in the first place, but I can definitely forgive you.
Do you really mean it?
Yes, I do. So please stay, because this time I want to know you for real. I saw my boyfriend Walker holding his guitar and I nearly burst with pride. We'd come so far to get here, especially me. Finally out in the real world again. I felt like my old self again, confident, happy, and free. Walker pointed at me and spoke into the microphone.
They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you.
Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning, but first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know, they're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me, and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me, and she took her job as the oldest seriously.
We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain.
When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together.
Lacey, how are you so flexible? I feel like a statue next to you.
Double jointed, I guess. We were each other's biggest cheerleaders, and we told each other everything, too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up.
Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job, and that stress will just go away.
But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal and glass and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you?
I couldn't do life without you, bestie.
Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal.
And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison. Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do. I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me. Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks.
Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here.
Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had amazing major glow up. Right, I forgot she might be out.
Is something the matter? You look a little glum.
I'm just bored, I guess.
Yeah, me too. Come on in.
That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him I felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life and about what happened at the party.
Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you.
Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great.
My heart skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too.
All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself.
Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did, though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to.
I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand me. I feel connected to you somehow.
He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly, and my head spun.
Whoa, you're perfect.
But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend.
So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it?
His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain. Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again. Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words, so I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too.
Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house.
I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole.
No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order.
Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it. Bex, look out! Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other, shocked and breathless. Lacey, you saved me. Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy. Walker raced out of the house and came running to us.
Stop fighting. You're friends.
We're not fighting. We're making up. If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you.
Bex, does that mean...
It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker,
Be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding.
Yes. 100% yes.
You helped me believe in myself.
You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now, like I can do anything.
Anything?
Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his.
please, would you come to my first real gig? It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready. I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time. But when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug. This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream. Hey, I'm Emma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to Indian parents in New Jersey, but we moved to New York when I was a kid. I wouldn't say my family was rich, but we did get by without trouble. My dad was an accountant and my mom was a makeup artist. I loved watching Mom put on makeup, but I never understood why people wanted to put makeup on themselves. Mom, why do you put makeup on people? Because they want to look pretty, honey. Pretty? I thought it was all like face painting to be a clown. Like, why would having your cheeks and nose so red make someone look pretty? When you grow up and try it on, you're gonna love it. My life seemed perfect. I got good grades, had tons of friends at school, and was loved by teachers. But when I turned 14, everything turned upside down. I had just returned from India after spending an amazing summer vacation with Grandma, and it was time for me to start high school. I was pretty excited for it, but this excitement didn't last long because high school wasn't exactly like I'd imagined. I thought I would be fine as long as I didn't make eye contact, but things didn't go my way. In the first week of school, I was fixing my favorite lucky bracelet on my wrist when I walked into someone's back and heard a scream right after. Oh no, it was Becca, our school's self-proclaimed queen bee. She was one of those I hate drama, but I start drama kind of people. Ugh! My phone! Look what you did, you freak! I am so sorry. I didn't see you. Oh, save it. You didn't see me? Are you blind? That was a brand new iPhone. Now you'll get me a new one. Got it? But why would I? Last time I checked, phones weren't allowed inside school. So I guess it's your fault you brought it in the first place. But hey, we can both go talk to the principal if you want to. I can explain how I bumped into you, and you can explain why you have a phone. So what's it gonna be, Rebecca? Don't you dare act smart with me. You messed with the wrong girl. Heard that one before. Bye-bye. Just as I walked away, Becca pushed me. I wasn't gonna let the witch get away with it, so I turned and slapped Becca straight across the face. The next thing I knew, we got into a nasty fight, and in the process, Becca broke my bracelet. It was at that moment that I felt my heart stop like I swallowed a frog. I wanted to scream, cry, and throw up at the same time. I fell to the ground and started pulling my hair. No, no, no. This can't be happening. This is my favorite bracelet. Grandma made it for me. This is the last gift she gave me. Really? I did you a favor. Ugh, it was so ugly. I could feel everyone's eyes glued to me, but I couldn't care less or stop. Then suddenly, everything went black. I had woken up in the nurse's room and found out that I had a panic attack. My parents were informed about what happened, and they were so worried about me. I took a week off, and I heard that Becca was suspended for a week for starting the fight. During this time, I felt so anxious. But one day when I saw Mom working, I noticed that the step-by-step process of applying makeup looked soothing. I observed Mom, and then I started applying minimal makeup whenever I was anxious. I just felt the whole process helped my mind to slow down and focus on something. I told you you would love putting on makeup. You look wonderful. Who knew you were this talented? Learned from the best. A few days later, Becca and I walked into school on the same day. She was out for revenge for her suspension. She filled my locker with wigs and whatnot. I didn't want to react because I knew that would start a fight. I just wanted to get away from all of this, so I told my parents how I needed to change schools, but they couldn't because of some financial issues. So the only solution I could think of for my problem was to get suspended. My first attempt to get suspended was during class. I had put a fart cushion under the teacher's chair so that every time he sat down, it would sound like he farted. But some guy took the credit for it to look cool for pulling off a prank like that. He was suspended instead. Bummer. I had even played loud metal music through the intercom during class and made sure I got caught. But it didn't work. All I got was detention. I wasn't even suspended. As if my prayers had been answered, during summer vacation, I got the best news ever. We were moving back to New Jersey. Dad had gotten an amazing job that paid well. Talk about great timing. Mom and Dad had also told me that they already enrolled me at the new school. Since I didn't have any friends in the new city,
I usually stayed home and made Insta videos of my makeup. Soon, I gained tons of followers and people loved the looks I created. One evening, Mom made me go out because I was in my room all the time. I decided to go for a movie by myself, but as I entered the cinema hall, I saw the one person I didn't want to cross paths with, Becca. Just as the lights were dimming, I noticed her and her friend sitting 3 rows behind me. I immediately crouched down and crawled to my seat, and in doing so, I dropped the entire bucket of popcorn on someone. A boy. Oh, I am so sorry.
Hey, are you all right? Is something wrong? Someone bothering you?
Sort of.
Oh, okay. I got you. Don't worry.
Then I felt him put his cap on my head. I watched the movie peacefully thanks to the stranger who introduced himself as Damien. We exchanged numbers and I found out that we go to the same school. He told me he would wait for me at the school gates on the first day, and I agreed. We were the last ones to leave the cinema hall. I had to be sure Becca was gone. A couple of days later, I started school, and at the gate, I saw Damien waiting for me. He showed me around the school, and as we walked through the halls, I felt all eyes on me, and it made me feel very conscious. Remember, Emma, keep your head down and stay out of trouble.
You know, someone was assigned to show you around the school, actually. My friend Natalie. But I'm so glad she got caught up with some other work and asked me to help her out.
Well, it was nice to have Damien show me around, 'cause the guy sure was handsome. Just as we reached our class, a girl entered and looked so excited. Guys, I have amazing news. Wait for it. The principal has agreed to let students write and direct a play all by themselves. Yay! Oh, who do we have here? Wait, you must be Emma. Sorry I didn't meet you earlier. That's fine. So, drama club. Sounds cool. Yeah, thanks to me. If it were for this nerd, we would have nothing except for the math club.
Oh my god, Natalie. You're the greatest, aren't you? Drama clubs. Well, they are boring.
Oh no, they're not. Even though they seemed like rivals, it turned out that they were buddies. In fact, they had known each other since they were babies because of their families. Natalie and I started becoming good friends. We would talk about everything under the sun. And one day I noticed that she kept scratching her palms and the skin was peeling off. So I immediately took her hand and applied my hand cream on her palms. And then I went on a rant about how she should take care of herself or it would start to hurt. One afternoon when I went to the cafeteria, I saw her looking at my Instagram page. You're extremely talented, you know. Can you? All of a sudden I looked up and saw Natalie's face going pale. Natalie, are you okay? She just pointed at her throat and I figured she was choking. I ran to her side and helped her immediately. Emma, oh my God, you saved my life. Thank you so much. Oh no, I did what I had to. Are you feeling better? I owe you one. My lifesaver. When Damien returned from his cousin's place a week later, he was pretty surprised to hear about the choking incident.
Wow, protecting my friend when I'm not around? Thanks a lot, Emma.
She's my friend too. Now, gotta go. I have to go to this comic book store, Nook, and then home.
No way. You go to Nook? We love that place. No, we adore that place. Don't we, Natalie?
It's just fine, Damien. Damien and I continued to visit Nook every day after school. Natalie would join us sometimes. It was fun. One evening, when it was just Damien and I could feel him looking at me. Is your comic book that boring that you're looking everywhere but the book?
No, it's just, I wanted to tell you something.
Tell me what?
I like you, Emma.
What?
I like you. Actually, I kinda liked you that time when you were hiding next to me at the movies. It was the first for me.
Really? You know what? I think I have liked you too, since that day. He smiled wide and pulled me in for a kiss. The next day, I told Natalie everything and she was so happy for me. That evening, while we were hanging out at Nook, Natalie announced she was selected to write and direct the play at school and that it was about something that meant a lot to her. OMG, I am so happy for you, Nat. I'm excited too, but also a little nervous. You'll promise to be there, right?
Of course. We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I was pretty excited for the play, and I even posted about it on my Insta to get as many people to show up for her directorial debut. On the day of the play, the school auditorium was packed. Natalie came on stage and thanked everyone for showing up and said that the play was based on true events and means a lot to her. The play showed the main character getting amazing grades, but it wasn't enough for her parents. The stress she went through. and how that caused her to have a problem where she scratched her palms to the point it would hurt her. As the play continued, I saw a scene all too familiar. The main character snaps one day and starts screaming and pulling on her hair in a fit of rage. As she cries, I froze and felt goosebumps all over my body. That was me, the fight with Becca. I started shaking like a leaf in my seat and felt my cheeks get wet. Great, I was crying too. I tried to calm my nerves, but nothing was helping.
Emma, are you all right?
I couldn't talk. I just shook out of fear. I was having a full-blown panic attack. I stood up abruptly, and all of a sudden, everything went into slow motion as I tripped and fell while trying to get out of the hall. I felt so embarrassed and knew everyone was looking at me. I couldn't help it and ended up vomiting. OMG, what is happening? I needed to get away from the place and ran out of the auditorium while Damien followed. He made sure I reached home safely and then kept visiting me every day since I just couldn't show the world my face after that auditorium incident. But Damien kept insisting I go to school again. Damien, it's easier said than done. You have no idea what happened to me at my previous school.
Then tell me. I want to know what's bothering you.
And I did. I poured my heart to Damien as he hugged me and told me that everything was going to be all right. Still, I had just one question on my mind. What if Natalie knew about that incident? She couldn't. Could she? So I gathered all my courage and went to school. I needed to know who the play was about. But just as Natalie saw me, she came running to me and hugged me. I am so sorry. I didn't know you had anxiety. How are you feeling now? I think I should be the one apologizing. I ruined your play. I myself didn't think what happened in the play would trigger my anxiety. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner? I was embarrassed about it. It makes me look weak, and I don't want to be seen that way. Do you know that the play was actually about me and my life? What? Yeah, and you want to know how it ends? It ends with me getting better and finally stopping the violent scratching on my arms. And you know how that was possible? Because of you. What do you mean, because of me? You remember when you applied the hand cream and took care of my bruised palm? From that day on, I noticed how being around you and Damien helped me out so much. You always encouraged everything I did and were rays of sunshine, literally. You have no idea how much your kindness and care towards me helped me, and I will always be grateful to you for it. I was shocked and had tears in my eyes. That night, I played Natalie's words on loop in my head, and I knew what I had to do. I sat down and started a live video on Instagram. Hi everyone, how are you doing? This video is gonna be a little different. This time, I will be removing my makeup instead of putting it on. And I'm doing this to thank someone who hurt me. Not physically though, but in doing so, you made me all the more stronger. I talked about my insecurities and my panic attacks. I told the world how I was not embarrassed about it and how I wanted to learn to better myself. In the end, I just want to say, remember, you are amazing no matter what. Bye. Little did I know that my video would go viral. People began sharing their stories as well and tagged me in their videos. I was proud of myself that I didn't let my weakness convince me that I didn't have strength. I walked into school the next day, hand in hand with Damien and Natalie next to me, with my head held high. I hadn't realized it until then that I had amazing friends and parents, and I didn't need to be embarrassed about my attacks or anxiety. They were parts of me, and I am who I am because of them. Hi, my name is Mira, and I'm from Delhi, India. I lived with my parents and my twin sister Nani, and even though they loved me to bits, I was pretty sure I was adopted. I was born with a condition that turned my skin white and my hair blonde. I looked totally different from my twin and basically everyone in my city. I was so sure that I was adopted that Mom and Dad had to do a test to prove me wrong. My sister didn't make it any easier. Nani nicknamed me Ghost Girl, and that spread like wildfire. She would act like she got scared whenever she saw me. Oh no, it's the ghost! Someone save me! One night, I sneaked into Nani's room and waited for her under her bed. When she lied down, I pulled her by her ankles and she screamed. There! Now I scared you for real! I could terrify Nani into behaving, but other people? Not so much. As we grew up, people looked at Nani like she was a goddess. and when they saw me, they asked, "You look tired. Did you not sleep? Are you sick?" When I was in the 8th grade, I fell madly in love with a boy in my class. When I worked up the courage to ask him out, he looked deep into my eyes and said, "Your eyelashes are see-through. It's like they're not even there." So creepy. That stung. I slapped him and ran away in tears. I was heartbroken, and when people called me stupid nicknames now, it hit worse than ever. Nani tried to cheer me up, but a walking vision of beauty would never understand how I felt. I wanted to be anyone but me, and I got my chance to do that in just a few weeks. Our teacher in school introduced us to a pen pal program. Each of us had to write to a kid our age from a whole other country. When I got my first email from a boy named Archer, I was excited. He knew nothing about me, and I could be anyone I wanted. I told him I played the piano and the violin, and that I was tall, tan, with long, shiny black hair. When we exchanged photos, I just sent him a picture of Nani. When he sent me his picture back, I literally screamed. He was gorgeous. Nani spotted the picture from behind me and jumped on it. "He's cute. Who is he? Tell me right now or I'm showing Mom." I told her what I did, and I thought she would get mad at me for using her picture like that. But she just said, "So we can tell him anything?" I guess. Let's tell him our parents are spies. We spent hours making up crazy stories to tell Archer. Most of them were too ridiculous to use, but it was so fun coming up with them. Even though I wasn't totally honest with him, I genuinely enjoyed Archer. We tried to beat each other in online games all day long, and we talked for hours into the night. I thought I'd never have to pay for the lies I told him, until one day when my dad gave me some horrifying news. "I got a job in Portland, Oregon. We're moving to America." That was the city where Archer lived. There was no way I was telling him about this, and I kept acting like I was in Delhi long after I'd already moved to the States. I really thought I could hide until the first day of my new high school. I walked into class and my eyes landed on Archer. No, no, no! This was my nightmare. The teachers asked us to introduce ourselves, and without thinking, I decided to switch names with my sister. "I'm Nani, and this is my sister Mira." What? I rushed Nani out of class later and told her what happened. "This is crazy. We can't switch names for the whole school just for one guy. Please, he's the only friend I've ever had. I don't want him to find out like this." That was when Archer stepped out of class, looking really mad. He looked at Nani, thinking it was me. "Mira, is that you? Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Delhi." I didn't tell you I was moving here?" "No, you sent me a picture of you in Delhi yesterday." Nani was out of words. "If you didn't want to meet me, you should have just said so." He walked away and I cringed. I'd messed up big time. Archer stopped responding to my emails, and he didn't accept any of my gaming requests. I deserved the cold shoulder, but it made me so sad. I tried to make some new friends in school, and to my shock, it was actually easy. Things were different here from back home. I no longer got bullied for being blonde because there were blondes everywhere. People were actually nice to me, but the problem was they were cold to Nani. She was the one who looked different now, and people here didn't treat her like a goddess. Nani acted like it didn't bother her, but I knew she was lying. One day we were in school when a boy asked Nani out. When she said no, he started messing with her. He threw her books on the ground and said, "Who do you think you are?" "Whatever, you're ugly anyways." Tears of shock filled Nani's eyes. I flew to hit him, but a hand showed up out of nowhere and punched his lights out. It was Archer. He picked up Nani's books and handed them to her. "Are you okay, Mira?" Yes. Then he just walked off without another word. Wow, he's amazing. I know. Too bad he'll never talk to me again. Wait, I have an idea. Nani ran up to Archer and apologized to him as me. "I was nervous about whether you'd like me, so I just lied. Can you please forgive me? I'll buy you dinner to make up for it." She was going out with him now? I asked Nani what her plan was, and she said, "I'll gently break the truth to him. Then you guys can be friends and we can stop lying." I agreed to her plan, but after their first date, Nani came back without telling him. I asked her what happened, and she looked really weird. He didn't give me a chance to say it. He talks non-stop. I'll tell him next time. Next time? They went out on a date again. I trusted Nani, so I waited for her. But 2 more dates happened, and she didn't do it. One day, I followed Nani to spy on their date. I saw them outside a restaurant. Nani leaned in to kiss him. Oh my God! I was about to scream, but Archer held her back at the last moment. Mira! Whoa, why are you here? I gave Archer a flimsy excuse and pulled Nani away with me. You like Archer, don't you? That's why you're not telling him. No, he's just sweet and he made me feel special. I couldn't say it. Do you really like him? Tell me the truth. When she said yes, I felt like someone shocked me. So that was your plan? Keep dating him till he falls in love with you? Can't you go get another boyfriend? You're the pretty one now, and I'm the ugly outcast, right? Nani, don't say that. You sent him my picture. He chose to meet me on every date, not you, ghost girl. I couldn't help it. I slapped her. I didn't care about Archer. I just couldn't believe she said that to me. That was the biggest fight Nani and I had ever had. We stopped talking for days. I was so upset that I even stopped emailing Archer. They could be together for all I cared. One day, Nani and I came home from school, and we saw Archer walking out of our house. What? Nani ran up to him. Hi, are you here to see me? No, I'm here to see Mira. Nani froze, and Archer looked right at me. For the first time, I knew he was seeing me. I had a feeling something was wrong from the first day, but I had to be sure. Your parents told me your real names. Want to tell me the truth now? There was no backing out of this. Fine, it's me. I'm Mira. I got bullied for how I looked back home, so I sent you Nani's photo. Why didn't you say it when you got here? You lied to the whole school. I didn't want you to find out that way. You let me go out with your sister. When were you gonna tell me? That's when Nani jumped in between us. I stopped Mira. She wanted to tell you, but I made her wait. Why? Because I like you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop liking you. I just wanted some time. For what? To play with my feelings like I'm your toy? You're both liars, and I never want to see you again. With that, he stormed off and Nani burst into tears. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out. The next day, she told everyone in school our real names, just like that. Stop it, we'll get in trouble. I don't care, I'm done lying for you. I want my name back. The word spread like wildfire, and when our teachers heard about the mess, they took us straight to the principal's office. She was furious. She made our parents drive over from work. Your daughters switched identities. They've been taking each other's exams. Their scores are all mixed up. We don't tolerate scams in our school. You're both expelled immediately. My heart dropped. Expelled? This couldn't be happening. We got the screaming of a lifetime on our way back home. I was in so much shock that I couldn't even cry. Had I just ruined our lives over a stupid lie? The first few days out of school were just frantic. Our whole family sat together and filled out school applications one after the other. If Nani and I even looked at each other, our parents would explode. A week later, they dropped a bomb on us. They were sending us to separate schools. They didn't want any more accidents. The truth was, I didn't want to go to school without Nani. What would I even do by myself? But I had too much pride to protest, and she didn't say anything either. When our parents showed us how far our school buildings were, it suddenly hit me. No, nuh-uh, we can't go to separate schools. What? Nani and I can't be this far away. It's just wrong. Really? But after everything I did, don't you hate me? No, we're twins, aren't we? We're a package deal. We begged our parents to give us one last chance to be together. When they finally agreed, Nani and I were so relieved. I'm so sorry about everything, Mira. I was the worst sister ever. I called you names, I went after a guy I knew you liked. How could I be so horrible? When I was getting bullied every day, Archer was so kind to me. He did the same for you, and you loved that. But I love you more. I can't believe I forgot that. Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can. You'll always be my other half. We hugged each other in tears, and a heavy weight finally left my chest. We promised to always be on each other's side. Nani even asked me to make up with Archer. I was working up the courage to text him, but before I could do that, he showed up at our house. Nani pushed me to talk to him alone. He was so worried about our expulsion. He wasn't even mad at me. He just wanted to know if we were okay. We're gonna get into a new school. It'll be fine. I'm so sorry for everything, Archer.
You should be. You made me wait forever.
I thought you wouldn't like the real me.
I didn't like you because of your pictures. I liked you because you were sweet and funny, and you got really mean when you beat me at games.
My face was totally red now. Is there any way I can make it up to you?
There is one way. Go out with me. For real this time.
My jaw hit the floor. Are you serious?
I think the girl I fell in love with is still here. I want to get to know her. What do you say?
I was so happy that I jumped into his arms to hug him. He took me by surprise and gave me a kiss.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hi, I'm Selma from Bosnia. Before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. When I was 4, my parents and I went for Christmas to a little town far from home. The day we were going back, I was so excited at the train station.
Mommy, look! Our train's here!
I turned around to see Mom was gone. So was Dad. My heart raced in panic as I ran through the crowd, calling out to them. And moments later, I saw the train moving. Were my parents leaving without me? I ran after the train crying when suddenly someone took my arm. It was a kind-looking police officer, and I told him I was lost. He asked me to describe my parents to him.
Dad was wearing a brown coat, and Mommy's dress was red.
Sweetheart, can you describe their faces?
I couldn't describe them at all, and I didn't even know where I lived. The police officer dropped me at an orphanage and said he'd come to get me as soon as he found my parents. But days turned into weeks and weeks to months, and no one came for me. One day, I was introduced to a new roommate. When we were alone, the girl spotted my necklace on the bedside table and asked me what it was. It's a present from my parents. Want to try it on? I don't mind. I put it around her neck, and her face lit up. We became friends instantly, and I went to sleep feeling a little happier that night. The next morning, I jumped from my bed when I saw a strange girl in the room wearing my necklace. Hey, that's mine. You can't have that. What? You said I could wear it. I've never seen you before in my life, you thief. And with that, I pounced on her. The warden heard her screams and came running in. And when she pulled us apart, I saw a woman standing in the doorway. Child, are you crazy? Why are you attacking your roommate? What? I don't know who she is. I don't know who anyone is. The woman hugged me gently, asking me to explain what I meant. I told her that ever since I was a kid, I just couldn't remember faces. It turned out that the woman's name was Sarah, and she was a brilliant doctor. She told me I had a condition called face blindness, probably from birth. But it's nothing to worry about. I can teach you to get really good at recognizing people by their voices and expressions. Would you like to come live with me, Selma? Something about her reminded me of Mom, and I immediately said yes. And before I knew it, Sarah had adopted me, and I was flying to another city with her to live in her beautiful mansion. With Sarah's help, I grew more confident around people. I was homeschooled for many years, but on my 14th birthday, she told me I was ready for school. As soon as I entered the class on my first day, a group of girls flocked around me. Wow, that dress is gorgeous. Looks like you have money and good taste. You're pretty, too. We could be twins. But first tell me, how much money do you have in your bank account? 3 giraffes and an elephant? Oh gosh, you're funny too. Just like me. I'm Laura, I'm super popular, and you can sit with me. The next day at lunch, I saw Laura alone in the cafeteria and I joined her. Seconds later, someone pulled me up by the arm, and it was Laura. Why are you sitting with her? Being friends with me isn't good enough for you? Oh, Laura, I didn't realize. I thought it was you. You thought that was me? Did you just forget my beautiful blue eyes or my swan-like neck? I somehow convinced her that I'd just gotten confused and I had to be more careful. After that, I stuck close to Laura and her group and always waited to hear them speak first. A few months later, the school's winter dance was coming up and everyone was super excited. One day, a boy sat down next to me at lunch and said,
"I thought we had a moment the other day in the hallway. I'm Ben. Care to go with me to the dance?"
I had no freaking idea who he was, but I said yes anyway. Suddenly, to my shock, Laura flung her tray aside angrily and screamed, "You witch!" And then she stormed off. Wait, what just happened? Did Laura like Ben? A little later, I found a girl who looked like her on the bleachers ripping a bunch of roses to shreds. "Laura, listen, I had no idea you liked Ben. I'll say no to him. That doesn't change anything. You already said yes, so go with him now. Dance, get married, have babies, I don't care." I felt terrible. I almost canceled the dance, but Sarah said if Laura was a good friend, she'd come around eventually. At the dance, I could feel admiring eyes on me as I walked down the hall. Just then, Ben came running up to me, and without a word, he pulled me in for a kiss. Wow, it was my first kiss ever, and it felt freaking amazing.
Seriously, Selma? You just said yes so you could kiss some random dude on our date and humiliate me publicly?
No, wait, Ben, this is a mistake.
How could you kiss him by mistake? Do you kiss so many guys that you can't even tell them apart anymore?
How could I explain this without announcing my condition? I ran out the hall and tripped on my dress, falling face first. No one helped me up, and I blinked away my tears as I ran out. I would have skipped school the next day, but we had a big test I couldn't miss. After the exam, I was in charge of collecting and submitting the answer sheets to the teacher. When I walked to Miss Galina's office, I saw her at the door and waited to hear her voice.
"Yes, Selma. Thank you."
That was definitely her. I handed her the papers and went to the library. But minutes later, Miss Galina was breathing down my neck.
"I've been waiting for you in my office, and you're relaxing here? Where are the papers?"
"What? Miss Galina, I just gave them to you 10 minutes ago, in your office."
"Is this some stupid joke? You did nothing of the sort."
Just then, I heard Laura behind us. "Miss Galina, I just saw her hiding the test papers in her locker. I think she was planning to cheat and change her answers."
"What?"
Miss Galina insisted I opened my locker, and sure enough, the answer sheets came spilling right out. How was this possible? I tried explaining my condition to the principal, but she got even angrier at me for making things up, and I was expelled. As I stormed out of her office, I spotted Laura in the corridor, grinning. "Laura, did you trick me and frame me? Do you know about my condition?" "Oh yeah, I've known for a while now. Your cook told my maid who told me. Did you also set me up at the dance last night with that boy? Why? Just because I wanted to go out with stupid Ben? No, because I wanted to go out with you. You're completely blind, aren't you? Too blind to see who really loves you? But no, all you want is attention from stupid boys. I hate you, and I'm happy I don't have to see your pretty face anymore." What the what? Laura freaking loved me? When I got home, I looked around for Sarah to tell her about my terrible day, and I found her in my room holding my necklace. She looked like she'd seen a ghost.
"Selma, where did you get this from?"
"What do you mean? It's mine. My parents gave it to me one Christmas."
"Oh my God, Selma, I think I know who your real family is."
And then she told me the craziest thing. She said the rose symbol on my pendant was the crest of one of Bosnia's richest families.
I remember reading in the news a long time ago that they'd lost a little girl.
Selma, I've had you for all these years when they live right here in this city. This was unbelievable. The very next day, Sarah drove me to my house, which was basically a palace. When we were finally allowed to see them, I just knew these people were my parents. They listened to Sarah's story in stunned silence. Then they burst into tears and hugged me.
"Oh, Selma, we've missed you so much. Our sweet, beautiful niece."
Wait, what? Niece? The couple then told me that my own parents had died in a car crash soon after I was born, and that they were my uncle and aunt, my legal guardians. "We raised you like our own daughter till that awful day when we lost you. We've missed you every day, honey. This was so much news to take in. I was happy to be reunited with my family, but it broke my heart to see Sarah go. She kissed me goodbye and said she'd come see me often. I missed her a lot, but I had a whole new life to get used to. My aunt and uncle were spoiling me rotten by showering me with expensive gifts and having the chef cook up every delicacy imaginable. I was in heaven. But then everything changed. They both thought with my condition it was better if I homeschooled. And after those first few days, I'd hardly ever see them. They were always too busy with their own things, and I felt lonelier than ever before. A few months later, they hosted a dinner for some friends, and the minute I entered the hall, I saw a girl who looked way too familiar. OMG, you're their long-lost niece? Daddy, this is the girl I told you about, the freak who can't remember her own face. We used to be friends in school till she was expelled.
What? You were expelled from school?
Yeah, for cheating. She's such a disgrace. You should just put her up for adoption. I'd had enough. I went right up to Laura and gave her a hard smack on the face. She screamed and pushed me onto the table straight into the food. I grabbed a chicken leg and threw it at her, hitting her right in the eye. And I was immediately grounded, but it was totally worth it. Later that night, I went down to get some food and nearly died when I opened the fridge. A light showed someone sitting in a chair. Laura, oh my God, what are you doing here? Relax, I just want to talk. I think you and I are meant to be together, Selma. It's fate. Are you crazy? I'm not into girls, and even if I was, I wouldn't be with you if you were the last freaking girl. Suddenly, we heard some footsteps, and Laura pulled me under the table. Just then, Aunt and Uncle walked in, talking in low voices. We have to think of something quickly. Once Selma turns 16, everything will legally be hers. This house, our cars, our money will be at the mercy of a stupid teenager.
I guess we'll have to leave her at the train station again, but on another continent this time. Maybe a really remote island.
As they laughed and walked away, I sat frozen in shock. They had left me at the train station on purpose? Whoa, that was crazy. Your relatives are pure evil. I can't believe it. They got rid of me for money? That's why no one ever came looking for me? I'm not letting them get away with this. Laura took me by the hand, and for the first time, she seemed nice. Listen, I'm really sorry about everything. I know you can't like me that way, and I've been really dumb taking it out on you. But please, let me help you now. Laura got me hearing devices to place all over the house, hoping we could catch Aunt and Uncle on record. And sure enough, one day we heard the two of them making travel plans for Timbuktu so they could leave me there. We submitted the proof to Laura's dad, who was a lawyer, and in no time, those two crooks were in prison. I became the rightful owner of everything my parents had left me, and the first thing I did was convince Sarah to move into my house. I went back to school, and well, Laura and I are now best friends. Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich, single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France.
What's this?
Not now, Mom.
I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this.
I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams? I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner.
Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore.
What? You're breaking up with me?
Yep. You're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore.
I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress!
You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner.
The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk! Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet, so before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend / manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby, I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis, Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me. And it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too. And then, all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor. And my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers, and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I'd said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you.
Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college?
No way! I'm gonna turn this around.
You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance.
That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her. But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time.
We meet again.
He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess.
Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view.
I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything. Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin. He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer. And I'm I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine, I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the two siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when… Ugh, forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year, so why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers, and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah. So what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him. Is he your new boyfriend? He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good, and you.
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time, till Mom interrupted. The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice. Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here. After my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom.
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day. You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel. What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer. Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. Martin, there's something I need to... Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute. I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. Go away, Harriet. What's your name? Sharton? No. Farton? Oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet. Shut up, moron.
Am I missing something?
You don't know. Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend. And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked. Don't you feel special? Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot. Oh, but I'm smarter than you think. Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely. Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video. I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet, and I got almost all of my sponsors back, but nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but
not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you, I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard, and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time. Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course. I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait. Hi, I'm Penny from Nebraska. Except my parents are nomads, which means we travel to another state every month. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. By the time I was 8 years old, I'd lived almost everywhere. I stayed in a tent in the desert, old abandoned houses in the forest, and even in a beach cave. My dad and I couldn't be happier with our crazy life. Pinky promised me, Daddy, you'll never make me go to school, we'll swim every day in the ocean, and you'll take us to the moon one day.
I pinky swear, my love.
Though when I was 13 years old, everything changed. Mom woke me up one morning to tell me her and Dad were splitting up. Dad wanted to keep traveling, while Mom wanted to settle down in the city. Well, I don't want to settle, so I'm gonna keep traveling with Dad, and I really think you should join us.
Penny, I want you to stay with Mom. I love you, but taking you with me is too much work.
But We were gonna see the world together and fly to...
I'm sorry. Good luck, honey.
Dad kissed my forehead, and then he freaking left. Mom and I moved to Nebraska City, and I was shaking with anger. I tore up every picture I had of Dad and threw them in our fireplace. 2 years passed, and all I wanted was to forget about him. Then one day, things took an interesting turn. I went for a walk in the park when a letter flew at my feet. I looked up to see a boy smiling at me through the bushes. Oh my God, you scared me. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just too nervous to talk to you, but I still wanted to look at you because you're beautiful.
The boy rose up from the bushes and holy crud, he was majestic.
Take a walk with me. I'll take you somewhere magical.
Okay, Prince Charming. I'm actually gonna jet because I don't go off with strangers. I ran away quickly, but when I reached home, I saw the guy had followed me. All right, now you're just stalking me. Leave me alone or I'll call the police.
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't explain it, but I feel like we're meant to be together. Just let me take you on one date. I'll meet you right here at sunset. If you don't like me after the date, I'll leave you alone. I swear.
Okay, fine. You're kinda cute. But we have to be in a public area around other people. The guy agreed, but when I went out to meet him, I almost fell back in shock. He had landed a golden jet in my driveway.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to fly to Europe for dinner?
Did you just fly here in a gold jet? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, I'm a billionaire. I also brought you a few presents. An iPad, some chocolates, and I bought you your own horse.
My jaw dropped open when I literally saw a man trot by on a black horse. This was getting to be a bit too much. Listen, I appreciate all these gifts, but maybe we can just go somewhere simple, like the park we met at? To my relief, the guy agreed and set up a lovely picnic under the trees. He told me his name was Ezra and just wouldn't stop showering me with compliments. Ezra, thanks for all this, but I'm still a little confused. Why do you like me so much? We don't even know each other.
Like I said, I can't explain it, but I know for a fact we're meant to be together. Just wait and see.
As the evening went on, I discovered Ezra and I had literally everything in common. When I told him I liked video games, he showed me a picture of his PS4. When I told him my favorite food was lime cheesecake, he opened a container of it. Then my shoulders started feeling sore since I suffered from neck pain. And before I said anything, Ezra offered to give me a neck rub. How did you know I have shoulder pain? Only my mom knows about that.
I could just tell you were in pain. I understand you in a way nobody else does, Penny.
After Ezra's massage, my neck felt better than ever, which is insane. No doctor or masseuse had ever been able to make my pain go away. As time passed, Ezra and I kept hanging out. He kept buying me every gift I could want, and whenever I needed something, he was always at my beck and call. He was a literal angel. It didn't take me too long to agree to be his girlfriend. Sometime later, Ezra said that he'd transfer to my school next term. I couldn't stop squealing about it to my friend Jenna. I'd love to meet him soon. He sounds like a guy out of a storybook. And dating someone that hot will probably make you super popular. What do you mean popular? Oh, right. I forgot you were homeschooled before you moved here. Being popular means everyone thinks you're cool because you're dating a boy like Ezra? God, my life was just getting better by the second. Ezra met Jenna and I by a quiet bus stop as I kissed him. He even got me a caramel latte. Isn't he perfect? Ezra introduced himself to Jenna, but she just stared at us, looking horrified. Jenna, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying hi to Ezra? Penny? No, I am not saying hi to him. Oh my God, I have to go. With that, Jenna ran off as if Ezra was a monster. What was her deal? I tried asking her about it all day, but she refused to talk to me.
Babe, don't take it personally. She's just mad because you have a loving boyfriend and she's single. She'll get over it.
Finally, the next day I cornered Jenna in the library. Look, I can see you're jealous of Ezra and I'm sorry. I don't want to rub it in your face, but this is the first time I've been happy in years. My parents divorced, my dad left, and I miss traveling. I told Jenna all about what had happened in the past few years and she was actually sympathetic. It's not that I'm jealous. I can see that Ezra makes you happy, which you deserve, but I'm still not happy about you dating him. And I don't think you guys should be together for much longer. I kept asking Jenna why she was so against Ezra, but she refused to talk about it anymore. She even started avoiding me. So Ezra and I kept going out, and finally, The night came when I invited Ezra for dinner to meet Mom. But I was really confused when he didn't show up or call or text me. In fact, I didn't hear from him at all the next day either. I was starting to get really worried. I didn't even know where he lived. But on my way to the bus stop the next morning, I saw him sitting on a bench. Ezra, what happened? You totally blew me off last night.
Just go away, Penny. I hate you and I never want to see you again.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I said, get away from me. Do you want me to call the cops?
Ezra stormed off angrily and tears stung my eyes. What did I do to make Ezra so angry? I told Jenna all about it when I got to school. Wow, he broke up with you? I didn't think that would happen. I thought he'd stay with you for longer. Jenna, what are you saying? Do you know something about Ezra that I don't? Do you two know each other? Yeah, we do. I didn't want to say anything before, but I know Ezra and he's bad news, Penny. He used to date a friend of mine and really hurt her. Just stay away from him, please. Judging from Ezra's behavior, Jenna was probably right, but I was still confused and sad for the next coming weeks. Jenna kept trying to cheer me up and suggested she set me up with someone new. So we went on a double date where she introduced me to a guy named Noah, and I actually had fun with him, even though I was still sad about Ezra. I even let Noah walk me home and decided to hug him goodnight. But from behind Noah's shoulder, I saw Ezra sitting on my porch, glaring at me angrily. Oh my God! I sent Noah home immediately and stormed over to my ex-boyfriend. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in months. Are you ready to finally explain what happened between us?
Oh no, I don't owe you an explanation. I'm just here to tell you that there's no way that Noah guy will ever love you, 'cause you're the nastiest girl I've ever met.
Funny, because months ago, you said I was the love of your life. I don't know what your problem is, but just back off, Ezra. I'm moving on from you. You can stop insulting me now.
I don't think I will. You're a horrible girl and you don't deserve to be happy or loved. And I'll make sure you never are.
God, what a bully! I started dating Noah and really started liking him. And I felt 10 times better with Ezra out of my life. Then one day, I got a text from Noah to meet him at the movie theater for a date. But when I got there, Noah wasn't waiting for me. Ezra was.
Well, well, well. Look who it is.
It was you who texted? Did you hack Noah's phone?
Even better. I hacked your phone so I could read your messages. Look, Noah will be here any minute and I want to talk to you. And apologize.
It's too late. I want nothing to do with you. I started to walk away, but Ezra put his hand on my shoulders.
Penny, I know I've been a jerk these past few days, but I can explain myself. Give me a chance. If you don't forgive me, then I'll never bother you again. But let's just talk.
I still didn't trust Ezra, but I did want to hear what went on with him. Just then Noah texted me and said he'd be a little late. So Ezra said he'd buy me a soda. He went to go order for me and I went to go fill up my cup. Then suddenly an employee came up to me.
Excuse me, miss? You can't just walk in here and pour yourself a soda. You have to pay.
Oh, my friend is buying it. He's paying right now. But when I looked towards the counter, I realized Ezra had left. What the fudge? I tried explaining the situation to the employee, but she didn't listen. Instead, she called security on me. The guards had me wait outside the manager's office, and as soon as they left, Ezra came up to me.
You're such an idiot, Penny. I lied about buying you a soda. I set the whole thing up so you'd get in trouble.
What? But you said you were gonna apologize and explain yourself.
Oh, you beautiful, naive girl. As if I would ever apologize or explain myself.
Ezra walked away before I could answer, and that's when I realized he was a criminal. That's why Jenna didn't want me dating him. I told the manager and security guards everything. I thought I was in luck since Ezra probably had a criminal record, but they couldn't find anything on him. Then I remembered something. Jenna knew Ezra, and she could help me. I called her immediately and told her everything that happened. That's when I heard her crying over the phone. Penny, this is horrible. I know, you were right. Ezra was a crook. I understand now. I'm gonna call your mom. She needs to know what happened. We'll come meet you there, okay? Oh God, she was getting mom involved? But Jenna hung up before I could say a word. Thankfully, Noah texted me and I told him to meet me at the manager's office. Thank God for him.
Don't worry about anything, babe. We're gonna find this guy and get a restraining order. You're gonna be okay.
After a few minutes, Jenna arrived with Mom and they both told me to sit down. Ugh, here we go. Then suddenly, the door opened and it was Ezra. Then jerk better have come to turn himself in. Stay right where you are, Ezra. We're all on to you now.
Penny? Who are you talking to?
That monster over there? He's my ex-boyfriend who framed me?
No, baby. There's no one there. Are you okay?
Yes, he is. Jenna, Mom, you don't see Ezra there? I turned to Jenna right then, but her and Mom were staring at each other with tears in their eyes.
No, Penny. There isn't anyone there. Jenna called me and we talked for a while about your relationship with Ezra. How he brought you a horse, baked you your favorite foods, and adored you. Jenna even saw you kiss him at the bus stop. He was the perfect imaginary boyfriend.
I don't understand. Imaginary boyfriend? You mean Ezra isn't real? I just made him up? Penny, it was my fault. I was the only one who met Ezra. When I saw you hug and kiss the air, at first I thought you were insane, but when you told me what you went through with the divorce and how happy you were for the first time, I decided to play along with it. But then he broke up with you and turned against you, and you were so upset, I didn't know what to do or how to tell you the truth. I was dead silent as I thought back to everything Ezra and I had been through together. I'd sat alone in the park having an imaginary picnic. I'd imagined his love letter at my feet. And as I reached back to feel my neck, it hurt more than ever. The healing massage he'd given me had been in my head. I started to cry then as Mom hugged me. She took me to a therapist after that day to see what had caused the whole thing.
You were heartbroken that your dad left, so you created a perfect boyfriend in your head to give you all the love and attention you needed. And then, eventually, Ezra betrayed you in your mind because your dad betrayed you.
Well, I guess that makes sense. After my therapy appointment, I asked... Hi, I'm Julia from New York City. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Ever since I can remember, I've never had a day of peace in my life thanks to my older twin sisters, Tina and Sophia. They were 10 years older, famous models just like my mom, and they loved annoying me. On my 6th birthday, Mom gave me a pet piglet, but it went missing a few weeks later on Thanksgiving. I was devastated as I sat down for dinner that night. Julie, you see that turkey? That's your piggy. What? Yeah, Mom said they ran out of turkey, so she cooked your piggy instead. You're lying! No! I started bawling like a baby till Mom rescued my pet from my sister's closet. They were grounded, but the memory haunted me for years. I could never enjoy another Thanksgiving. Things just got weirder as we grew older. Tina and Sophia got more famous, and I became their geeky little sister with a thing for science and sugar. By 13, I weighed twice the kids my age. One time, Mom invited a French photographer to take family portraits.
Wow, Tina, that is a beautiful pose. Sophie, yes. Hold that. Juicy, juicy.
Julie.
Whatever. Pull in your tummy while you smile. A little more. More. Okay, now smile. Press it, smile.
I was trying when Tina tickled me a little, and I let out a huge fart. Oh my God, Julie, you stink up the place. You baby cow. When the photos came out, I was so red, it looked like someone had slapped me 20 times. So embarrassing. I exercised and lost most of the extra weight, but my sisters never let me forget that incident. Worse, kids in my school constantly questioned me about my famous sisters, and I hated that. My older brother says that Tina bathes in milk. That's why she's so pretty. And Sophia brushes her hair with a comb made of feathers. Tell us, please, is all this true? I got so annoyed, I jumped on one of them and pulled her hair. Tina's breath stinks and so do her clothes. And Sophia brushed her hair last winter. It's all makeup, you moron. Now leave me alone. Turns out it was our teacher's daughter, and my stunt landed me in detention. But I didn't care as long as I got some peace. So, yeah, life wasn't great, but it wasn't all bad either. I was at the top of my class, and at 17, I even landed a prestigious summer internship at the Natural History Museum. On my first day, I got up an hour early to get ready and reached the museum before my time. But the place was massive, and I got totally lost. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me.
Are you the new intern?
Yeah, I'm Julie. Pleased to meet you.
Late. You're late. You were supposed to report to me 15 minutes ago.
Before I could even apologize, the boy started walking away.
I'm Pierre, your supervisor, boss, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so tell me, why is the sky blue? Too slow. How do airplanes fly? How old is the Earth? Do you know anything besides makeup?
4.543 billion years.
What?
You asked me how old the Earth is? I know my science, okay? But I guess you don't know how to talk to people. Maybe learn that first.
You're right. I'm sorry. I had a tough morning and I took it out on you. How about we start again? Hi, I'm Pierre, and it's nice to meet you.
Over the next few days, Pierre and I hung out a lot. He was my age, the son of a diplomat, and he'd only recently moved to New York. He was also really smart, and we'd often spend hours discussing science stuff. Slowly, I even started liking him a little. One day, I was cleaning up a fossil when my shirt got caught and ripped. Pierre rushed to my side and gave his shirt to me.
You're bleeding.
Huh? Oh no. Dang it. Pierre hurried back with first aid, and as he was tending to me, I couldn't stop staring at how perfect he was.
There, all done.
Thanks. I feel much better. Much better. Oh, God. You must think I'm crazy.
Nope. I think you're cute. And also, I think you should go out on a date with me.
Really? You do? The next day, Pierre took me out to the most amazing restaurant, and we had the best time ever. Soon after, we started dating officially, and things were perfect. That was until one night. Pierre and I were closing the museum, and my sisters stormed in with some friends and started messing around with the museum artifacts. What are you guys doing here? You're always working. So we thought you could use some fun. Oh, are you the guy she keeps texting? Dude, she makes the funniest faces when she's on the phone. Like she wants to poop, but can't. Let me show you. Can you stop embarrassing me and go to a club or something? Where's the fun in that? My sisters and their friends just ignored me as they went around taking selfies. But then the museum security heard the noise and chased them away. I was given an earful, but at least the situation was under control and nothing was damaged. But the next morning, I spotted Tina wearing a dinosaur tooth around her neck. Oh my God, Tina, you're not supposed to take that. It's worth $40,000. Why would a rotten old tooth cost this much? Here, you can have it. I immediately wanted to leave for the museum to put the tooth back before someone noticed, but just then, the police knocked on my door. Apparently, the museum staff had seen the CCTV footage, and my sister had already been caught on tape. The twins would have been arrested for stealing, but I called Pierre and asked if his dad could help. He told me once his dad was on the museum board of directors, so I had to take a shot.
He saw the video footage too, and he's really mad.
I know it's a huge favor, but I'm asking, please, if he could just help me out this one time. I'll even apologize in person.
Actually, there's this fundraiser that he wants me to attend. Maybe you can come along too and talk to him.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Pierre pulled some strings and the police let off my sisters. And for the first time, they were sorry. The fundraiser wasn't as bad as I thought, even though his dad was really cold even after I apologized. And soon, Pierre started asking me to all the events he got invited to. And things were exciting for a while. I enjoyed dressing up and going around with my handsome boyfriend. But between studies and work, I was getting burnt out. One evening, I didn't have anything, so I raided Tina's closet. Oh my God. Who died and left you this hideous dress? It's yours. Must be something I bought to give to a homeless person. Listen, kid, no matter what you wear, you'll always be a dork. Don't change too much to fit in, okay? Did you hit your head or something? Anyway, I'm off. I had no idea what Tina meant, but I was terribly late, and when I got there, Pierre was outside waiting for me.
Where were you? Everyone is asking me, and why are you wearing that? Don't you have something designer? Aren't your sisters models?
What's wrong with my clothes? Besides, I'm exhausted and I'm here. Before Pierre could reply, someone told us that his dad was looking for him and we went inside. I was standing in a corner feeling angry and tired when I spotted one of the world's most famous marine scientists, Dr. Keller. Oh my God, I'm a huge fan, sir. Your work in the space of dead turtles is groundbreaking. And that piece on how sharks are misrepresented in shark movies is amazing.
You've read that paper? No one ever has. You should come by my office sometime.
I'd love to. I even have something I'd like you to see.
Julia, there you are. I want to make you meet someone.
Before I could say anything, Pierre dragged me to the other corner of the room. What was that?
I just saved you from the worst conversation of your life. You should thank me.
Thank you? A world-famous scientist just invited me to his office, and I was discussing my research with him when you dragged me away.
Dr. Keller is a bit of a cuckoo. He invites everyone to his office because he's bored all day. It's nothing special. Give me a break.
So you think I'm not actually good at what I do? You know what? Save your breath. I've had enough. I'm leaving, and yeah, maybe we should take a break. And with that, I stormed out. Pierre tried calling me later, but I ignored him. And over the next few days, he tried everything to get my attention. He would drop cards in my backpack, leave chocolates, show up with a car full of roses, and when nothing worked, he came up with the ultimate surprise.
I spoke to Dr. Keller. He's agreed to meet you next week. Get that research going.
You did what? I can't believe it. Oh, thank you.
Does that mean we're good?
Pierre, I like you, but We belong to different worlds, and I really can't afford distractions.
I understand, but at least we can be friends, right? And I can help you finish your research paper. That's the least I can do after everything you've done for me.
Pierre was a smart guy, and I could really use his help. We started working day and night, and I often caught him stealing glances at me. By the time we were done, I was exhausted out of my wits.
Maybe you should rest. I'll make the final changes and see you at Dr. Keller's office.
You sure? Oh, that'll be amazing, and thank you for your help. Pierre kissed me lightly on the forehead, and I had butterflies in my stomach. I knew he still liked me, and I liked him too. Maybe I'd give us another shot. But right now, I had bigger fish to fry. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling really confident and showed up early. I was sitting at the reception waiting for Pierre to show up, when suddenly, I saw him leaving with Dr. Keller and my final research.
Okay, I'm gonna be late. Good job on the research, Pierre, and welcome to the team. Your dad will be proud and happy. Oh, hi, Julia. Are you here for Pierre?
Actually,
yes. We decided to celebrate together, if you liked my research.
I wanted to say something, but I was speechless. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. Pierre walked toward me, but something inside me snapped, and I slapped him hard. So this is why you didn't want me talking to him at the party, and why you helped me with my research. So you could steal it and claim it as your own. Never in a million years did I think you'd be such a snake, Pierre. Crushed, I ran away as fast as I could. How could I be so stupid? Years of research and hard work gone down the drain. When I got home that day, my sisters could immediately tell something was wrong. They sat me down, and I told them everything. Ugh, why do you even care about this stuff so much? Because I do, okay? It's what I want to do in life. How would you feel if someone took away all your hard work and claimed it as theirs? We wouldn't know. No one can be as pretty as we are. Okay, I'm done with this conversation. Sorry. Wait. Sit. We know it's devastating that Pierre used you and then threw you under the bus, but that's life. Now, you can either cry about it, or you can move your butt and start from scratch. The choice is yours. Whatever you choose, we're here for you. My sisters were right for once. I couldn't let this one blow take away my whole future, so I decided to plunge myself into my studies. Pierre tried reaching out 1,000,000 times, but I was done with that lying jerk. I graduated top of my class and went to Harvard. Slowly, I started building my research from scratch and things started looking up. But for some reason, I could never completely understand or forget Pierre's betrayal. Maybe what I was looking for was closure. A year later, my sisters and I were vacationing in Costa Rica when a familiar figure approached me.
Julia, is that you?
Pierre? You. Take another step and I'll knock your teeth in.
I just want to apologize. I know what I did was horrible and unforgivable, but I had my reasons.
Really, dude?
Yes. My dad is a horrible person, Julia. He told me if I couldn't show him that I can make it as a scientist, he'd have my butt kicked back to London and force me to become a politician. I thought if I got a chance to work with Dr. Keller, I could impress my dad and he'd finally let me follow my passion, so I
backstabbed me, stole my research, cost me the chance of a lifetime?
Yes, but if it's any consolation, I never joined Dr. Keller. I just couldn't do it.
Listen, I don't care about you or your dad anymore. I trusted you and you betrayed me. Nothing you can say or do will make this right. And if you really want to follow your passion, stand up for yourself. Lying and cheating won't get you anywhere. Now save your face and let's not talk again. Ever.
But
You heard her. Now leave. Pierre left with a pouty face and both my sisters jumped on me.
Look at our baby cow, all grown up.
Get off me, you two. We love you. Yeah, love you too. Now stop smothering me.
I'm so proud of you, Martha. Every time Dad said those words, I cringed. Have you ever felt like all you needed was approval from this one important person in your life, and for some freaking reason they just never gave it to you? Yeah, well, same. Hi, my name is Elsa. Martha is my twin, and all my life I've been competing with her for Dad's approval and failing miserably. The first time I remember hearing these awful words was when I was 3 years old. We were sitting at the dining table, and when Mom put our food in front of us, I grabbed a knife and fork and started cutting up my vegetables. I had to admit, I was a pro at it. Oh wow, where'd you learn to eat like that? Look at her. But Dad was too busy admiring Martha, who had her face in her bowl like a dumb little puppy with gravy dribbling down her face. That's my big girl, eating all by herself. I'm so proud of you, Martha. Wait, what? You call that eating? I picked up my love of books from Dad, and by the time I was 4, I could read fluently. After finishing everything at home, I begged Mom to take me to the public library one day, and I was like a kid in a candy store. One night when Dad came to our room to read to us, I whipped out the 7th Harry Potter book from under the bed.
Daddy, let's read this. I can't wait to see how it ends.
You've read all the Harry Potter books?
Yes, and they're so amazing. I love...
Just then, Martha took out a book from under her pillow and nearly hit me in the face with it.
Daddy, please read this to me. I couldn't read all the words, and her book sounds stupid. It's not stupid. Goldilocks and the 3 Bears is stupid. What are you, 2 years old? No, I'm like 4, you idiot. Then why do you want to read books for babies? Because we are babies. I'm not, but you're a big crybaby.
That's enough, Elsa. Martha, honey, tell me where you got stuck. I'll read it to you. And I'm still very proud of you. It was always the same. We'd learn everything together, and she got all the praise even if I was 5 steps ahead of her. I didn't mind it too much at first. I'd read in a book that parents can be like that sometimes, showering the dumb kid with extra praise to encourage them. But then something happened that really made me lose my temper for the first time. Since my vocabulary was really good for a kid my age, Mom entered me in the local spelling bee for gifted youngsters when I was 7. I was the youngest participant, and I won first prize. I couldn't wait to go home and tell Dad.
Look at my trophy, Dad, I won!
Just then I saw Martha's pouty face with fat tears rolling down her cheeks.
I want one too!
Dad immediately snatched it from me and pushed some chocolate bars in my hand instead. There you go, Martha. Daddy is very proud of his little girl. Hello? What for? And what about me? I just stared at him for a minute. Then I rushed off to my room, slammed the door as hard as I could, and threw the bars in the trash. 10 minutes later, I took them out and ate them while sulking on my bed. I just didn't get it. Why was it so hard for him to say that he was proud of me, too? Later that night, I snuck into the kitchen and sprinkled salt on his oatmeal. And I felt so happy the next morning when he took a big spoonful and spat it all out. Dad would sometimes take me and Martha to his office because he said we'd be running the company one day. Once when we were heading out, Martha said she wasn't feeling well and she stayed back. I felt really happy secretly. I'd get to have Dad all to myself. Dad had a board meeting and told me to sit quietly in a corner. His boss did not look happy with everyone. Guys, our data is indicating that sales have gone down this past quarter. We need to come up with something new, something exciting. As everyone looked at each other blankly, I had a great idea, so I raised my hand. What is it, kid? I read in the New York Times that smartwatches for teenagers are going to be the next big tech gadget. Everybody looked at me in surprise. But then a big smile spread on his boss's face. That's brilliant. We don't have anything for teenagers. Who's this genius kid? Instead of looking proud, Dad just looked embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure to leave her home next time. I didn't understand why he was looking like he was mad at me when everyone else seemed to think I was a delight. Are you insane? She's amazing. I would be so proud of her if she was mine. Dad just nodded and glared at me. The second we got home, he rushed straight to Martha's room with the gifts he had for her. I missed you so much today. It really wasn't fun without you. I felt shattered at hearing those words. Just then, she got out of bed and showed Dad the painting she'd been working on. Martha, that's so beautiful. It was a painting of SpongeBob and his starfish buddy. I thought it was really ugly, actually. I'm so proud of you, Martha. I'm really glad you're better. Watching him hold her tight for so long made me want to cry. Mom and Dad thought I had tears of joy because my sister was feeling better, but they were just tears of anger. I wanted to rip her dumb painting into 2. As I grew older, I couldn't help thinking maybe Dad loved Martha more because she was the prettier twin. Everyone thought she looked like an angel with her blonde hair and blue eyes. All the boys in school would be asking me to introduce them to her. Geez, the girl could have her own TV show. Everybody loves Martha. It wasn't until the 8th grade that someone finally noticed me. It was our science teacher, Mr. Martin. He saw that I was always done with my work early, and he started giving me more advanced physics books to read. One day, when he asked me about what new thing I'd learned, I told him I just loved quantum physics. Mr. Martin took his glasses off as he looked at me in surprise. Are you saying you actually understand those concepts, Elsa? Yeah, I think so. Next thing I knew, Mr. Martin had taken me to the principal and asked if I could be allowed to take advanced level maths and physics tests. And it turned out I did really well in all of them. The next day, my parents were called in and the principal beamed at them. "You must be so proud of your daughter." "Yes, we are very proud of Martha." "No, I'm here to talk to you about Elsa. She's quite the little genius. We want to bump her up a few grades." Dad looked confused.
"But what about Martha? Will she be bumped up too?"
Sir, Martha is an average student at best. She's fine where she is."
"Well then, Elsa can't move up either. Imagine how that will make Martha feel. She's a very sensitive child. Thank you for the offer, but Elsa will stay in 8th grade."
I couldn't believe my ears. Was he for real? Later that night at the dinner table, I ate my food in silent rage. As usual, Dad was busy asking Martha how her day had been. "It was great. Thanks to your help, I got a B in my history assignment. Oh, and I'm starting cheerleading practice tomorrow."
"That's wonderful, darling. I'm so proud of you."
If I heard those words one more time, I was going to explode. I banged my glass down on the table. "And what about me, Dad? Aren't you proud that I'll be finishing high school earlier than most of the other kids?" "Dad, what is she talking about?"
Dad clenched his jaw. "We've had this discussion, Elsa. You're not moving up a few grades."
"No, actually, I never got the chance to speak. How could you do this to me, Dad?"
"This is for your own good. You should thank me instead of being a total brat."
"Who do you think you are? How would you feel if your boss stopped you from being more successful?"
"I would actually be so grateful to him because he knows what he's talking about, just like me right now."
"You can't hold me back because of Martha. It's not my fault she's dumb."
"I don't know why you think you're smart. Trust me, you're just dumb. You only have confidence, not smartness."
"No, I'm smart. Martha is a dumb one. Do you hear me?" I regretted the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. Martha looked hurt for a second. Then her face turned vicious. "It would be much better for my popularity if my nerdy twin sister wasn't in the same class. No one even likes you. Why do you think they don't like me? Because you're a weirdo?" "Not true. It's because you kept telling them nasty things about me. You think I don't know? Do you care about how that makes me feel? What about you, Dad? Are you happy about this?"
"Martha is just joking around. You don't have to make a big deal out of it."
"You're a monster. And so is Martha. Like daddy, like daughter." Mom pushed back her chair and stood up.
"Enough, all of you. I think it would be better for you two to be apart, so Elsa will be changing her grade, and no one is dumb or a weirdo."
And then she turned to Dad angrily.
"I can't believe you. You're so selfish." "Selfish? Why? Because I want the best for your kids?"
"For my kids? Or just for Martha? You think I don't see?"
"You stopped seeing a long time ago."
"But I can see your pity from a mile away." And with that, she left. I looked at Dad, but he just flung his napkin down on the table and walked away. I didn't care anymore. I wasn't going to wait around for him to say those words to me. I was bumped up to 9th grade and finished high school 2 years before Martha. We never had much in common, but in the past couple of years, we'd really grown apart. She wasn't doing well at school and was always more interested in going to parties and hanging out with boys. But Dad was as blind to her faults as ever. "Look what's arrived in the mail, Mom! I just received my college acceptance letter to MIT on full scholarship." As Mom squealed in delight and hugged me, suddenly Dad walked in and snatched the letter out of my hands.
"You never told me you're applying to MIT. What will you study there?"
"Quantum physics. That's what I've always loved, but you never asked." He crumpled up the letter into a ball.
"I own a tech company. How will you manage if you're too busy studying stupid theories in a research lab?"
"I'm not interested in taking over your company, Dad. You should train the daughter you're really proud of to take over, and we both know that's not me."
"Well then, hear this. I'm not going to be paying a penny for your college."
And with that, he stormed out of the room. That fall, I moved away to Boston and got a job at a coffee shop to pay for my expenses. I stopped talking to Dad and Martha altogether. Mom kept in touch with me and sometimes sent me money. In my last year at university, I was clearing the tables at the coffee shop one day when a regular customer, Leonard, walked up to me. He'd been coming every day for 6 months, and I had the biggest crush on him.
"Hey, Elsa, I've probably spent hundreds of dollars on coffee just to see you every day, so how about I cut to the chase? I think you're beautiful and smart, and I'd like to ask you out."
Wait, he thought I was beautiful? Growing up under Martha's shadow, I'd never really seen seen myself that way. We dated for 2 years, and then we got married. Only Mom attended the wedding from my side. I found out from her that Martha had dropped out of college and run away with some loser boyfriend who had promised to make her a big model one day. Your dad's really heartbroken and has just thrown himself into his work even more. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Anna. Leonard was so supportive of my career and always told me how proud he was of my achievements. And it was the happiest I'd ever been, until the day I got a phone call from Mom. Honey, you have to come home. Your dad's had a stroke. I flew back home immediately. Seeing Dad looking so weak and sick made my heart hurt. I sat by his side and took his hand. I'm here now, and everything's going to be okay. Dad was no longer fit enough to work, and I knew what I had to do. I left my dream job and moved back home with my family, and Leonard and I took over the company's operations. One day, I was looking all over for Anna when I found her on Dad's bed, reading out loud to him. I saw that he had tears in his eyes. She's just a little genius like you. Do you remember how smart you were? Do you remember that, Dad? He took my hand and drew me close. I'm sorry that I wasn't a good dad to you. I just always felt Martha needed my love and attention more. I shouldn't have treated you the way I did. I thought I didn't care by now, but my heart soared with joy as he said the words I'd been longing to hear my whole life. I'm so proud of you, Elsa.
Not again, Dad, I said desperately as he barged into my room with yet another fancy new dress. This could only mean one thing: another date. My mom followed him inside and said, "We're off to a party now. Put those horrible books away and get to a salon. You clearly need a makeover." I rolled my eyes at them and said I wasn't going. Suddenly, their faces darkened, and my dad said, "It wasn't a request. You have one job, Angela. Get married." I was starting to get pissed off and said I didn't see why they were so obsessed with me getting married. Mom glared at me and said I had to go on this date. She said the guy was the son of one of my dad's biggest business partners. "If you don't go, you can kiss your freedom goodbye for a month," Dad threatened. I had a huge party planned with my friends, and no way was I going to be stuck at home. I reluctantly prepared myself for the evening that awaited me. The guy picked me up at 7 p.m. He was about 4 inches shorter than me, and he had his oily hair pulled back. "Hey there, babe. Couldn't you find something better to wear?" I rolled my eyes and looked at his neon yellow shirt. While drinking soup at the restaurant, Mike, my date, burnt his tongue and screamed so hard that 2 of his front teeth fell out. I couldn't compose myself anymore. I grabbed a cab and rushed home. A few days later, my parents barged into my room and yelled at me for deliberately sabotaging their deal. What deal? Apparently, the guy's dad was going to sign a deal with Dad if I started dating him. I gagged. They were furious and wouldn't listen to me when I tried to tell them what had happened. Dad yelled, "Shut up, you ugly moron." Then they slammed the door shut. I was locked inside. Thankfully, that evening, my Uncle Tom came home. He got me out of the room and told my parents to act like normal people. Dad glared at him, but Mom jumped to her feet and said, "I don't need any advice from you. No one here needs a gay man's advice." Uncle Tom looked horrified. I felt so sorry for him. He looked at my parents and said, "Just behave or I'll take her away." With that, he was gone. The next day at school, a boy came up to me and said, "Hi, I'm Peter." I looked at him suspiciously. He looked familiar. Just then, behind him, the most gorgeous girl I had ever seen appeared. My jaw dropped, and Peter introduced her as his sister, Penny. They were twins. The twins and I quickly became friends, and I would often invite them over. Apparently, their parents were uber rich, so Mom and Dad didn't mind. But one day, Mom came up to me and told me I had another date that evening. When I got to the restaurant, I was shocked to see that the person they had tried to set me up with was none other than Peter. I was furious, and I ran right back out. How could he think this was okay? I'd never even flirted with him. Peter caught up with me and asked me what was wrong. I told him I didn't have any plans to date him, and he said he was sorry. Then he said my parents had forced him and his twin sister to be my friends. I was furious. I rushed home and confronted my parents. They started to yell at me. "Do you know just how much we paid their parents?" I was stunned. why would you pay them at all? They said it was because I was so dumb and good for nothing that I couldn't even make friends. I decided that this was all too much, and I told them I was leaving. I called Uncle Tom and asked him to come and get me. I thought life would be easy now that I was no longer living with my psycho parents. But boy, was I wrong. At school the next day, Peter approached me, and I told him that I didn't want to be friends with him anymore. He looked disappointed, but smiled and said, "It's okay, Angela. I understand completely." Without responding, I turned to leave. I had wanted to make a gracious exit, but to my horror, not 5 steps later, my foot got caught in something and I fell on my face. My nose started to bleed, and I quickly gathered my stuff and rushed away while everyone stared at me. I ran into the girls' bathroom to clean my face. Just as I was done, a notification popped up on my phone. It read, "Hello, Angela. I hate to break it to you, but if you don't do everything I say, I'm going to tell everyone your biggest secret. I have your diary." I laughed at such an old-fashioned prank, but the text messages were pictures from pages of my diary where I had written my deepest, darkest secrets. No one could find out about them, or I would be over. I had no choice but to do as they said. I replied, "What do you want from me? I know who you really are," the message simply read. I asked them what they meant, but there was no reply. In fact, a new message didn't arrive until days later. I didn't know how long the silence would last, so I did the only thing I could think of. I tried to find out who it was. I had a plan to find out who could have stolen it. The next day, I snuck to the back of the school. I hid my face from the security cameras and then pulled the fire alarm. Immediately, everyone rushed out of the school. I checked to make sure that nobody was in the security room and then quickly searched for the older videos. I transferred all of the data onto my flash drive. Just as I was about to leave, one of the security guards came in. As soon as he saw me, he yelled, "Hey you, stop right there." I ran for dear life. I managed to outrun him and escape the school. Once I was safe, I checked my bag, and to my despair, I realized I'd dropped the flash drive somewhere. I'd missed my chance. But before I could investigate further, I got this message. "Ha ha ha. I know what you did, and I know why you did it. So you like being a spy, huh? Well, do I have a mission for you?" I read the next message in shock. This was going to be horrible. If anything bad happened, my parents would kill me. The next day, as instructed, I called my mom. At first, she was angry that I'd called her, but when she heard what I had to say, she was thrilled. My blackmailer had told me to ask my parents to set me up on a date. That evening, I found myself face to face with one of the most boring people I could imagine. The minute I reached out to shake his hand, he pulled me in for a kiss. Ew! The boy wouldn't take no for an answer. And 5 minutes into the date, I dumped a glass of water onto his head. He screamed, jumped back, and threatened to destroy my parents. He said he was my dad's boss's son. I couldn't believe my ears. The very next day, Dad lost his job. Mom called and yelled at me for deliberately ruining their lives. I tried to explain, but obviously she didn't listen. "You are the worst possible child. If only I'd never had a second child," I gasped. This was the first time my mother had mentioned my brother in a very, very long time. "Mom, listen to me." I tried to explain things to her, but she hung up. My phone screen lit up. Ha ha ha, that was a fun show. I was furious. Whoever this person was, he or she was ruining my life. And I had a feeling that this was just the beginning. I was right. The next message asked me to do something even worse. Something I hadn't been prepared for. "Forget it," I messaged. "Are you sure? Are you truly ready for your secret to come out?" The truth was, I wasn't, but I also didn't think I could do this. So I didn't reply. Maybe I should have. The next day when I went to school, Penny marched up to me. "You are disgusting, Angela. I hate you. Stop spreading rumors about me." I tried to ask her what was wrong, but she slapped me in the face in front of everyone. Then she left. My phone pinged. I took it out and saw another message. "Enjoy." Oh no. Sure enough, I then received a link to a TikTok video. I played it. It said, "I'm gay, so I go on dates just to break men's hearts." It was followed by a video of me dumping water on my last date's head, the one who got my dad fired. To make matters worse, The video ended with a picture from my diary with mine and Penny's names written in hearts. My phone suddenly blew up with thousands of messages from Mom and Dad. All my friends were calling me too. Everyone wanted to know if this was true. I rushed home to Uncle Tom and barged into his room. Mom and Dad were already sitting there. They looked at me and then at Tom, waiting for him to say something. He got to his feet very slowly and said, "I'm sorry, Angela, but you can't live with me anymore." I was horrified. I asked him why, and he said that my parents were disowning me and wouldn't give me a single penny now that I had come out. They had also threatened to sue him if he tried to help me. I asked my parents if it was true, and they acted as if I weren't even there. I was certainly homeless. There was nowhere to go. There was no reason to stay in this town since everyone either hated me or thought I was a joke. Besides, I didn't want to play into the blackmailer's hands anymore. With whatever money I had, I moved to another town. In this new place, I got a job at McDonald's and even managed to enroll in college. Except for the occasional threatening message from my parents, it seemed like my life was almost headed towards normalcy. Or so I thought. On the very first day of college, I bumped into Peter. I had almost completely forgotten about him. He asked me what I studied, and I was thrilled to find out that we were doing the same major. I wasn't really thrilled, but at least I finally had a friend here. He was always with me. We hung out together, and he even got a job at McDonald's too. One day, he asked me out on a date. "I never truly got over you," he said, looking like a lovesick puppy. After all of my parents' messages, I knew that they would never accept a girl as my partner, so I gave in and agreed to date Peter. The very next day, I got a message from my parents telling me that they were so happy I was dating a guy. How the hell did they know? Was there no escaping these two? But the worst was yet to come. A few days after Peter and I started dating, he invited me to his house. While he was making dinner, I began to roam around the hallway when I came across a door he usually kept locked. He told me it was his storeroom. I went inside and almost passed out. This was no storeroom. The room was full of pictures of me, some of them as old as high school. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me, and I began to explore more. Where is it? Where is it? And then I saw it. In the middle of a pile of paper, my diary. I almost threw up. Peter! It had been Peter all along. But that's when he saw me leave the room. His jaw dropped. "Angela, I can explain, but there was nothing he could say about this." I ran to my place and locked the doors. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. I was almost certain Peter had followed me home. I looked through the peephole and almost jumped back in shock. It was the last person I had expected. Penny. I slowly opened the door to let her in, and almost passed out when I saw who was standing behind her. It was my brother, Zach. I hadn't seen him in years. I just stood there in shock with my mouth open. Penny explained that her crazy brother had told her he was dating me, and she had tried to warn me about the psycho that he was. Zach was with her because apparently the two had been dating. Just then, we heard Peter banging loudly on the door. "Angela, please let me explain. I love you and I want to marry you." "Let me handle this," Zach said. Zach had suddenly left many years ago when I was very young, and the very next day, I'd heard my parents fighting. That's when I discovered my biggest secret. I never told anyone. When he came back, he apologized to me. "Angie, I'm sorry I left you alone with our crazy parents." He said he hated that Mom and Dad had tried to force him into medical school. "Moving out was my only option," he said. I was really surprised. I thought he left because of me. We started hanging out a lot, and he was always trying to make up for what he called not being there for me. Then one day, he called me and said he had a surprise for me. I was psyched as I waited for him. When he finally came, I was stunned to see his surprise, Dad. I couldn't believe Dad had agreed to come and see me. Dad begged for my forgiveness and asked me to come home. He even said that he would set me up with a pretty girl. I told him to stay away from me and my private life, but Zach said I should forgive him and try to fix my relationship. So I moved back. To my surprise, Dad was very kind to me, even though Mom was her usual mean self. She kept insulting Dad. "I can't believe you let this horrible embarrassment move back. she said to him every time she saw me. One day, I got a call from Zach, and he told me to meet him at his place. He was panicky and crying, so I rushed over. Just as I got into my car, a hooded man grabbed my arm. "We have your brother," he whispered threateningly into my ear and dragged me with him. He took me to a dark place. There, he told me that he would only let Zach go if I signed a piece of paper for them. Terrified, I picked up a pen while Zach sat across the table from me, crying. Just as I was about to sign, the door flew open, and Penny rushed in. "Don't do it, Angela," she yelled. Zach jumped up and tried to force me to sign, but I pulled back. What was happening? Someone from behind Penny jumped at her and tried to drag her away, but she ran and yelled, "Your dad and your brother are tricking you." That was when a commotion outside caught my attention. We all rushed outside, and I saw that the police were there with my dad. Apparently, my dad was caught sneaking behind the building. He had known where to come. This could only mean, "Yes, I know you aren't my child. I hate you, and I will ruin you." He screamed out my biggest secret for everyone to hear. "But, Dad, it wasn't my fault," I tried to say. "I don't care," he yelled. He said he loved my mom too much to do anything to her, but he had found a letter from my real dad, and he had given me all his money. "I kept you for all these years, and my son left because of you. The least you could do to pay me back for everything I've done is to give me the money," Dad screamed as he was dragged away by the police. Penny stood by me, her hand on my shoulder. She said she was really sorry for how she had treated me in high school, and she couldn't let Peter or my family hurt me. We were best friends once. We hugged. Finally, my biggest secret was exposed, but so were my dad and brother.
Most people have a person in their lives that they can go to with their problems. Not me. It's just my mom and I don't even like her much. It wasn't always this way. When I was young, we were close. My mom, dad, and I were always goofing around. Mom and dad were always together. The hardest memories are when I think about how happy we all were. That changed when I was 10, just after my dad left. He started becoming more and more distant. He didn't show up at home until late in the evening. Eventually, he stopped coming home. He didn't say goodbye to us. I was crushed by that. All he left was a letter. I still remember my mom reading that letter to me. I was big enough to read, but she wanted to read it to me. She said that his handwriting was really difficult to read. "My dearest boy, I love you. These past few weeks haven't been easy for me. I've been offered a job working for the Argentinian government. I will be in charge of keeping the country safe from bad guys. It's what I've always wanted to do, but it comes at a price. What I will be doing must be a secret to you and your mother. If people find out about my family, you will be in danger. I can't come back home anymore, and you cannot come to visit me. But don't worry, I will continue to write you. I will even call when I can. Love you always, Dad." I cried when she finished the letter. My mom instinctively gave me a hug. Halfway through that hug, she pulled away. Little did I know that it was the last time that she would ever hug me. From that day on, whenever I cried, she avoided me. And whenever I tried to hug her, she retreated away from me and changed the subject with a flash of a smile. The next few months were tough. I did everything I could to get my mom's attention, but she became more and more distant. I wasn't willing to give up though. Mother's Day was coming up. I spent weeks preparing a handwritten card, along with a treasure hunt around the house for my mom. I saved up every cent that I had to buy her the perfume that she liked, even going into the city alone to buy it. It was scary, but I did it all for her. I believed that if I made this Mother's Day amazing, I'd get through to her, and we'd go back to some kind of normal. Mother's Day arrived, and my mother was out of the house early, before I was awake. She arrived at 10 p.m. that evening. I was waiting up for her. "Happy Mother's Day, Mom," I said, giving her the gift. She gave me a weak smile and said thank you. "I've had a long day, kiddo. I'm going to sleep now." She left me standing there, alone, wondering what I had done wrong. I was broken and hurt. From that day on, things changed between us. Every so often, I got a postcard from my dad from Argentina. The postcards contained nothing personal, only famous quotes. Things like, "Don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant." When I was young, I thought these were wonderful pieces of wisdom that my dad had discovered, but I soon realized that he'd found them on a quick Google search. On my 11th birthday, he called me. He sounded different, but I was excited to speak to him. He wished me a happy birthday. "Thanks, Dad. How are you? How is work going in Argentina? I miss you so much. When are you coming home?"
I had so many questions, but my dad didn't have many answers. He stuttered out a few answers and then said he had to go. I put down the phone, beating myself up. All my questions had chased him away. By the time I was 12, the postcards stopped. They were replaced by emails. My dad wrote once a month, always the same. Hey, how are you? How's school going? Everything is fine here. The government won't let me say what we're doing, but I'm well. He'd end off with a famous quote, and I'd wait for a month to pass before I got another email. My excitement would slowly wither from reading each of these emails. I finally worked up the courage to speak to my mom about how I was feeling. But the moment I brought up my emotions, she changed the subject and found something to keep herself busy with. It was clear that my mom was too busy to listen to me. Again, I wondered how I could be so foolish to think that my mother and father actually cared about me. I was about 13 when I stopped looking for his emails. I stopped reading them. It didn't matter anymore. In my mind, they were spam now. My mom was much busier now. She had taken on another job and she was hardly ever home. She hired a babysitter to take care of me in the evenings. The babysitter and I became good friends, but I soon outgrew her care. I could take care of myself now. I was growing up quickly. As I grew older, things got even worse. I became more and more invisible to my mother. She would only notice me and speak to me when it was absolutely necessary. It made me angry, so I made it necessary for her to speak to me. I started fights at school. The teachers called her in and suspended me. On the drive home, my mom would shout at me and I'd blame her for everything. The heat of those arguments was exactly what I was searching for. It was warm and it showed me that she genuinely cared. It was amazing, but it didn't last long. After a while, she stopped coming to school when I fought. I'm too busy, she would tell them. When I turned 14, I decided to go against everything that she said. Whatever she wanted or said, I would do the opposite. That's when I started hanging out with the bad boys in the neighborhood. She'd warned me to stay away from them, and that's what drew me right to them. It was fun hanging out with them. They had this kind of carefree life. They did whatever they felt like doing. We spent our afternoons playing practical jokes on the old ladies in the neighborhood, laughing as they chased us away with brooms from their homes. These boys were a lot like me in so many ways. Their parents didn't have time for them. That brought us closer together. Soon, we became our own family. We looked out for each other. It was great to have people care for me again. A year later, my friends and I were bored of the practical jokes. We needed something more thrilling. We started sneaking into people's houses and looking through their things. It was exciting knowing that we were always seconds away from being caught. But even if we did get caught, it was okay. We had a code of silence. We were brothers and we'd always look out for each other. Soon, the sneaking turned into breaking into houses. We kept pushing the boundaries, looking for more ways to get the biggest thrills. Up until that point, it was a game that I enjoyed playing. It was when one of my brothers fell for a girl that things turned ugly. As much as he adored this girl, she wanted nothing to do with him. We laughed about it. Move on, there are plenty of fish in the sea, we told him, but he wouldn't. She disrespected me, he said, and I'm going to teach her a lesson. Hearing him say those words scared me. Seeing the anger in his eyes told me that this time was different. This wasn't a game. We tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen. Worst of all, he wanted us to help him teach her a lesson. After reminding us of our brotherly code, we agreed. That night, I couldn't sleep. My stomach was tied up in vicious knots. I didn't want to go ahead with the plan, but I didn't want to upset my brothers. More than ever, I wished I could talk to my mom or my dad. But here I was, alone. What had my life come to? I barely made it through the school day. I was so distracted by my brother's plan. We waited for her in an alleyway near the school. The girl passed this way on her walk home. My job was to lure her into the alley. I saw her walking by and called her. She saw me and smiled, and she started to walk towards me. I lost my nerve. I couldn't do this. Run! Get out of here! I screamed. I felt relieved to see her run. But my brothers weren't happy. They made me pay. They beat me up and told me that I was dead to them. I was no longer one of their brothers. We'll get her without you, he said to me as they left me lying in the alley beaten and bruised. I didn't sleep well that night and skipped school the next day. My mom didn't know and didn't care either. I kept hearing my brother's words in my head. We'll get her without you. I knew that they were serious, and I knew that they were angry enough to seriously hurt her. I had to do something about it. I went to the police station and told them about my friend's plan. They took me inside the station and sent me over to a detective. He took my statement and asked me lots of questions about the names of my friends and the girl, where we went to school, etc. Then he asked me to give him a minute. I need a cup of coffee. The detective's desk was a mess of files. I decided to help him out. While fixing them up, one of the files caught my attention. I recognized the name. It was my father. I opened it up and there he was. It turns out he wasn't in Argentina. He was here. I took a photo of his address and finished up my interview with the detective. He told me that he'd call my brothers in and give them a good scare. I walked to my dad's house. My mind was racing with so many ideas. Why hadn't my mother told me that he was here? I knocked on the door. It took him a minute to answer, but he did. He was surprised to see me. "Son?" he said. He was a bit of a mess. It looked like he had just woken up. He was unshaven and his clothes were stained. "It's me, Dad. What are you doing here? Did they send you back from Argentina?" He was confused. "Argentina? You work for the Argentinian government," I said. "The work you do protects the people." My dad told me to be quiet. He pulled me into his house. It was an even bigger mess than he was. "You're right, son. I escaped, and they're out to get me. That's why I'm hiding out in this dump. I'm going to need your help. Is your mom still around?" I nodded. "I need $10,000. Call your mom and ask her to send me the money." The more he spoke, the more I could tell that he was lying to me. I listened for a while and told him that I'd come back. I went back to the detective and asked him about my father. "I'm sorry to hear that he's your dad. He's a con man. He's been pulling cons for 15 years now. In and out of jail for the last 7. I couldn't believe it. My head was a blur, filled with all the lies I'd been fed, from my mother and now my father. I felt ashamed, angry, and confused. I was waiting for my mother when she arrived home. It was after 10 p.m. and she was exhausted. She didn't want to talk, but I didn't give her an option. I told her I'd found my dad. "That was someone trying to take advantage of you," she said. But I could tell that she wasn't expecting this. I'd caught her off guard. I kept pushing her for answers. "Everything you told me was a lie." She tried to distract me the way she had always done. As she walked away from me, I said the one thing that had been in my heart all of these years. The one thing that I hadn't said out loud because I was too ashamed to admit it. "What did I do for you to stop loving me?" She stopped then and turned around. She began to cry then. The tears coursed down her face. For the first time in years, she was seeing me, actually seeing me. "I never stopped loving you. I was trying to save you," she said. "From who?" I asked. "From me." She slumped into the corridor, shaking her head. "I was a mess. It's the reason why your father left. He told me that I was too demanding, too clingy. I asked too many questions about where he was and what he was doing. He told me that a doctor friend of his had diagnosed me as crazy if I kept behaving this way. I'd lose you to social services. Eventually, he left. He told me that I was the reason you would grow up without a father. And if I knew what was good for me, I'd leave you alone before I chased you away as well." But that wasn't all. Before he left, he gave me a letter to give you. "I remember that letter," I said. "But you don't know that what I read to you was a lie." I didn't believe her. I didn't believe any of this. I asked her to show me. Reluctantly, she did. The letter said, "Son, got to go, Dad." I read it over and over, and now I started to cry. That was all he had to say? My mom nodded. I couldn't let him break your heart like that, so I made up a story. I sent you postcards and then emails. I even paid someone I work with to call you and pretend to be your father. My mom explained that the real reason my dad left was that his victims had finally caught up with him. More than 20 people showed up at the house demanding the money that he'd swindled from them. I took on the second job to pay these people back. By next month, I would have paid back every cent that he stole. We both went quiet for a long time. It was a good quiet. It felt warm and honest. "Why didn't you tell me?" I eventually asked. "Your father was very persuasive. He made me believe that I was a bad mother, that my care was actually obsession, and that I would chase you away with my intensity. For years, I've blamed myself. It was safer to tell you a story. It was safer to keep you far away from me." I watched her now. The woman that I had come to hate for reasons I couldn't understand. Now, with her defenses down, crumpled into a heap, I saw the woman that I had loved. The woman who had loved me. All the years of hating her washed away in that moment. I walked over to her and gave her a hug. That hug was like a bridge, connecting me to that 10-year-old version of me. We sat like that for a long time. I hugged her while she cried, and she hugged me back. The next day, we went to the police station and spoke to the detective. My mom had enough evidence of my dad's scams to get him arrested for good. He had spent every cent of the money he had stolen, but that didn't matter. My mom stopped working her second job after she'd finished paying my dad's final debt. We used the free time that she now had to reconnect. The detective was true to his word. He scared my brothers so badly that they stopped messing around. They even stopped talking to each other. They never spoke to me again, but I don't care. Silence has a way of destroying beautiful things. The truth is so much better. The end.
Honey, you're saying it wrong. It's, that was delicious, Mommy. I would like some more. Now come on, say it again. Mom's English accent was just as bad as this advertisement. I knew exactly what I had to do. Blah, 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 blah. Hi, I'm Harper, and I'm one of the biggest television stars. Before I continue, please do like and subscribe. Growing up, I always loved watching TV shows, and it was all because of Mom. She wanted to be an actress but couldn't make it, so she made sure I became one, even though I never really wanted to. I was pretty, so I got a few gigs, and before I knew it, I was acting in several movies and TV shows and became extremely famous. But it wasn't as perfect as it looked.
Mom, can I hang out with Tara? She has a new pool.
There's no point being friends with her, Harper. She's your competition. All of them are. They're just pretending to be nice. When they have what they want from you, they'll pretend like you don't exist. Mom was so insecure, she even homeschooled me so I could attend all the rehearsals, acting classes, and auditions. But when I was 12, I was famous enough to not need any of that. And through a tantrum, I was finally sent to school. And I did very well, or so I thought, because a month later, I found out that Mom would give gifts to the teachers to give me good grades. It was a big scandal, and I was left totally embarrassed. I was back being homeschooled, stuck with my mom, and with no friends at all. Friends are stupid distractions. You have a career to make.
Yeah, you would say that. Unfortunately, you can't buy friends with money.
Ugh, she was the worst. And with time, I started hating her more. We would fight almost every day. All I wanted was to live a normal life, and all she cared about was money. Once, when I was 17, she lied to me to get an audition for a high-paying role that was clearly for someone older than me. She is 15. She's just a little short. Look at her portfolio. She has way more experience than all the other kids here. I couldn't believe she would go this far for money, so I went behind Mom's back and declared on my social media that I would donate a big chunk of my money to charity. Mom had no choice but to agree, since everyone already knew. This is outrageous, Harper. You should have told me before making this dumb decision to give all your money to an army of peasants. How could you hide the truth?
Well, I learned it from the best. Besides, those underprivileged kids need that money more than us.
Why can't you just concentrate on acting and leave the money to me? What's done is done, but there's always a way to fix it, and I will do that whether you like it or not. I didn't care about my mom's empty threats, but I got the shock of my life when she went behind my back and handed over a check with a lesser amount and her signature. It was then that I found out that all of the money was under Mom's name. She was stealing from me. That was the last straw. When I turned 18, I decided to quit acting. You can't! I am still the one that decides whether you can quit or not. Why are you smirking? How dare you behave? I'm not a child anymore. I can decide what I do with my life. Also, I'm suing you for stealing my money. The look on my mom's face was priceless. Mom swore she would take all my money since she drove me around to get the jobs and auditions. I ignored her and packed up my things to move out. I had finally received my own money from my last acting job and was free. You want to know what I did first? I went straight to the beach by my new house with a big tub of ice cream and enjoyed the view. I was ready to live an almost normal life. People still recognized me now and again, but it felt different now because I didn't have to pretend to be happy anymore. But the tabloids had a field day because of my drama. My case against Mom was the headline everywhere, and Mom made it worse by tainting my name on interviews. I can't believe she could do something like this to me. All I've done is put her first. Being a single mom was not easy, and she... I'm sorry. Mom continued this act, and some people took her side. She called me several times to threaten me to come back, but I just blocked her. This was the first time I had to do things by myself, and I was a little scared. Okay, let's do this. Let's see. So this goes here, and the detergent here, and ta-da! Well, that wasn't so difficult. I don't know why I was so worried. Just then, the washing machine began shaking like there was a tornado in there, and there was detergent bubbles frothing out of the machine. Did I put in too much detergent? I tried opening the door to check, but my clothes went flying around the room. It took me an entire day to clean up the mess I made. But eventually, I figured out how to use the machine. I had to Google it, but still. Soon it was time to finish high school, and I couldn't be more excited for my new life. But my excitement turned to panic when I entered school and a crowd of kids surrounded me.
Can I please get a picture with you? I'm a huge fan. You are so good in that movie.
Hey, give her some space. The girl took my hand and pulled me away from the crowd. She introduced herself as Ginny, and I thanked her for helping me out. Ginny was one of the sweetest and boldest people I had ever met. She was the head cheerleader at school and super popular. We soon became best friends. Once, Ginny even asked me why I hated acting so much, and I told her about how my mom had forced me to do it and took my money. She's my mom. Isn't she supposed to be the one looking out for me? Well, anyway, all of that is in the past. Now I have this new life, and you, my very good friend.
Excuse me? I am your best friend, and you won't find anyone as cool as me.
I agreed. No one could compare to Ginny. She was the best friend I didn't know I needed. Ginny also introduced me to her boyfriend, Draco. He was one of the most handsome and kindest guys at school. Together, the two helped me set up my new place, and Ginny let me borrow some stuff from her kitchen so I wouldn't waste money buying new ones. She knew I had to save money since the court battles with Mom were still going on, but she never spoke about them. Why are you so good to me?
You're like my sister. What's mine is yours.
While Ginny helped me around at home, Draco was an absolute gem at school. Like, once I needed help with my books, and he magically appeared out of nowhere to carry it for me. And another time during school beach camp, he gave me his jacket because I was cold. Hey, here you go. Can't have you fall sick now, can we? My stomach fluttered as his hands brushed against my shoulders. He was the sweetest. I looked across at Ginny and immediately felt guilty. I can't fall for Draco. That's just wrong. Oh, but he is so cute and sweet. But I couldn't stop thinking about him, so I decided to put my acting skills to good use and pretended that everything was A-okay. I started avoiding Draco, but for some reason he kept showing up wherever I went. And then one day, while I waited for Ginny to get done with her cheer practice, Draco came and sat right next to me. What is he doing here? Harper, I actually have a small favor to ask of you. I tried getting a reservation at this fancy restaurant for Ginny's birthday surprise, but I couldn't. I was wondering if you could use your celebrity status and get a reservation. I know it might sound weird, but it's for Ginny. No, actually, it's quite sweet. I'll see what I can do. I told him we'll go and talk personally to the manager, and he agreed. The next evening, as we walked into the restaurant, Ginny called, asking me if I wanted to join her for a movie, but I refused, saying I was busy. She's at the movies? By the look on his face, it was obvious that he didn't know about Ginny's plan. I wanted to ask him more, but decided against it. It wasn't my place. I spoke to the manager and got a reservation, and he even offered us free dinner that night. But just as we sat down, I could feel something was troubling Draco. Okay, spill. What's on your mind? I don't know. But I think Ginny is gonna break up with me. What? Why? She loves you, dummy. Isn't it obvious? She never tells me where she is, and we hardly go on dates because she's always so busy. We've been together since we were kids. I don't know what I'll do without her. Watching Draco so helpless broke my heart. I don't know what came over me. I instantly put my hand over his. For a moment, our eyes met, and all I could think was kissing him. You don't think it's in my head? Huh? Yeah, I think head is all. I mean, you're right. I don't think I'm feeling too well. Let's leave. We left immediately. But on the ride back home, I couldn't stop thinking about how much he loved her. With Draco still on my mind, I reached my front gate, but to my horror, it was broken. Someone was in my house. I held my keys as a weapon, and then my mom walked into the living room. She had the most evil smile when she saw me. Aw, look at my little baby all grown up, living by herself. Mummy is so proud of you. What? How did you get in here? It's a crime, you know. It's not a crime to come and see my own daughter. What do you want? Why are you here? All in good time, honey. First, tell me, why are you ruining your name? A good thing I followed you around. I would have never seen you flirting with your best friend's boyfriend. I thought you were one of the good ones, but turns out you'll do what it takes to get what's yours, just like your mother. What are you talking about? Mom flashed her phone with a photo of me with Draco from the restaurant, and I was shocked. Oh, not so fast. If you want this to remain a secret, then drop the court case. Give me what's mine, and let's get you back to work. I was turning red with rage. I had had enough with her. I was not flirting with him, and you're the one ruining my name by saying mean things at interviews. I'm not playing your games. Leave. We'll see who your friend believes. Last chance. Come with me or have your friendship ruined. I'd rather be broke than work with you or give you my money again, Mom. She left. I couldn't believe that she would stoop this low to get her way. I knew I had to meet Ginny before Mom did. I know how manipulative she can actually be. I tried calling Ginny, but she was at the movies and didn't answer. So I rushed to Ginny's place to wait for her. But when I got there, she was already home and she wasn't alone. Oh, honey, good thing you're here. I was just showing Ginny these beautiful pictures of you. And what's his name? Draco. The look on Ginny's face was enough to tell me what pictures she was looking at. I thought you were busy, but you were on a date with Draco? Harper, I never thought you would hurt me this way. No, Ginny, it's not what it looks like, I swear. Please believe me. I've seen how you look at him. Are you saying you don't have feelings for Draco? Mom smiled. She had been watching me for months. She knew I was in love with him. I do have feelings for him. I won't lie about that. But I would never act on them, and he would never betray you either. She admits she's in love, and I have proof they were together yesterday. She lied to you. I see the picture, and I know she lied about where she was yesterday, but I believe you, Harper, not her. No wonder she wanted to run away from you. You're pathetic. The look on my mom's face was worth framing. She was too stunned to speak. Dumb girls. One day you'll know that money is the only thing that matters. I feel sorry for you, Mom. Now if you're done, leave. And don't come back. She stomped her heels and walked out, and I ran and hugged Ginny tight. Draco was planning a surprise for your birthday. That's what we were doing there. I'm sorry I lied, but I swear it's the whole truth. I believe you, but I also know that maybe what I'm doing to Draco is wrong. I don't like him as a boyfriend. Maybe we are just better off as friends. My heart broke for her and Draco, but I knew what Ginny was feeling was justified. The next week she broke up with him, and I spent all my time with her. I even went ahead and filed a much-needed restraining order against my mom, but Draco was still on my mind. One day during school, I was trying to reach for a book when someone offered to do it for me. Draco! We got talking, and I asked him how he was doing. I won't lie, it was tough, but I kinda get it. Ginny was great, and we'll always be friends, but maybe nothing more. Well, in that case, welcome to the singles club. I got up to leave, but Draco took my arm. Sorry, instinct. I was just wondering if you were free tomorrow night. We do have that fancy dinner reservation, remember?
She would love to. I turned around to see Ginny walking in our direction. What are you doing? I figured you're too chicken to ask him out, so I'm doing it for you. Besides, I want him to be someone great, and I miss our group. So Draco, will you date my best friend here?
Oh my god. In all my years, this is the most embarrassed I've been. So that means you don't like me?
I do! I don't! I do! I just...
Before I could say another word, my phone rang, telling me that I'd won the case. My mom was finally off my back, and for some reason that made me oddly confident. So where were we? The dinner. You like me?
Yes, yes, yes to everything.
But before we do that, let's catch up for some ice cream. It's been long.
Hi cuties, my name is Amy, and get ready to dive into the drama that is my life. A real-life soap opera that even Shakespeare would have loved to write. But first, hit the like and subscribe button. Now we can start. You know those apparently perfect families where the father is a smiling, rich businessman, and the mom is a lovely housewife who does everything for her two blonde, pink-cheeked, perfect-teeth children? Yeah, me neither. Ever since I can remember, in my life, it was only me and my mom, Margot. My mom loved me, but when it came to my dad, she made every effort to delete any trace of him. And she did a darn good job. Mom, I was wondering if my dad...
What dad? Here, have a bag of candies.
It was always like that with Mom. Have a bag of that. Or keep this sock of chocolates. Or look, that marshmallow looks like Grandma Teresa. So, instead of finding out anything about him, I just gained a lot of weight. Eventually, I stopped asking. Even my mom understood that something was off with me when instead of playing with our neighbor's kids outdoors, I spent all my time locked in my room reading books alone. At some point, she must have thought that I needed a father figure, which was true, and decided to get one for me. Unfortunately, her dating life was so disastrous that it probably made Cupid consider early retirement. For real, it was the same thing over and over again. It went like this.
Amy, please let me introduce you to, insert name, my new boyfriend. We love each other so much.
Of course, 2 weeks later, there we were, indulging in a second bowl of ice cream and watching Titanic, with her sobbing uncontrollably on my shoulder. Jack, take me with you.
We were supposed to stay together forever.
Mom, you met him like a month ago.
The best month of my life.
But honestly, my mom had a PhD in ruining her relationships. All of her boyfriends had a lifespan shorter than a goldfish's memory. She would get bored of them and then do something to sabotage the relationship. And then, magically, it was always their fault. Antonio the chef seemed like a perfect candidate because who wouldn't want a dad who can whip up 5-star meals? But then...
Can you believe it? He left me alone all night to go to a restaurant by himself, choosing puff pastry over me.
Huh. Mom, he works there. Then there was Marcin. I thought a cop would keep us safe, right? But
I was expecting a rose or diamond, but he
gifted me a police scanner. And Philip, I always dreamt of a dad who could always make us laugh, but
he couldn't stay serious for 10 minutes straight.
Well, today, he's the world's most famous comedian. I was already abandoning the idea of having a stepfather when my mom came back home one day with a new surprise. This time, though, I felt something was different, and I was right.
Here, love, this is Ben. Benjamin, this is my daughter, Amy.
What a lovely fairy I see. Am I welcome into your manor, my fair maiden?
That man was not like the others. Ben looked older, with such a fine white beard and mustache, and those small round spectacles that made him look like some woodsman from old stories. In my mind, a dad had always been similar to him in appearance. Surprisingly, Ben actually became a father to me, and he really knew how to show me his love. Like that time when I got an A+ in mathematics, and Ben recited a poem he had written for me.
Here is the smartest of my muses, the shiniest of my lights, a new Pythagoras in disguise.
Nobody had ever appreciated me so much. Or that time, December 16th, when I came back home after a full day at school, only to find the hall full of fat-bearded guys, and Ben in the middle of them shouting toward me.
Surprise! Happy birthday to our fairy!
Those were Ben's friends from the War Games Club. I didn't expect any birthday celebration because Mom had always forgotten it herself. But now she was there too, right in the middle of them. Could Ben have changed her so much? Ben, I have no words.
It's only my duty to make you smile, my fair maiden.
I hugged him the strongest I could and started crying like a baby. Sir Benjamin, I love you. I had finally found a father after 10 years of my life, and we were like a real happy family. It felt like a dream. And like in every dream, at a certain point, I had to wake up. A few years later, Mom started receiving strange phone calls in the middle of the night. She would pick up quietly like a thief and go to the bathroom to speak as any guilty teenager would. Once, I caught her coming out of the bathroom with a suspicious smile on her face. Who was it?
Oh, just some friend. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry? I make a living out of worrying. I knew something was wrong. The calls suddenly stopped, but the signs were still there. Why would Mom be sending herself those goofy bouquet cards decorated with plastic roses?
Can't I buy nice things for myself?
Not to mention the gold-sprayed aluminum ring I found she was wearing out of the blue. After a life of hating rings and necklaces.
It's just part of my midlife crisis.
Or the giant heart-shaped balloon we suddenly had in the main hall, glittery as a disco ball and red as love. Or hell.
Wrong address. Or maybe the wind brought it here.
Yeah, like I'm that dumb. Then one morning I was sick at home, searching in my mom's bedroom for her laptop, ready to consume my eyes in yet another Harry Potter marathon. Where is it? At the old laptop. What is this? There was a letter on my mom's nightstand. Strange. I haven't seen the postman in a while.
My love, I'm like a lost sock just looking for its match.
Ew, so cheesy. When Mom got back home that night, I confronted her. How could you do this, Mom?
Amy, I can explain.
Ben is the only dad I have ever had, and you're betraying him.
If you would only let me talk, please.
I don't want to listen to you anymore, Mom. I'm tired of you and your... MSA won't let me say the next word, but you can imagine what I mean. I wasn't gonna let her ruin our relationship with Ben. I had to act fast. So the next day, I went to confront that homewrecker, getting his address from the letter. I rang the doorbell nonstop. Open up!
What the?
The man was about to blow up, but when he saw me, surprise filled his eyes.
Please, come in.
That mysterious man looked like a retired rock star or an extra from Pirates of the Caribbean. He invited me inside his great villa, which was full of instruments. Look, whoever you are, my mom's with someone else. Just leave us alone. Don't mess up our lives. I've barely found my dad, and you?
What if I told you I'm your real dad?
His words hit me like a mute button.
I was eager to meet you again, but your mom thought you weren't ready.
Of course, he could have been lying, but somehow I knew he wasn't. My father disappeared when I was a child.
Amy, I'm really sorry. Things got messed up between your mom and me back then, but I'm here now, and I want to be part of your life.
I was left completely speechless. My mom soon joined us. Mom looked truly happy after all those years. She told me she hadn't connected with anyone else because she wasn't over Dad and only wished for him to stay with us. Of course, I was thrilled about having my real dad with me again. But then, a sudden doubt fell upon me like a spaceship out of fuel. But Ben,
he already knows everything, and he still wants to be a part of your life. We can be a big family.
So, just like that, I went from having no dad to having two. You would think it's like winning the lottery twice, but not quite. I felt overwhelmed and with a great weight on me. Before, I didn't have to worry about disappointing anyone, but now I had two dads who had high expectations of me, and let's say they weren't too fond of each other.
Luke, lower the volume. Amy's studying. Oh, just jamming out, man. Rockstar practice, you know? Oh, wow. But I thought rock and roll had been dead for a long time. Good music never dies. Besides, aren't you obsessed with knights and things from hundreds of years ago? Oh, absolutely. But unlike your music, knights never go out of style.
Come on, guys. If you really think about it, rock stars and knights have a lot in common. Like, both loved leather and dying young. But while some wore armor and swords, the others used guitars and a lot of hairspray. That made a lot more sense in my head. Soon, things went even further south. One day, they forgot to pick me up, and I had to walk home in the middle of a storm. When Ben saw me, he went mental.
Luke, you were supposed to pick her up. I asked you to do one thing as I had an urgent appointment. Oops, I totally lost track of time making these cookies to surprise her.
Come try one, honey.
As I reached for a cookie, Ben sprang into action like a movie hero, dove over the couch in slow motion, snagged it from my hand, and sent the whole tray flying.
These have peanuts! Amy's your own daughter and you don't even know she's allergic to peanuts, or you just don't care?
I don't even want to remember the fight that followed. Can you imagine two gunslingers in front of each other, ready to open fire at the slightest movement? Well, it was kind of like that. The constant fighting became a part of my life. I realized that this was affecting them as well. Ben looked more deteriorated and tired than ever, and my dad seemed constantly anxious, as if he was hiding a big secret. On my first Christmas with my new family, they dove into a full gift duel. The prize of it wasn't a juicy bounty, but my love.
Dear, I got you, Ozzy, your new puppy.
Are you serious? I got her Lady Godiva, the most majestic kitten in town.
Aw, thank you guys. I love them both so much. Of course, getting double presents was quite fun, but soon my new pets were casualties of the parents' war. Lady Godiva was given away to our neighbor's children by my dad after he definitely saw me sneezing with her nearby. It was mid-December, by the way. A few days later, someone shaved Ozzy completely, making him a pink bear with a black nose.
Oh, that's horrible.
Nobody ever found the mysterious culprit. Then it came, December 16th, my birthday again. My dad must have known what Ben did on my last birthday and decided it was a good idea to outdo him at his own game. So he called all of his musician friends to blast a birthday party rock serenade for me.
To my beloved daughter, you all, the people of the world, rock! This song is for you!
But then, right before the concert started, another group of people appeared. Vikings, Romans, Celts, who knows? They were an army of guys dressed for a historic recreation, waving toy spears.
What is all this, Ben? There is a time for peace and a time for war, Luke. Men, be ready!
Someone sounded a war horn, and my birthday soon became like the final battle of Avengers Endgame. But instead of aliens and superheroes fighting, I had cosplaying history nerds versus elderly musicians incapable of accepting the passage of time. A clash for the century! After watching the battle for a bit, I went home all set to blow out the candles and dive into the cake. But I found my so-called perfect family in the middle of a loud argument.
What are you even doing here, man? Amy's with her real parents. She doesn't need you anymore. This whole uncle situation is bizarre.
That's true. Explaining it to people is a real pickle.
Say what you want, but I've been her father longer than you.
Well, he has a point about that.
Her father? A history nerd with a Willy Wonka mustache? You must be joking.
I don't think Willy Wonka has a mustache. My mother's mediation skills are truly out of this world.
Why don't we let her decide then?
Oh no.
Yeah, she's old enough to decide who should be her dad.
No, I am not! Mom, you are my last hope. Please stop this madness. Maybe that's for the best. Thanks for nothing, Mom. So, that's how it is. You're piling your responsibilities onto me? Why can't you guys understand? I want both of you in my life. But if you can't handle that, I'd rather have neither than choose between you two. I was ready to storm out, but then my dad said something really strange.
Are you happy, Ben? This was your master plan? First you found me, then you invited me to your cosplay parties and made me realize that I should get back with Margot. Why did you do all that if you didn't want me here?
Everybody's eyes went on Ben at those words. Mine too. What was all that about?
You're absolutely right, Luke. I shouldn't be here at all. I'm really sorry, Amy.
Then Ben darted away, leaving things abruptly. What the hell is going on? I ran after Ben, just in time to catch him while he was already at the park, gasping. He doesn't look too good. He fainted the very next moment. Ben, what is going on? Are you okay? Ben! We rushed him to the hospital, and a few hours later, he woke up.
I guess my plan didn't run as smoothly as it did in my mind.
Why did you do all this, Ben?
My heart is breaking, Amy. Literally. The only thing keeping it together is you. I would love to be with you forever, but the doctors made it clear it's impossible. When I found out, I immediately sought your dad and asked him to come back. I wanted someone to be there for you, after me. But then when I saw you and him together, I got so jealous. I thought you'd forget me for good.
I already had tears in my eyes. Again, I could barely force myself to speak. Ben, I will never forget you, and you are not leaving me at all. I had no idea you did all this. Luke didn't tell me anything.
Yes, because I asked him not to. It was a secret quest, eh? Like the ancient knights did. I did it for Amy, Margot. I had to. I'm sorry for lying, but...
Cough This made it impossible for Ben to go on talking. I just hugged him so hard, as if trying to protect him. A few days later, Ben came back home with us, and it was as if he and Dad were two totally different persons. They put their jealousies and fights aside and became something like best friends. Dad even helped and cared for Ben throughout his illness. One night, when they thought Mom and I were sleeping, I overheard them talk.
I will never be able to thank you enough for bringing me back to my family. What you did is just... It's okay, Luke. You're a great man. I'm just happy you are in Amy's life. You both deserve each other.
They hugged before wishing each other goodnight. I went to sleep with the biggest smile I had ever worn in my entire life. Now, a lot of time has passed, and a lot of things have changed. I'm not a child anymore, and my groom is in front of me, waiting for my yes, I do. Mom and Dad are by my side, happily together and smiling at me. And even if I can't see you in the same way, Ben, I know you are here too, sitting silently between the seats of this splendid church and looking at me with your peaceful gray eyes. You are as real as the photo of you I have inside of the pearl-shaped necklace I always keep by my heart. As I have promised you, I never forgot you, Ben. All that you did for me, from your silly poems to the way you tied my shoes, you will always live with me. You'll always be my guardian angel, and I, Amy, your fair maiden.
My phone had been buzzing nonstop with messages from boys in my class, asking my plans for the summer. I put it aside as I decided what I was going to wear to my university admissions interview. Anyway, I already had a pretty great boyfriend, Louis, and I had much more important things to focus on than these random boys. Hi, I'm Mia. And my life in high school was just perfect. I had all the boys in class buzzing around me, telling me how gorgeous I was. That's probably because of my Italian genes from Grandma. It turns out I inherited something else from her too, and my life became a nightmare overnight. The day of my interview, as I waited outside the dean's office, I felt excited and anxious. It was time. I saw two men coming out of the office and walking my direction. I looked at their faces, and suddenly I felt terror grip me. They had the faces of demons, and they were staring right at me. I panicked and got out of that office as fast as I could. I heard one of them laughing, saying, "I told you that beard makes you look scary. Look what you've done to the poor girl." Scared out of my wits, I ran home to tell Mom. When I walked into the living room, I cried out, "Mom, you won't believe what happened." Just then, I noticed a devil woman sitting next to her on the sofa. Mom asked me to say hello to her new friend, and I just went crazy. I screamed, "Mom, get away from her! She's going to hurt you!" Mom looked horrified and angry. "Mia, what is wrong with you? Go to your room. I'll deal with you later. Go now." After a while, she came to my room where I was hiding under the sheets, and I told her about the interview and what I'd seen. She sat down slowly on the bed, her face pale. She said, "This is impossible. They said it's one case in millions." Completely confused, I asked, "What are you talking about, Mom?" She told me that my problem was called prosopophobia, which means fear of new faces. The what phobia? Mom explained that Grandma suffered from the same condition. She saw monsters and demons in the faces of strangers. I had just always assumed she was senile. Her symptoms started to appear when she was older. That's why she lives in a special care home, and only people she recognizes can visit her. My head was spinning. Would I become a prisoner just like Grandmother? All I could think about was Louis. So I called him and told him about what had happened to me. He came over straight away, and I burst into tears when I saw him. "I can't believe this is happening! What am I going to do, Louis?" He held me close and said he would help me get over this. Maybe it was just my nerves? I always feel relaxed at the park. I need to be around people so I can feel normal again. He promised that he would go with me every day. The first day was straight from hell. Each time I looked up, I saw bloodthirsty faces. I could hardly bear it. But Louis stayed close to me the whole time. One day, Louis told me to sit tight while he got us some ice cream. And suddenly I heard a familiar voice. He said, "Hey, gorgeous. Fancy bumping into you here. Want some company?" It was so good to see someone who didn't look like a monster, even if it was this annoying guy from school. Laughing, I said, "How many times do I have to tell you I have a boyfriend?" He said, "Well, you look like the kind of girl who could have two." Ew, so sleazy. Just then he said, "Oh hey, meet my cousin." And before I could say anything, a strange guy popped up in front of me. He said, "Oh, you're the girl he's always talking about. Ciao, Bella." "Demon!" I screamed. "Get away from me, you hideous ogre!" He said, "What are you, crazy? I literally have hundreds of girls watching my Insta stories every day just to see me brush my hair." Louis came running back and took me away quickly. I was really shaken and refused to go anywhere for a couple of weeks. Louis came by to see me a few times, but he seemed distant. I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was getting tired of my condition. One day I texted him that I'd like to try going to the park again, and he came to pick me up. While we were sitting on a bench, a woman called out his name. Louis told me not to look around as there were many people there, and he said he'd be right back. But he kept me waiting for a really long time. By now, my curiosity was getting the better of me. I squinted my eyes so I couldn't see anyone too clearly, and turned around. There was Louis, sitting on a bench not too far away, with some leggy blonde in a red dress. When he finally came back, I asked him who she was. Oh, just my elderly neighbor. She only wanted to say hello. I felt really angry, but stayed quiet on the drive home. That was definitely not the voice or the legs of an old woman. When I went back home, I saw Dad's car parked outside. I walked into the living room and he hugged me tight, saying he'd been out of town and had come to see me as soon as he could. He said, "Honey, why don't you come stay with me for a while? Maybe the change will do you some good." Dad lived on the opposite side of town, and I was pretty sure Louis wouldn't come and see me there. And I really wanted to find out if he was cheating on me. The next day, I just decided to confront him. I asked Mom to drive me to his place. Just when we were a couple of houses away, Mom and I saw him exchanging a long kiss with that blonde girl from the park. And then they both got in his car and drove away. Mom was beyond furious. How dare he! Never in a million years will he be so lucky as to find someone as beautiful and smart as my Bambina. If he ever comes around our place again, I'm going to box his ears. I was hurt and shocked. But more than that, I was angry. I wasn't going to spend any time being miserable over this jerk who was making a fool out of me. When we got home, I packed my bags and told Dad to come pick me up. I needed to get away for a while. Louis kept calling and texting me the next day, and I finally picked up his call. I said, "What?" He said, "Whoa, who woke up on the wrong side of the bed today? You want to try going to the mall, babe?" I said, "Can't. I've moved to Dad's for a while. Why don't you ask that old neighbor you were kissing outside your house yesterday?" There was a shocked silence on the phone, and then he started laughing. He said, "Looks like your condition is getting worse, babe. Are you hallucinating now?" I said, "Louis, you're a horrible, cheating liar, and we are done." He said, "Oh yeah? I'm kinda tired of your whole attention-seeking drama anyway. Good luck. Hope you get rid of your imaginary friends soon. Maybe then we'll talk." I hung up and threw the phone on the bed. How had I not known all along that he was such a child? I tried to keep myself busy, but it was hard with me stuck at home with 0 friends. And I'd also missed my shot at going to university that year. Dad said I had to focus on getting better. I could always try again later. But I had no clue how I'd ever be able to live a normal life again. Mom called me one day to check up on me, and suddenly asked if I remembered Mike from my last school. Of course I did. He was probably my first ever crush. I had journals with Mike and hearts scribbled all over. Mom said she'd bumped into him the other day and he'd asked about me, and she'd told him all about my condition. He said he wants to connect with you, so I gave him your number. I was kind of excited to hear from him. Sure enough, a day later, he sent me a message. "Hey, it's Mike. I hope you're doing okay. It's been so long since we've seen each other." And from then on, we started talking every day. My heart would skip a beat every time I got a message from him. I was totally falling for Mike. When it was time for me to leave Dad's place and go back to Mom's, Mike said he'd love to come and see me. There was nothing I wanted more than to see him, but I was so afraid I'd see him as a monster, and it would ruin everything between us. The next evening before his visit, I was pacing the living room nervously when the doorbell rang. Mom smiled at me and went to open the door. My heart was pounding and I thought I was about to faint. What would I see instead of Mike's face? I closed my eyes as soon as I heard him enter the room. I felt him gently take my hand. His grasp was strong and warm, and he smelled so good. He said, "Hey Mia, open your eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of." I did, and jumped back a little when I saw his face was covered with a mask and his eyes with sunglasses. He said, "I thought if you get to know me better, it'll be easier for you to see my face as it really is. Until then, I'll keep the mask and glasses on." We started dating, and I'd never been happier. We would go to the park or for a walk by the beach, and even though I still couldn't look up at anyone directly, I felt less afraid with Mike. One day, Mom was really tired and needed groceries for dinner, so I offered to go by myself. She refused, but I insisted that I'd been feeling so much better lately, and I wanted to face my fears. I kept my baseball cap on and made sure I didn't look at anyone directly as I picked up the things I needed. When I made it to the counter and the cashier handed me my change, I made the huge mistake of looking up at his face. Oh my god, he's terrifying. I felt like the walls were closing in around me. I had to get out of here. I left my grocery bags at the counter and dashed out of the store. I couldn't stop crying and was trying to catch my breath. I leaned against the wall and with shaking hands, I started to dial Mom's number. Just then,
A familiar voice called out to me. Long time no see, Bellissima. What's wrong? Louis. He tried to hug me, but I pushed him away. Just then, to my relief, I heard Mike's voice. Hey, you okay? Is this guy bothering you? Louis turned to him and said, I'm an old friend, jerk. Mia, what's this freak in a mask? I took Mike's hand and said, He's my boyfriend, Louis. Suddenly, Louis started cackling. Seriously? This guy? Babe, you deserve to be on the arm of someone who's as pretty as you are. Hit me up when you dump this loser. I didn't want to stand there listening to him for another minute. I took Mike's hand and walked away. He said he'd drop by to see me, and when Mom told him I'd gone out alone, he followed me to check up on me. As we walked back home, he said, Mia, what did the doctors say when you told them about your condition? I said, I never went to see a doctor. I already know I have the same phobia as my grandma, and there's no cure. He looked shocked and said he couldn't believe I never asked for help, and that we should go see a specialist as soon as possible. Soon enough, he made an appointment with a doctor, and he and my parents came along with me for the appointment. Once we told the doctor everything, he said that my condition was probably triggered by stress. He said that even though it was a very rare condition, he'd read cases of patients overcoming the phobia. The condition is not really as scary as what you're experiencing. You're letting the fear take over and your mind is exaggerating everything. You have to train yourself to believe that this is not the reality. When we left the doctor's office, I started to feel hopeful that one day, if I kept trying, I would be normal again. Mike squeezed my hand and said he would do everything he could to help. The next day, I got a message from a friend at school, inviting me to a reunion at her place. I decided I'd go. I'd already know everyone there, and there would be no new faces for me to be scared of. Mike was more than happy to go with me, and couldn't stop telling me how gorgeous I looked. I felt like my old confident self tonight. I knew everyone, and it felt so good not to be freaked out by people. They all looked at Mike weirdly, though. I was by the table getting some food when Louis walked over. He said, Wow, is it just me, or are you just getting more beautiful by the day? I've missed you. And before I knew it, his hand was sliding down my waist, and he was pulling me in for a kiss. I pushed him away with all the force I had, and he landed on the table and knocked all the food over. I screamed, What is the matter with you? Stay away from me! Everybody was staring at us in stunned silence. Louis looked humiliated and furious as his friends helped him up. I grabbed Mike's hand and we left the party. I was still really worked up when we got home. Mike held my hand and tried to calm me down, and I felt a bit better. I was about to get out of the car, but he didn't let go of my hand. He said softly, You look so beautiful tonight. I really want to kiss you. My heart was racing. I said, Mike, I want that too, but I'm not ready to see your face yet. He said, Well, maybe you are. You won't know till you try. The doctor said you're letting your fear exaggerate things. I pulled my hand away angrily. All my anger and frustration bubbled over. You think I'm making this up too, don't you? Just like Louis. Nobody really understands what I'm going through. Just leave me alone. I burst into tears and ran inside. The next day, I felt terrible for what I'd said to Mike. I knew I'd been unfair, and he had done nothing but support me. I called him a couple times, but he didn't pick up. While I was crying and watching a video on my favorite YouTube channel, My Story Animated, about a girl who kept mixing up faces, the bell rang. No one was home, and I ran downstairs, hoping it was Mike. It was Louis. I shouted, Seriously? What do I have to do to get rid of you? He said, Listen, I just came to apologize for last night. I have a surprise for you. And before I could even react, 4 girls came in right behind him. I screamed when I saw their faces. They looked like banshees straight out of a horror movie. I cried and curled up into a ball with my eyes shut when I heard the door bang open. Mike shouted, What do you think you're doing, you lunatic? I couldn't help it. I looked up. I'm getting a restraining order against you. Don't ever let me catch you near Mia again. Louis scrambled away like a scared rabbit while Mike came to me and hugged me. I held on to him, crying. Mike said, I'm sorry, Mia. I shouldn't have tried to force you to do anything you weren't ready for. I only want to help you get better, as long as it takes. I said, I don't know if I can overcome this. I feel like it's going to control my life forever. Mike said, People aren't all bad like Louis. The world is full of good people, like me and you. Look at the good side of people. No one wants to hurt you, Mia. His words were so reassuring. I instantly felt better. Mike told me when I was ready, he'd take me to the amusement park. We'll have great fun. Think about it. I know you can do this. Yes, I'll do it. Sitting here and not doing anything scares me more than seeing monsters. The next day, Mike took me to the amusement park. As we entered the park, hand in hand, I felt a marvelous strength in me. I raised my head, believing from deep inside me that I'd overcome my fear. I looked around me. Everyone's faces still seemed distorted, but this time, it was different. I was still a little scared, But the fear wasn't controlling me. I could control it. As we sat on the Ferris wheel, I looked over at Mike and felt like the luckiest girl in the world to have someone like him by my side. I whispered, "Hey Mike, I think I'm ready to see your face." With a deep breath, he took his mask and glasses off. I gasped. I'd never seen a guy with such beautiful green eyes and that gorgeous dimpled face. I started crying. "I can see you! I don't see a monster! I see your face, Mike!" he said. "I knew you would!" He pulled me close, and we had the most magical kiss, high up in the sky.
Hi, my name is Anna. Before I was born, there were two things my parents loved more than anything in the world: their restaurant and their yacht, both named Bella. And that didn't change after I was born either. But soon after, their restaurant wasn't doing so well. When Dad knew Mom was pregnant with me, he said, "It's so expensive to raise a baby. We'll have to sell something. This child is already bad luck." Ultimately, they sold their precious boat, and they never stopped crying about it. Oh, if only we didn't have Anna and had Bella with us right now, we'd be having breakfast at sea. And I'd be sunbathing on the deck. Having a child just ruins everything. They never celebrated my birthday, but when I was turning 5, they decided to have a party and called all their friends. When I ran to the table excitedly to look for the cake, I felt confused.
Why does this say, "Happy birthday, Mom"?
Because I gave birth to you on this day. What did you have to do? Nothing. It was a really boring party because there were no presents for me and nobody was paying me any attention. Instead, they all wanted to talk about their fancy new yachts. My parents were so embarrassed because they didn't have anything to talk about. Later that evening, Dad said to me, "I wish we'd put you up for sale instead of my boat." That same year, my little sister was born. And on the same day, Dad unexpectedly found an oyster washed up on the beach with a rare gray pearl inside. He sold it for $50,000, and the money really helped them make things better at the restaurant. What a blessing this baby girl has been for us. She's brought us such good fortune. And because of that, my parents decided to name her Bella, like everything else they truly loved. "We love you so much, Bella. We tried with Anna, but it's easier to love you because you're just so perfect." They made me do all the chores around the house while they drooled over the new baby. I even had to change her stinky diapers because both my parents refused to. After a few weeks, they got really busy at the restaurant, and I was left in charge of Bella most of the time. I'd feed her, bathe her, rock her to sleep. I started teaching her my name. Anna, I'd point to myself. Bella would just look at me, and then she'd laugh and clap her little baby hands. But things changed forever when Bella turned 1. My parents came home from work one night, and Mom started yelling at me for not having dinner ready. "You own a restaurant. Can't you just eat there?" "We sell that food, you moron. What should I expect from someone as stupid as you?" "I guess we'll just go eat out somewhere. Come on, Bella." But Bella didn't want to move. She slapped my mom's hand away and started to cry. With her little toddler fingers, she pointed at me. "Anna!" My parents looked shocked. Bella had just said her first word, and it was my name. "Anna! Anna! Anna!" "What have you been teaching her?" Mom was so mad that Bella's first words weren't, "I love you, Mom and Dad, and I hate Anna." Dad picked her up, but Bella kept kicking and screaming for me. "Fine, we'll bring your stupid sister." I walked out with them and Bella stopped crying. She smiled at me and I smiled back. After that, Bella always had my back and I always had hers. When I was in the 3rd grade, my parents took Bella to a boat show. They left me behind to clean the house, of course. When they got home, Bella ran to me and gave me a present. I was so touched. "I love you, Anna." It was a little red toy boat. I hugged her tight. When Bella turned 4, she had a phase where she wouldn't eat anything except hot dogs and ketchup. Her favorite part was when I squirted ketchup all over the hot dogs. "Ready, Bella? Ketchup party!" The funny fart noise the bottle made always made her laugh like crazy. When summer break was over and I went back to school, my parents had to hire a babysitter for Bella. One day when I got back, I could hear screams from one of the rooms. Just then, Bella came running out, holding a ketchup bottle and squirting it everywhere.
Ketchup party!
Behind her, the babysitter came out, drenched in ketchup from head to toe. That's it! I quit! Just as she was storming off, my parents walked in looking horrified at the mess. What on earth is Bella doing? Did you teach her this? No, I did not teach her to spray ketchup all over the house. Mom caught Bella and snatched the bottle from her, glaring at me. I don't know how, but this is all your fault. Clean this up right now and stop poisoning our little Bella's mind. Just as she was dragging Bella to the bathroom, she slipped on some ketchup and fell on the floor. Angry as I was that I had to clean up everything, that made me feel a little bit better. When I was old enough, my parents made me work at their restaurant. I thought it would actually be fun waiting on tables and meeting new people. But what was I thinking? They just handed me an apron and rubber gloves. You'll be washing the dishes. When I asked them to pay me, Dad glared at me. We already pay you by giving you a bed at night and a roof over your head. Don't be so greedy. To make matters worse, they'd make me pay for any food I ate there. But I became friends with the head chef, and I'd eat the food he gave me secretly in the back alley. One time, he came out to hand me a bowl of mac and cheese, and just then, we heard someone coming and he dove behind the garbage can. It was Dad. Where did you get that, Anna? I took it out from the garbage. Do you want some? He looked absolutely disgusted and was about to walk off when he spotted the chef.
I knew it was you. Thief, you're fired.
Of course, a few years later, when Bella started working at the restaurant, Mom and Dad got her the cutest uniform and let her greet the guests as they walked in. The restaurant is named after her. She should be the face of it. No, you named her after the restaurant and your stupid boat.
Oh, my boat. Every time I look at you, I miss that boat. Now get back to work.
Of course, Bella could order anything off the menu, but she still always had my back and she'd sneak me half her meal. One night when I was eating lasagna at the back of the kitchen, Dad suddenly walked in and he accused me of stealing. As he snatched my plate away, Bella came running in. I gave it to her, Dad. She works hard and she deserves it.
No, she doesn't, Bella. You work hard for your meals, not your ungrateful sister.
That was the final straw. I was done being insulted by them. The next night was one of the busiest ever, and the kitchen was chaotic. I had Dad screaming at me every 5 minutes.
Anna, hurry up. We need clean dishes.
I stopped cleaning them and just gave the dirty ones back to the chefs. They were so busy they didn't notice, and the fresh food went out on filthy dishes. One even had a used napkin on it. The customers were so grossed out, a lot of them left without paying. A food critic was at the restaurant that night, and he threw down his napkin as he screamed,
"This is an insult. This would never happen in France."
And he stormed off with my parents following him and saying sorry again and again. Of course, he wrote a horrible review. Bella and I found it really funny, though. We would burst into laughter every time we read it. Bella is the most disgusting restaurant on earth. Eat your meal from Bella or straight out of the trash can. Same difference. The reviews were so bad that customers stopped coming altogether. Eventually, my parents were forced to sell the restaurant.
I hope you're happy. Now we can't send your sister to college.
What are we going to do for money now, Anna? Did you think about that?
Think of all the people who lost their jobs. You should feel awful.
But no one lost their jobs, Dad. Everyone got rehired by the new owner. In fact, I'm also still working there, and I got a raise. I skipped off before Dad exploded. I knew I wanted to go to college, and living by the sea had always made me want to study marine biology. I got a loan, worked part-time, and put myself through college. I graduated at the top of my class and got a research job. I would spend days at a time out on the water, and I loved it. With the money I'd saved up from work, I eventually bought a cute sailboat. I could see my parents turning green with envy. I offered to take them around for a spin, but they refused to go with me. When Bella hopped onto the boat excitedly, she asked, "Have you named it yet?" "No, but what do you think about the Annabella?" Her face lit up. I really like that. And just like that, the Annabella set sail for the first time. A few days later, Bella came to me with a poster. "We should enter this contest." It was a sailboat race coming up in a few weeks, and there was a grand prize of $100,000. You think we can win? I know we can. As we were practicing one day, I was shocked to see my parents had a sailboat too. Dad yelled out to us. Guess what? We entered the contest too. Borrowed the boat from a friend. But why? Oh, he thought it would be fun to beat you. We spent years on the water before you were born, Anna. You'll never win against us. It was the morning of the race, and Bella and I were getting everything ready when we noticed that something very important was missing. Our sails. How were we going to race without them? The race started, and everyone got off to a huge head start. I could see my parents pointing and laughing at us from the water. Good luck without your sails, Annabella. Of course they'd sabotaged us. Just then, Bella came panting behind me, dragging some disgusting sails. I found them in the garbage. They smell so gross. We set them up, caught a big gust of wind, and took off. We were pretty far behind the other racers, but Annabella was a speedy little thing, and we'd been practicing a lot. We quickly caught up to the rest of the pack, but our parents had a big lead. The finish line was fast approaching. We'll never catch them. We're too heavy. I turned to see Bella strapping on a life jacket. What are you doing? Win this race, Anna, for me. And with that, she jumped over the side. I knew she could swim like a mermaid, so I wasn't too worried about her. I immediately picked up speed after she jumped off. I turned around to glance at her once, and she yelled at me, "Catch-up party!" What was she talking about? I was right behind my parents' boat, and the finish line was only 200 yards away. That's when I saw a big squirt bottle of ketchup on the floor of the boat. You'll never catch us, Anna. You'll always be a loser. It's time for a ketchup party. And with that, I got close enough and aimed it straight at Dad's face. He couldn't see anything, and his boat ended up getting stuck between two rocks. I could hear Mom and Dad yelling, but I went even faster and crossed the finish line. Bella ran up to me and gave me a huge hug. We won! We won! We're rich! A few weeks later, the Annabella and its victory was trending on the internet. We were invited to race all over the world. Eventually, we bought a bigger boat with our winnings. And even though my parents had always been so mean to me, I bought them a boat too, to make up for the one they'd sold all those years ago. And I keep the red toy boat Bella got me as a present right by the wheel at all times.
Hey friends, my name is, well, let's go with Miriam for now. You see, I'm a pretty famous actress, so I can't just tell my real name, but trust me, this is going to be one of the wildest stories you'll find on MSA. Not only is it true, but it's also absolutely crazy. Growing up, I used to live with my Aunt Jane and my BFF/cousin Jenny. We barely made ends meet until I got a role in a TV series and my acting career took off. And next, I was doing movies. With fame came big changes. We moved to a mansion and enrolled in a posh school. Being rich and famous was fun, but then came the paparazzi. OMG, getting your picture taken everywhere isn't as cool as it sounds. I loved acting, but I didn't enjoy all the attention. Jenny, on the other hand, craved attention. What's your problem with them? I'd be so happy if people chased me to get pictures. Seriously? They take the weirdest pics ever. Look at this one, and this one. It's like they're always lurking, ready to catch me at my worst. So what? You also get royal treatment, so it's part of the package. Well, Jenny wasn't wrong about the royal treatment part. Before the fame, I was a nobody, and the day my first movie became a hit, everyone was literally dying to be my friend. Even Chanel, who was the most popular/meanest girl in school, and also a TikTok dance sensation. One lunchtime, Chanel came over to our table with a super fake smile. Hey Miriam, saw your new movie last night. It was pretty decent. So how about you join me and my gang at my table? You know us popular girls gotta stick together. Plus, these seats are for suckers anyway. Nah, I'm good here. Thanks. Suit yourself. Saying that, Chanel turned to leave, and Jenny elbowed me. Are you crazy? That's Chanel. She'll be in Chris Brown's next music video. You can't say no to her. Hey Chanel, wait up. We'd love to join. Who are you even? Oh wait, you're Miriam's assistant, right? Cousin. And I'm actually a huge fan of yours, Chanel. Oh, seriously? You're way too desperate. I'd love to invite you to our table, but with those dorky glasses, that frumpy sweater, and oh my, that massive pimple. I just don't think you'd blend in. You're better off staying here and playing Miriam's little assistant. I saw Jenny's mood go from super excited to majorly bummed, and it made me feel really sorry for her. Hey, don't sweat it. Chanel's just being a mega jerk. Easy for you to say. Everyone loves you, talks nicely to you because you're all famous and stuff. Fame isn't all it's cracked up to be. If I could trade places with someone and live a normal life, even just for some time, no paparazzi or drama, I'd do it in a heartbeat. For real? Totally. I just want people to treat me normally, without all the fake flattery and annoying cameras in my face. Then let's do it. Let's switch places. I'll be you, handling the fame and attention, and you can enjoy a chill, paparazzi-free life like you've been wanting for so long. I mean, we're not twins, but we do kind of look alike, right? We share the same family genes after all. I could dye my hair, ditch the glasses, and boom, it might just work. Please, Miriam, give it a chance. Well, okay. I suppose it could work. Aunt June is on vacation for a couple of weeks, and I just finished filming a movie, and I am on break, so I guess we can give it a shot. Woohoo! Honestly, I wasn't sure about the plan, but just for Jenny's sake, I agreed. I really wanted to make her happy. Once home, we started Mission Switch Identities. I dyed my hair pitch black, while Jenny bleached hers blonde, just like my natural color. After swapping our outfits and spending what felt like forever messing around with makeup, we stood before the mirror, and my jaw dropped to the floor. Pretty good, huh? Wow, I can't believe this. Jenny, we might actually be able to pull this off. Yay! When I started school as Jenny, it felt awesome to be normal. It was like a break from all the flashing cameras and fans. But when Jenny strutted in as me, oh boy, it was a whole show. She wore this super flashy dress, and as she walked in, the crowd went wild, cheering and clapping like she was a superstar. She blew kisses like she was on a red carpet. See how well I take in fame? It's like I was meant for it. If you say so, Jenny. Later in our first class together, Jenny spotted a guy sitting in my usual spot, and whoa, she went complete diva mode. Are you nuts? This is my seat, and I don't share it with losers like you.
The last time I checked, the class had a first-come, first-get rule on seats. Did it change?
Whoa, you've got some nerve to talk back to me. Let's teach you a lesson. Boys, it was like looking at a total new side of Jenny. The poor guy ran out in tears. I couldn't take it anymore, and I had to say something. Okay, that's enough, Jenny. Miriam, come with me. Now! I pulled Jenny into the girls' bathroom to have a serious chat. She was giving off such negative vibes, and I was seriously regretting this whole identity switch. You can't treat people badly just because you're rich and famous. Why not? It's like this superpower, you know? I can do anything, and people will still adore me. As we kept arguing, we suddenly heard the toilet flush. Our hearts raced as we froze, hoping nobody had heard us. The door slowly creaked open, and guess who walked out? The same guy whose glasses Jenny got crushed by her new minions. Didn't you read the girls only sign?
Oh, I'm in the girls' bathroom. Oh no, actually, I can't see without my glasses. I'm really sorry. I'm going. Ouch.
Ugh, do you now see why I can't be nice to losers like this? Deal with him, or I'm out of here. I couldn't leave him there alone, so I offered to help. Here, grab my hand. I'm Jenny. What's your name?
I'm Calvin. Thank you for helping, Jenny.
Slowly. Now sit. Perfect. We spent the rest of the day together, and I found out he had recently moved to our town with his mom to live with his new dad and half-sister. My jaw nearly hit the floor when he revealed her identity. Chanel. Chanel? You mean Chanel, as in the meanest girl at school, Chanel?
Wait till I tell you she's way meaner at home than in school.
Thank goodness you're nothing like her.
And thank goodness you're nothing like that cousin of yours.
I hated that Jenny was giving me a bad name. At home, I tried to talk to her, but she blew up on me instead. Are you jealous that I'm handling this better than you? People like me more. You like me when I act like a suck-up to you, don't you? It's not that, Jenny, and you know it. Being nice doesn't mean you're sucking up to them. Fine. Do whatever you want. The next day, Calvin showed up at my locker.
Thanks for yesterday. I don't know what I would have done without you.
No problem. Hanging out with you was fun. Calvin then gave me a tiny wrapped present. I tore it open and found a beautiful necklace inside. It was the first time someone gave me a gift just because, not expecting a shout out later. I was thrilled. Thank you, Calvin. I love it. As Calvin helped me put it on, Chanel approached us with a sly smile. Well. Look who we have here. Two lovebirds exchanging gifts. It's not even real.
Maybe not, but it's way more real than your TikTok fame and those authentic photos you share on social media. Your editing fails even leave the Kardashians shocked.
Why, you little... I'll see you at home. Calvin and I laughed as Chanel stormed off. I pity you. How do you handle her at home?
I could ask you the same thing. You got a real diva at home. Everyone knows how stuck-up actresses can be.
I wondered how Calvin would react if he ever found out about our identity switch. Would he treat me differently differently or the same. But for now, I chose to keep our secret. Life at school was cool, except Jenny was being meaner to others and acted like she owned the place. She even started to hang out with Chanel of all people. No matter how much I told her to take it down a notch, she didn't listen and instead would get annoyed at me. So I stopped talking to her, and that really riled her. But I didn't care because I was caught up with Calvin and falling for him, lost in my own world. Oh my god, you won't believe what happened. That hot guy in science class, he asked me out. Miriam, tell me what I should wear. How should I do my hair? Help me choose. You're the star. I'm sure you can do it yourself. Oh, excuse me, it's Calvin. That nerd? Ugh, why is he always hanging out with you? Miriam, Jenny would never date a dork like that. You hanging out with him will ruin my image. You hanging out with Chanel and acting like a jerk is ruining my image. Wanna switch back? No? I didn't think so. It was my 2-week friendiversary with Calvin, and I had this brilliant idea of having a karaoke night at my place. We were having a blast, singing our hearts out. But then Jenny asked to join us. Even though I flat out refused to let her in, Calvin welcomed her. Little did I know the karaoke would turn into a crazy karaoke showdown.
Get ready to see something amazing.
You really think you can beat me? Keep dreaming, nerd. As they went head to head in a musical battle, I could feel the tension building. But just when Jenny's singing hit a breaking point, she did something shocking. She smashed the microphone. Then, in a fit of frustration, she wrecked the whole karaoke set and stormed off. I was shocked and angry, ready to chase after her and give her a piece of my mind, but Calvin stopped me.
Jenny, hold on. Maybe she's feeling the pressure of fame. You know how it can be tough for celebrities dealing with all the attention and expectations. Let's give her some time to cool off.
His words made total sense. Over the weekend, after my gym class, I got a text from Jenny asking to meet up. We went to a cozy cafe near the gym. Jenny seemed truly sorry. Miriam, I'm truly sorry for ruining your karaoke night. I've been acting terribly because of this fame. I do enjoy it, but even the kids at school are different with me now. I don't think they genuinely like me. It feels like they're only pretending because I mean, you're famous and rich. It's okay, Jenny. I got caught up with Calvin and I'm sorry for neglecting you, but the way you acted at school pushed me away. I can imagine the pressure of fame. Do you want to maybe put an end to all of this? We can return to being ourselves. How about after the launch party of your new movie? I just want to experience being a star for one night and then we end this, okay? Deal. During lunch, people asked Jenny for autographs and photos. She happily smiled for the camera and loved the attention. Later, at home, we found Calvin in my room, standing in a mess. What are you doing here?
You texted me to meet you at...
OMG, you're stealing! Look, it's your jewelry and these expensive decorations? Calvin, I can't believe you do this. Did you use Jenny to rob us? I'm calling the cops this instant. I snatched the phone from Jenny before she could call the cops, and then I slapped her. I know I'm easy to trust people, but I'm not a fool. I know you're framing Calvin. I saw you using my phone in the cafe when I went to give an order, but I never knew you could do all this. What happened to you? What happened to me? Ugh, what happened to you? How could you let some average-looking, glasses-wearing, ugly dork come between us? Enough! Get out! Leave! Now! You don't mean it. Don't make me say it again. You know well it's my mansion and I can kick you out anytime I want. I hate you! Once Jenny left, I apologized to Calvin, who was upset about the situation. I called my aunt to spill the beans about everything. She said not to stress as she'd already talked to Jenny and told me how she'd be home soon, but she didn't. The next day felt pretty depressing. I was still annoyed at Jenny, but I still just wanted her to return so we could patch things up. But my hope got drowned in the school hallway when everyone was glaring at me. I couldn't make sense of it until I spotted a video of Jenny making the rounds among my classmates. That's when it hit me. Because of our argument from the previous night, Jenny made a video telling the entire school lies about me. Seriously, guys, you won't believe the things I faced. Miriam's turned me into her personal butler. From laundry to homework, she's got me doing it all. I swear, I felt like Cinderella while she played the wicked stepsister. She even made me switch places with her just to pull a prank on poor Calvin. She calls him a nerd behind his back while pretending to be head over heels for him, all to humiliate Chanel, whom we all know is a total saint. She's just jealous that Chanel is a rising star and one day might take her place. The aftermath of Jenny's nasty video was a total nightmare. Kids were snickering at me, and Chanel seemed to be having a field day seeing me miserable. And when I tried to talk to Calvin, he gave me the cold shoulder.
Stay away, Jen, Miriam, whatever. I thought we had something.
We did. We do.
No, I can't even trust you. You're a liar.
When I got home, Aunt was there, and she comforted me. She said Jenny would come back when she felt better, and she's staying at their old home for a while. Everything seemed to be spinning out of control, so I decided to go live and clear everything. Hey everyone, I messed up big time, and I'm really sorry. Jenny, my cousin, came up with the idea for us to switch identities, and I went along with it. I shouldn't have lied, especially to Calvin, who I really care about. I liked being normal for a while, but it somehow got out of hand. I just want to say, I miss you, Jenny, and I love you. The things I said to you that day, I regret them. And Calvin, I'm not a perfect person. There are many things I wish I didn't do, but I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found a reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new, and the reason is you. With that, I ended the video, and then I went ahead and deleted all my social media accounts for some peace of mind. A week passed, and I finally mustered the courage to return to school, and surprisingly, people were smiling at me, genuinely, and some even hugged me. Some even asked how I felt and offered to listen if I wanted someone to talk to. At lunch, I noticed Jenny scanning the cafeteria for an empty seat, and the only two that were left were beside me and one next to Chanel. She tried sitting next to Chanel, but the witch straight up told her off. I decided to be the bigger person and invited Jenny to sit with me, but she turned me down cold. I don't need your sympathy, Miriam. Listen, Jenny, we can't keep fighting. Aunt June and I miss you, and we want you to come back home. I'd rather count the sands on the beach than live with you again. You kicked me out of your mansion, remember? She was determined to stay mad, and there was no convincing her. That evening, while Aunt June and I sat to watch the latest MSA video, we heard a loud knock on the door, and when I went to check, it was Jenny. Before I could say anything, she broke into tears, crying. I'm sorry for saying bad things about you, Miriam, and telling on you to everyone at school. It was just the way you and Calvin were so happy together. I had no one to talk to. Yeah, I had friends, but no one compares to you, and I let my jealousy get the best of me. Please, forgive me, Miriam. It doesn't matter. As long as we're all back together, safe, we'll work things out. And then we shared the longest hug before Jenny's voice broke the silence. I know I ruined things between you and Calvin, but I got him to come over with me so both of you can talk. Right then, Calvin walked in with a warm smile. This was the first time he'd smiled at me since the incident, and I felt butterflies in my tummy leaping for joy.
Would you like to take a long walk with me? How about we start over?
I'd like that.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I'm from New York City. And this is my story of how being short, like really short, leads me to have a unique, crazy life. So, I had a really crazy mother who was mad about shopping. Shoes, clothes, makeup, perfumes. She stopped at nothing. One day, when I was 2 years old, she left me at the mall because her hands were full of bags.
Where's Jane?
What?
You took Jane with you while shopping, right? Where is she?
Oh, my hands were full of bags. I might have just left her at the mall. Plus, she's too tiny and short for her age, so it's easy to forget her. Short and ugly. I wonder who she looks like. My dad was furious.
I already knew your shopping was a problem, but this is the last straw!
So he took me and left Mom for good. For a while, Dad and I lived happily in a small apartment. But when I was 8, Dad discovered that he didn't have much time to live, so he decided to leave me with his first wife. He took me to her huge mansion, hugged me really tightly, and left, and I never saw Dad again. Dad's first wife didn't have any children of her own. She was always dressed in black and never smiled. She looked just like a creepy widow, so I started calling her the widow. But there was no denying that the widow was rich. Practically everything in her house was made of gold, even the spoons. On the first day of my new school, the widow sent me off to school in a limo. And at school, the widow had the butler distribute free ice cream for a month so everyone would be nice to me. At first, it was crazy fun, but on my 10th birthday, even though I was surrounded by friends, I broke down into tears. I missed my parents so much. And then I noticed that no one brought any gifts for me. When I asked them why, some boy yelled, "Because we don't like you, you dwarf, and your breath smells bad." Suddenly, the widow showed up from behind him and put her hand on his mouth and dragged him away. What was going on? So, everyone in school liked me only because of the widow's money? One day, when my so-called best friend announced,
"Hey girls, let's go get some ice cream. Jane's buying."
I lost my cool.
"No, I'm not. You want it? Go get it yourself. I'm not your debit card." "Look at this dwarf being so mean. It's not even your money, Jane. You're a charity case."
They all angrily marched away, and after that, I was a loner. Not only that,
It was really annoying that I never got picked during gym class, and I really wanted to play basketball. So one day in 6th grade, I ran straight onto the court, snatched the ball from another kid, and started dribbling it away. I was small, but fast. Just then, the substitute gym teacher came running onto the court, blowing his whistle furiously. And next thing I knew, he had picked me up and was carrying me away. "We have a kindergartner on the loose! Don't you know you could seriously get hurt, kid?" He just wouldn't listen and took me to the principal. He sure looked dumb when the principal told him I was in the 6th grade. But I was still banned from playing. It was too dangerous for me. One day, when I was in 9th grade, right before my exam was about to start, my teacher came up to me and put her hand on my forehead. "Jane, dear, your mom said you aren't feeling well today. You can go home and rest." "But I'm not sick." "Yes, you are, sweetie. You have a horrible fever." And the teacher just dragged me out of the room. After the exams, when I looked at my report card, I was shocked. I got an A+ on an exam I didn't even write, and all the rest as well. The widow then threw a fancy party where she literally distributed money. Worst of all, the party was full of my teachers. Ugh, talk about boring. The only person at the party my age was Andrew from school, the son of one of the teachers. I always had a crush on him, and now he was making his way to me. My heart began to beat like crazy. I do, Andrew, I do. How does it feel to take something you don't deserve, just because you have money? Huh? What do you mean? Oh, come on. Everyone in class already guessed your mother bought those fake grades for you. Aren't you ashamed? How could you have possibly topped when everyone knows I'm the smartest? I never asked her to do it. She's not even my mom. It's not my fault. Yeah, your grades are better than your height. Dwarfs can't be the smartest. I stood there, shocked, and I decided it was time for me to tell the widow to change. But she said that she didn't mean any harm. She just wanted to help me get into some college, as it was my dad's last wish. I begged her to let me do it on my own. Eventually, she agreed. Sadly, that didn't pan out as I'd planned. I wasn't doing well in school at all. And without the widow's money, the teachers weren't so nice anymore. Why is your handwriting so big when you're so short? Are you so bad at math because it's hard to understand things with your teeny tiny brain? I flunked horribly and was held back a grade. My ex-best friend smirked and said, "Keep flunking and you'll finally reach a grade that suits your height. Can you just leave me alone?" "Oh, I heard wearing a pink hat while studying helps your brain work because the brain likes the color pink. I tried it, but it didn't work. Guess I'm already a genius." Or that you don't have a brain. As I left for home that day with angry tears in my eyes, I ran straight into someone. Andrew. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Listen, just back off. I have enough troubles without you." But Andrew did not back off. The next few days, he really started chasing me all over school. There was just no escaping him. Wherever I went, there he was. "What's wrong with you? I'm trying to study. Stop stalking me." "I'm just worried about you. Let me help you with your grades." "Why? I appreciate it, but you really don't have to feel sorry for me." "I don't feel sorry. I understand you want to rely on yourself, and I respect that. I'm just offering to help, and also trying to make up for being a jerk." Well, I knew he was a math whiz. If anyone could help me, it was him. From that day onwards, every night, he snuck in from my window to help me study. But he was so distractingly cute and funny. We were becoming super close. The night before the exam, the door flew open and the widow barged in. She started yelling at me. "Boys ruin everything. This is probably why you don't get good grades. You're so distracted all the time." Then she dragged him to the window and told him to leave the way he came. "He isn't my boyfriend. He's my private teacher. He's helping me with math." But she wasn't listening. So Andrew climbed down the tree outside the window and left. The next day, I passed the exam and was over the moon. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. "I did it! I passed the math exam on my own!" Then, before I knew what I was doing, I kissed him. And what an utterly stupid thing to do that was! Because the minute our lips touched, he froze. I was so embarrassed. I let him go and stepped back. I'm so sorry." "Jane, I had no idea that you felt this way about me. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, but I was just looking out for you. You know, like a little sister. You're just not my type." "Wait, what?" I never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Without another word, I just turned around and fled. And that was my real first heartbreak. I refused to go down for dinner that evening and shut myself up in my room. A little later, the widow knocked and came in. "Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Jane?" I burst into tears and told her everything. "You were right. Boys ruin everything. From now on, I'm just going to focus on me. I'm going to get a university scholarship and leave this stupid place. And for the first time ever, the widow hugged me. It was really awkward, but also kind of nice. I'll send you to any university you want. You just focus on studying really hard. And that's what I did. I really focused on my lessons. And at home, the widow started to help me out too. She also had her chef make me really healthy food and gave me multivitamins regularly. She helped me out with all my college applications, and for the first time since Dad, I felt like I did have a parent. As I was about to graduate high school, our student counselor called me one day to her office to give me some really amazing news. You got into your dream university, Jane! Congratulations! I squealed in excitement and hugged her. In my excitement, I knocked over my bag, and my bottle of vitamins fell out. Just then, the counselor picked up one of the pills, looking confused. Jane, why are you eating these? Oh, they're just multivitamins. No, they're not, Jane. These pills are given to kids with ADHD to improve focus. No one should be taking these unless a doctor prescribes them. I couldn't believe it. Why would the widow do this? I rushed home and barged straight into her room, throwing the pills on her bed. Why have you been lying to me that these are vitamins? Why are you feeding me pills I don't need? Are you trying to poison me? The widow looked stunned. Then she said, Jane, just let me explain. I was only trying to help you get better. Oh, so you thought I'm so dumb that I needed pills to make me smarter? I only want what's best for you, Jane. That's all I ever wanted. And then I said the words I would regret for the rest of my life. Well, in case you forgot, let me remind you, you're not my mom. You're just a pathetic old widow, and you don't deserve to have kids. And with that, I stormed off to my room. I didn't speak a word to her for the next few weeks, and then I left for university. I felt bad for the things I'd said, but I was too angry to take them back. I was doing really well at university and met a wonderful guy, Dave. He was the only person I'd ever met who didn't treat me like I was dumb, and he never made me feel little in any way. One day, while we were on a date, I got a terrible phone call. It was a doctor from some hospital saying the widow had been found unconscious in her home and was really unwell. Dave drove me straight to the hospital, and when I went to her, it broke my heart seeing her so pale and weak. I sat down by her and started to cry. Please be okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean those awful things I said. I love you. You're my mom. Just then, her eyes fluttered open. She gave me a weak smile. Jane, I'm so glad you're here, dear. I'm sorry, too. You were always so tiny. I became really overprotective. I see now that you didn't need that at all. I moved back with Mom to take care of her, and soon she fully recovered. I graduated with honors from university, and I was so happy she could be there. After university, Dave and I got married and had 2 beautiful kids together. We named our son after my dad, and our little girl after the widow, her godmother.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle, but everyone calls me Gabby. But before I continue my story, click like and subscribe. I've been hearing the story of my birth from Mom ever since I can remember. Oh, you were so lazy. You came out 3 weeks after my due date, and you were almost 12 pounds. My arms would hurt after holding you for a minute.
You were worth the wait, Gabby. You were just the cutest baby ever, and you still are.
Dad adored me, and so did my older twin siblings. I'm sure Mom loved me too, but she had a funny way of showing it. Once when I was 3, everyone was eating pizza for dinner, but Mom just kept popping boiled carrots in my mouth. I suddenly leapt onto the table and bit into her pizza slice. She pulled it away, but I clung onto it like a puppy.
What are you doing? Let Gabby have pizza. Come here, sweetie. I'll give you the biggest slice.
Mom looked mad. She doesn't need more calories. You're turning my daughter into an elephant. But I didn't care. I was eating pizza. Once on Halloween, I went trick-or-treating with my siblings and came home with my bag full.
Everyone said I was so cute, and they gave me extra candy.
But Mom snatched it from me. That's going to make you fat. Just give them to me and leave. I was really sad that she took it away, but Dad snuck me a few pieces every night. Growing up, Dad and I read lots of books together, and in the first grade, I started writing poetry. My teacher entered one of my poems in a school competition, and I won second prize. Dad was so proud, he had it framed for his office. At Thanksgiving dinner, he asked me if I'd recite my poem for everyone, and I was happy to. As everyone clapped for me, grumpy Auntie Polly walked in.
Good God, child. You look like you're about to burst out of your clothes. You've gotten so fat.
That's the first time I saw Dad get really mad.
How dare you say that? She's just a child, and she's perfect.
With that, he picked me up and told my family that we were leaving. In the 5th grade, we were at the beach once, and I was going around happily in my new pink bathing suit. I went over to some girls my age and asked if I could make sandcastles with them, but one of them rudely pushed me away.
We don't play with fat girls. You're ugly.
I burst into tears and ran off, and Dad was furious.
I'm gonna tell those girls exactly what I think. Where are their parents?
Oh, can you stop creating drama everywhere?
I told you not to buy her that ridiculous bathing suit, and she does need to lose weight. Of course people will make fun of her. And that evening, Mom told me I was going on a diet. Your sibling's 16th birthday is coming up in a few months, and I'll buy you an amazing dress if you lose some weight. You'll feel so good about yourself. Later that night, I snuck downstairs to the kitchen and started stuffing my face with crisps and cookies. I had to eat as much as I could before starting Mom's stupid diet. Mom took me to the nutritionist's office the next day, and I instantly disliked Dr. Christine.
Come on, chubby. Get on the scale.
Yes, you're really overweight. You need to lose at least 20 pounds. Do you think we can manage this by September, doctor?
It all depends on Gabrielle.
But yes, it can be done. Do you want to lose weight, honey? Do you want to be beautiful for the party? I remembered the mean girl's words at the beach and said, yeah, I want to be beautiful. So, the nutritionist made a special diet for me, and we had to buy all these expensive products from her. I had to eat some special toasts with special cheese, and it tasted disgusting. As I was making faces at the dinner table, Dad ate some food from my plate and almost threw up.
Why are you making Gabby eat this horrible stuff? Just make her some healthy food. She doesn't need to eat rubbish.
No, Daddy, I want to eat this rubbish. I want to be pretty.
But you already are, sweetheart.
It's okay. It's only for a few months. Please?
Don't look at me. She wants to be skinny.
Dad looked kinda sad, but he didn't say anything after that. I kept doing the awful diet, and I didn't lose an ounce, not an inch. The day of the big party was approaching, and Mom waited until the very last minute to see if I'd lost some weight before she took me shopping. She asked the saleswoman to show us clothes that would look good on me. Oh, I see what you mean. You want her to look skinny. I might just have the right dress. Why don't you try this and this and this? I tried on all the clothes and I hated everything. As I was taking off a white dress in the changing room, I overheard something that broke my heart. How did the dress fit her? Oh, not very well. That white dress makes the girl look like a small refrigerator, short and square. I wish she had inherited my figure. I burst into silent tears. That's what Mom really thought of me? We bought some stupid black dress, and on the day of the party, I held my breath and tucked my tummy in for all the pictures. I just felt ugly and miserable. Being fat didn't affect my ability to love, though. I was falling in love at school all the time, but I'd grown up too insecure and shy to ever ask anyone out, and well, no one ever noticed me. In the 9th grade, I fell madly in love with James, this gorgeous boy who was 2 years older than me. He played baseball, and I'd watch him from a distance and write poems about him. One day at lunch, someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I almost fell off my seat when I saw it was James.
Hey, you dropped this paper in the hall. Did you write this poem yourself? It's really good.
I just stared at him like a dumb goldfish, and seconds later, a skinny girl took his arm and led him away. I crumpled up the paper and threw it away angrily. Of course he had a girlfriend who looked like a freaking model. Just then, this annoying bully Aaron from my class sat next to me with a grin.
Ah, Chubby Gabby. You like James, don't you? I've seen how you stare at him every day.
I do not.
I don't care, girl. You want to get noticed by someone like him? You should hang out with me. I'm like the most popular guy around. Come to a party at my place tonight. James will be there too, and I'll introduce you guys.
But he has a girlfriend.
Oh, that's not his girlfriend. Trust me, he's single.
That offer was too tempting to resist. So I went to the party that evening, and when I got there, the first thing I saw was James dancing with that girl. Aaron, I think those two are together. This is stupid. I'm just gonna go home.
Oh, poor dummy. You don't know the first thing about guys, do you? Give him something to be jealous about, like this.
And suddenly, Aaron pulled me in and kissed me. I immediately shoved him away.
What's wrong with you, Gabrielle? You just show up uninvited at my party, begging to kiss me? Does being fat make you needy and desperate for love?
I stared at him in horror as I felt everyone's eyes on me. You liar! I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. I gave him a hard slap and then I ran away from there. But since Aaron was a popular jerk, he made sure I became known as the fat, desperate girl, and my self-esteem hit rock bottom. Suddenly, I just lost my appetite and stopped eating. Dad was worried and kept asking me what was wrong, but Mom was delighted when I got skinny. Wow, Gabby, you look amazing. Wanna go shopping? No, I'm good, thanks. But you're in those big clothes. Fat clothes, you mean? Why are you talking to me like that? What did I do to you? Nothing, Mom. You're just perfect. When I went off to college, I finally made some friends there. Suddenly, I fit in the clothes. I fit in with others. But then I discovered something. No one here cared about my looks. People were interested in my poetry and the things I had to say, not the way I was on the outside. For the first time, I felt I could breathe. I started relaxing, eating more, and having fun. When I went home for Christmas, I took my coat off and found Mom staring at me like a hawk. Gabby, did you gain weight? I don't know, Mom. I didn't check. But it's such a shame that you're getting fat again, honey. You have to be careful. So what if I get fat? Will I be ugly, useless, worthless? What's wrong with you? Are you upset about something? Mom, I'm mad at you. You made me feel my entire life that being fat is the worst thing in the world, that it's the only thing that defines you, but it's not. I was only looking out for you. I want you to be healthy. Are you sure? Because I was unhealthy and miserable when I got skinny, and you weren't bothered about that. The only thing you ever wanted for me was to be pretty, no matter what the cost. You've just never loved me the way I am. That's not true. I care a lot. Yeah, I'm sure you care, Mom. Just not in the way that's any good for me. I'm leaving.
Well, we're coming with you. I'd like to enjoy a family dinner for once.
I turned around to see my dad and siblings looking really angry at Mom. We all left without her, and we had an amazing Christmas dinner at a restaurant. As Dad dropped me off at college, he put his hands on my face and said,
I'm so proud of how smart and strong you are, and I'm glad you're realizing your own worth. You are and always will be perfect to me.
Time passed and I gained and lost weight all the time. And even though my confidence was better, I still had a hard time believing that someone could love me just the way I was. But one day, someone tapped my shoulder at the supermarket.
Hey, Gabrielle, right?
Oh, yeah, hi. I'm sorry. Who are you?
James from school, remember? I think I was your senior. I recognized you because you still have those beautiful eyes.
Oh my God, it was James. The James. We went out for coffee the same day and talked for hours over chocolate cake. I even shared the poems I was writing for my first book. It was perfect. And soon after, we started dating. Slowly but surely, I was changing and fixing the damage. My mother still gives opinions about my body all the time, but she no longer affects me. I finally understood that her problem was about her own insecurities. Now I love myself just the way I am, when I'm skinny and when I'm fat. Also, I have this wonderful man next to me who isn't shallow at all. He knows how to love unconditionally. After so much suffering, I now know I am beautiful no matter what. Hi, my name is Irene, and today I'm going to tell you the crazy story of how I lose control of myself and turn into these exciting characters from the movies I see. Unbelievable, right? When I was 3, my parents first took me to see the movie Tarzan. It was amazing, but soon after we got home, I started howling and beating my chest, just like Tarzan. And then I literally swung from the curtains and pillars, crashing into everything that came in my way. Mom couldn't stop laughing, but Dad got super furious.
What has gotten into this child? This is not funny. Stop her, now.
But that wasn't the end of it. One evening, after we all watched the movie Child's Play on TV, I suddenly got up in the middle of the night and walked to Dad's bedside with googly eyes and a pencil in my hand.
Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play?
Dad screamed like a little girl and dived under the bed.
This child is possessed. Take her away from me. She's evil.
Mom calmed me down quickly, but Dad always stayed away from me after that. Then one day, Mom and I came home to find a note from him.
I can't sleep with that devil child in the house. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
And, well, we never saw him again. But unlike Dad, Mom loved me a lot, and life was better with him gone. I also loved going to school and had plenty of friends. That is, until the day everyone found out about my weird quirk. One day in the 6th grade, soon after I'd watched the Lord of the Rings movies at home, a teacher dropped her gold ring on the floor. As I saw it sparkling in the light, I suddenly transformed into Gollum. As I leapt forward to pick up the ring, she got to it first and I went ballistic.
The filthy little thieves. Where is it? They stole it from us. My precious. Curse them. We hates them. It's ours, it is, and we wants it.
And with that, I attacked my teacher. She shrieked as other kids tried to hold me back, and someone called the principal. I almost got expelled, but Mom was called in and she explained my condition. She decided I wasn't watching any movies for a very long time. But the news had already spread like wildfire in school, and everyone started calling me different names. Clown, loser, psycho, and many, many more. And the school queen bee, Olive, was the meanest of them all.
Hold on, psycho. What are you going to turn into today?
Hola, Harry Potteris. Can you fly using the janitor's broom? Cut it out, Olive. Oh, I'm scared. Are you going to turn me into a goblet with your magic? I could smack her with a broom for sure, but I didn't want to upset Mom by causing more trouble, so I kept a low profile, even though the bullying never stopped. In the 9th grade, I decided to join the drama club at school. One afternoon, I was rehearsing alone before auditions for the school play when a handsome guy walked into the drama room.
Hi, my name is Drake, and I'm here for the drama auditions. Am I in the right place?
Oh, yes, you're in the right place at the right time. But before I could say a word, the Wicked Witch entered the room. Oh, there you are, Drake. Are you here for the role of the prince? Take it from me, babe. That role is made for you, and I'm meant to be your princess. But when everyone saw my acting skills, I got the lead role. Olive got selected for the maid's part, and Drake became my prince. I was loving all the attention I was getting from him, but it was clearly driving Olive crazy. How dare you flirt with Drake? He's mine. Really? I didn't see the owner's name tag on him. Oh, look who finally found her tongue. But hear me loud and clear, freak. You can be his princess in a play, but I'm still his queen in real life. Stay away from Drake or else. Bring it on. Well, she did. During breaks at rehearsals, she was all over him, touching his arm and laughing a little too hard at his jokes. But I wasn't going to just sit back and watch. The next day during costume trials, I walked in wearing a Catwoman costume, and Drake's jaw dropped when he saw me.
OMG. Irene, you look meow. How about you curl me closer with that tail of yours?
I gave him a wink and sat close to him as Olive turned red with anger and stormed out of the room. But then the next day, that witch came dressed up as Wonder Woman in a costume literally the size of a hanky. Her tactics didn't work though, because one day at rehearsals, Drake asked me out in front of everyone. Of course, I said yes. As I was changing in the dressing room the next day, I nearly jumped out of my skin when I looked up and saw Olive's reflection in the mirror. She was holding up my costume that she'd ripped to shreds. OMG, Olive, you're such a psycho. You just wait and see what I do, Irene. I'm not gonna let a freak like you take away my dream boy. Ugh, she was insane. I pushed her aside and stormed out of the room, wondering what drama would come my way next. I didn't have to wait too long to find out, but it wasn't exactly what I'd expected. It was Drake's birthday on the weekend, and he'd invited half the school to his party. As soon as I arrived there, suddenly the music from the Twilight movie started to play on the speakers. As everyone looked around in surprise, I spotted Drake in the moonlight, and he looked just like Edward Cullen. Hello, Edward. Happy birthday. How old are you now? 104?
Who's Edward? What are you talking about?
Come on, Edward. I know you're a vampire. Your Bella is here. You can drink blood from my veins, and then we can live together for all eternity, my love. All the kids around us started laughing, while Drake just stared at me in shock, and then abruptly ran inside the house. Just then the music ended, and I realized the scene I'd made, and I'd scared Drake. That was just epic to watch. You acted even weirder than I hoped you would when I played the music. Now Drake's never gonna want to be with you. Freak. She was such a jerk. I started looking for Drake in the house to explain everything to him. Suddenly, I screamed when someone hugged me from behind. Drake, you scared me.
Hi, babe. I just came in to get something for you. I didn't know when was the right time to show you, but I think it's now.
Why was he being so strange? He was acting like nothing had happened a few minutes ago. But when I saw the thing he gave me, I was shocked. It was a photo album with hundreds of pictures of me. He clicked me going to the washroom, smelling my underarms, and picking my nose. What's wrong with you? Why did you take all these pictures?
Because I fell in love with you at first sight, Irene. And after you wore that Catwoman costume, my God, I just can't get you out of my head. Now that I know you think our love is like Edward and Bella's, I wanted to show you that I'm equally obsessed with us.
OMG, you're insane. Leave me alone. I don't want to be with you or even see you. And don't you dare follow me. I ran out of there as fast as I could. I couldn't believe I was dating a crazy psycho. The next day at school, I tried to hide from him, but he was following me around everywhere like a mad puppy. I hid out in the girls' bathroom for a while, but when I finally came out, I almost tripped over a body on the floor. It was Drake writhing around like he was in pain.
It hurts. It hurts so bad.
What hurts? Is it your tummy? Your appendix?
No, baby girl. It's my heart. Quit playing games and say you love me too.
Oh, shut up. You need therapy. I almost kicked him while shaking his hands off my ankle, and I ran away while everyone around us laughed hysterically. Olive called out to me. Wow, girl, he's as crazy as you. He's all yours. Geez, if he kept this up, I was going to need a restraining order. Later that night, as I was sleeping peacefully in my bed, I heard a faint creaking noise, and I turned around and screamed. Drake was standing by my bed. Are you freaking crazy? How do you even know where I live? Never mind, don't answer that. Just get out.
Babe, just give me a chance. I have an amazing gift for you.
And with that, he started unbuttoning his shirt. Hey, don't! Ew, stop that!
Relax, you're gonna love this.
He took out an invitation card tucked inside his shirt. Oh, thank God.
I know how crazy you are about acting, princess. And you know I would bring the world to your feet. Please, accept this invitation to a party on a cruise ship with Hollywood stars.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yes, babe. As serious as my love for you. I want you to go with me to the party.
But how'd you get those passes?
Oh, I just stole them from my uncle's table when he wasn't looking. He knows many people in Hollywood.
Okay, he was still a crazy psycho, but I couldn't miss this awesome opportunity, right? Meeting Hollywood celebrities would be like a wild dream come true. And Drake wasn't lying one bit. When we got onto the ship, I could feel my heart beating like crazy. I was at a party full of actors and directors I practically worshipped. Just then, I spotted the world-famous director, freaking James Cameron himself, right at the front of the ship. Here was my chance to get discovered. I turned to Drake. How much do you love me?
Oh, as much as the depths of the sea, and the width of the sky, and the height of the...
Okay, I get it. You love me. You'll do anything for me, right?
Anything, babe.
We ran across the deck to the edge of the ship. I climbed onto the front railing with Drake right behind me, supporting me as I stretched my arms out just like in Titanic. Look, Jack, I'm flying. I'm flying, Jack.
I'm the king of the world. Woohoo!
Not now. Just shut up and kiss me, moron. As we kissed at the edge of the ship at sunset, lots of people around us started to cheer and clap. Even though it was Drake I was kissing, I had to admit it was a super romantic, movie-like moment. Just then he whispered in my ear,
Rose?
Yeah?
I think I'm gonna be seasick.
I jumped onto the deck just in time as he hurled into the sea. Gross! The director I'd put on the show for walked up to me and smiled.
I see you have a flair for acting. You really get into character, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. More than you can imagine.
I like your enthusiasm. Here, take my card. Let's get you an audition.
I couldn't believe my luck. This was truly amazing. And the next thing I knew, I'd been offered a role in a movie, and my life was flipped upside down. I left the city for good and moved to LA with my mom. Fast forward 10 years, I'm a successful actor in Hollywood and have fans all over the world. I still act out sometimes in the most embarrassing situations, but people just think I'm in character now for some movie role.